Hello there, friends, and welcome back to a brand new episode of the Fake Nerd Podcast. This is episode 265. Can you believe it? We are in a free fall towards Spider-Man No Way Home, and here we are getting ready for it with a discussion about the Amazing Spider-Mans 1 and 2. Two films, one pretty good and one not quite as good. And
Which one are we talking about?
Where you fall on that line is going to be a story to tell, my friend. So here we go. I am, of course, Sparks Witty. I am joined, as usual, by Brandon T. McClure.
Hello.
And Ben Magnet.
I'm kind of bummed I didn't think ahead like Ryan did, because I love what Ryan did for his name.
And Mr. Ryan, you know, Ben, it's never too late.
I am that I know. Also, I have a blanket over my legs, like a certain president. Maybe his name was Roosevelt because he had polio. Maybe that relates to the movie in some stupid way.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. We're back.
We are.
Always.
If I may take it from here, Sparks, we do have a couple of links in the description.
You definitely may.
Sparks, what laundry sheriff?
Hell yeah.
Good.
That's the best line.
Good. Sparks, I mentioned this on a Fake Nerds Watch episode that is not out yet, but Sparks went overtime this week to put out some of our YouTube stuff. We did have a back catalog of YouTube content, and Sparks
I'm back, baby.
Went above and beyond and put a bunch of that out. So we do have our Fake Nerds Watch for Hawkeye, episodes 1. Don't dress like a car. No, that's cute. When I think of one, it's happening, guys. So our Fake Nerds Watch for Hawkeye, episodes 1, 2, and 3 are one episode. We decided to record them all as one episode, and it looks like we're gonna just do the last half of the season as own one episode as well.
Ryan and I talked about this a bit. I think we're leaning towards should have brought this up outside of the episode, but whatever. I think we're leaning towards a 4 and 5 as one, and then the last episode as its own thing, because we tend to do like series wrap up with the finale as well.
Fair.
And so I'm like, I think we could split those into 2 separate episodes.
Cool.
Also, episode 5 might be the big boy. If everything
be a big boy.
It might
be a big boy.
There might be a big man in that episode, we should say.
Oh, okay. That's what we're luring to. I haven't seen the latest episode of Hawkeye yet.
Well, don't worry. Nothing's got spoiled yet.
So so that's out there. And it's a little bit of sizzle for what's going to come for the Hawkeye Fake Nerds Watch series. A new episode of Fake Nerds Watch for Star Trek Discovery. What is happening with your mouth, Sparks?
I'm sorry. I'm drinking Mountain Dew gingerbread snapped.
Oh.
Oh my god.
It's like they put a whole gingerbread house into a can of Mountain Dew.
You know what? They should have asked if they needed to before they did.
Yeah.
You were so preoccupied with whether or not you could. You didn't think about whether or not you should.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry. I forgot what it tasted like because I hadn't had one for a bit, and then I was like, "Oh yeah."
You did the Santa Claus. You did the Santa Claus drinking the skim milk face.
That's exactly it. Yes.
So Fake Nerds Watch for Star Trek Discovery, episode 3 is up. Episode 4 has been recorded. It's not out yet. It will be out in a couple of days. Really enjoying doing that one. The third episode was a lot of fun. I hated that episode, so it was really fun to just kick it for 30 minutes. And this episode was similar, so I'm enjoying doing that with Michael Carls from the Downright Nerdy podcast. So, link in the description. And Basement Arcade Pause Menu is back.
Woo!
Basement Arcade Pause Menu had a new episode with Ron the Pharaoh. Am I correct in saying that, Ben?
You are most certainly correct in saying that. Ron the Pharaoh was my guest on this latest episode of Basement Arcade Pause Menu, and possibly he's going to be a guest on another future show.
Woo!
This one? Is he? He's here right now.
Ron, come on in.
No, it was really good. Funny enough, when we sat down to do the episode, we said we agreed the topic was like trying to get people into retro gaming, and then just turned into us ranting about games for 2 hours, and it was a great time. You should totally go listen to it.
The video link is in the description. I forgot to put the audio link in the description. That'll be up when this episode shows up in audio format. So for you audio listeners, it'll be there. Unless I forgot, in which case I'm sorry. Also, we've sectioned out. Last week we talked about the Spider-Man Raimi trilogy. We sectioned that out, and that is now as its own episode as well as 264. So the Raimi trilogy is up as its own thing. And
I did not realize how long that discussion was until I cut it out, and I'm like,
really?
Whoa, we really went for it.
We've talked about 3 movies.
Yeah, I know. I just damn.
Good discussions.
And the Spider-Man Homecoming episode, our review for Spider-Man Homecoming is going to be up on YouTube tomorrow, which is Monday when we're recording this. That was from an older episode 53, right?
Real old. Yeah, episode
200 episodes ago.
Yeah. Currently, that episode only exists on Patreon. It is not on our main audio feed. But now you can listen to that review.
Yeah. Audio only because we weren't doing video at the time, but
Yeah.
there is a video of it now going up on YouTube. So
Yeah. And Ryan finally had a downright annoyed just this morning.
Guys, I'm Spider-Man if he was also the Exorcist.
For our audio listener, Ryan green screens himself into these calls.
Sure
And
do.
right now he's on the Amazing Spider-Man 2 poster where he's facing the villains and he's facing the audience. So he's on Spider-Man's back. For context.
What did I do, Brandon?
You King Arthur.
Yes, I watched King Arthur. It's a decent movie. Came out in 2004, right off the heels of Lord of the Rings and Pirates, and they wanted to make a big franchise movie. And there are certainly worse movies to be made about trying to build a big franchise. It's got a lot of good stuff in it. Maybe the most star-studded movie cast of all time. Like, your least famous person back then was Mads Mikkelsen in the cast, so like, just goes to show.
Okay, so like I haven't seen that movie, but I saw the one thing you shared about it, and I'm like, wait a minute, they're
Yeah.
both in that movie?
Yeah. Everybody is famous in that movie. And it's good. Not great, it's good. It's worth a watch if you want a really realistic look on King Arthur, which is not something I want, but it's a decent movie.
How wild is it that there still is no quintessential King Arthur film?
Because they all are just like fine.
Well, people claim it's Excalibur, but I'll be honest, I don't really like Excalibur.
Oh,
that's
I do like Excalibur.
That's the thing though. Like that's
40
my
years
thing.
old.
Is like there is no one that everyone goes, that's the King Arthur movie.
Yeah.
Though. Like
Not in the last.
that's the one that like got it.
For our
Yeah.
generation, there's definitely not one.
Yeah. I'm going to date myself real quickly, but tell them a little bit of an anecdote about that movie. I watched that on my portable DVD player.
Ooh.
I was eating my breakfast and I had a portable DVD player with a screen on it, and I watched that movie. It's
Screen
okay.
was-
I remember it being okay.
Yeah,
I haven't
it's
seen it. I haven't seen it in since then. So
It's exactly what you think it is.
sure. Keira Knightley's in that, right?
Yeah, she's just doing a. Yeah, she's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's Guinevere.
She's Guinevere. Yeah, she's.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Witchy
that's
Guinevere.
Alexander the Great movie I'm thinking of. It was like, what movie was it that had Angelina Jolie in it? Oh,
No, you're thinking of Troy.
Angelina Jolie wasn't in Troy.
No, she wasn't.
No.
No, it was
They all
the-
came out around the same time, though.
It was that
Anyway.
Alexander the Great movie that
Uh-huh.
the director's cut shaved like
I
5
have
minutes
I
out
have
of
a
it.
I have a 3-pack of Alexander, Troy, and 300 right over there.
Back in that moment when studios thought that the new trend was going to be like history films,
Uh-huh.
like
Yeah.
ancient history films.
It was an interesting time. Troy's pretty good though.
I like Troy. Also, Brad Pitt, like he can get it.
They're
Yeah.
good. They're good, dumb blockbuster fun.
Real quickly, maybe the no, he's not doing one. He's doing a Western King Arthur movie. He's doing Caliber. Zack Snyder's doing Caliber.
That's right. Hey, he can make that premise cool, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Real quickly in the chat, is Too Tall for You Fool?
How's it going? I know this guy. He's cool.
Okay. Says, what up, guys? How's it going?
Hey, you're never too tall. You're never too tall.
All right, and that's all the links in the description, so check those out. Yeah, got a couple more weeks, and we got actually one more week of the show, and then, holidays coming, guys.
Holiday Road.
Um,
I'm sure we'll fill it with something.
Who wants to go first with their week?
I will.
I'll do
because
it.
I hardly. Oh, all three of us are actually. Okay.
Then you go.
Yeah, I'll go. So the main thing I did was just like watch the show on Disney Plus and play Pokemon Diamond. That's pretty much all I did. But the show I watched, and I'm really glad I got back into it. And unfortunately, Brandon, it's not DuckTales. It's still in my queue, but it's the Owl House.
Yeah.
Talk about an amazing show that I cannot believe Disney allowed to air.
That's why it's
Because
canceled.
this
That's why it's canceled.
That's why it's canceled.
no shit. This show is gorgeous. It's beautiful. The design is insane. I actually do love every single character. I mean, for their flaws, like their character flaws, I love every single one of them. Ida is awesome. I like the story with Lilith. I just finished season 1 today. I'm about to go into season 2. Luz is just like, I want to give her just a big old hug. I didn't realize that Amity is voiced by Mae Whitman, the voice of Katara from Avatar: Last Airbender. So, it's Mae Whitman, right? Yeah.
Also from Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah. This movie's awesome. Or this show is fantastic, and I cannot wait to dive into season 2. And it just hurts. Like, the more I get into it, the more I've traveled with this show, the more I'm mad it got canceled.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Happens a lot.
Yeah, but this, just how creepy this show is. It's like, this is a Disney show. I know Alex Hirsch was a creative consultant. He's the guy who created Gravity Falls, and it definitely shows. But once again, it's like with Gravity Falls, I feel like that really straddled the line between what Disney was allowed to do with how creepy and crazy it was. This one's just like, we're just going to go straight out of left field and bring all the crazy, macabre, gothic, just like gross monster designs, and it works so well.
I think it helps that because like Gravity Falls is like set in like the real world, whereas like Owl House is like, it's fantasy from the get-go, so you're allowed to be as crazy as you want. So like the limitations are set free basically with things like that.
Yeah, and it's a fantastic show. If you haven't watched it and you have Disney Plus, go watch it. You will, next thing you know, you'll realize it's 6:00 in the morning and you binged 5 episodes.
Luckily, Sparks, there is still some more coming out. Luckily, though, right? Like there's some unfinished stuff.
There's a second half of the season, and then I believe
like a special.
The third season was turned into like 3 specials or something.
So you do have like more.
That. So there is more, but not as much as there was supposed to be, and it's a shame because it was like it was the first animated show from Disney with a blatantly out bisexual hero. So.
Oh man, I gotta watch that then.
Yeah, it's real good, man. It is not subtext, it's text. But like that got canceled.
Yeah, but fantastic show. Cannot praise it enough. The more I'm watching this, the more I'm like, damn it, this show is so good. Because I remember
it's very good.
Yeah, I remember when we watched the trailer for this, and I want to say Sparks, you were the one you were like, dude, we gotta watch to get on the show. This show looks amazing. I remember seeing it like, yeah, it looks pretty good. And then I was like, all right, it's on Disney Plus. I guess I'll go ahead and watch it. Just like with Star and the Forces of Evil, I don't think you told me about that. I think I just found a GIF of that online. I figured, okay, I'll give the show a watch. And all of a sudden, I just get sucked into it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty much.
It's wild to watch Disney come out with these shows like Star or Owl House that are competitive in the animation market right now, especially with Cartoon Network like being incredibly progressive with almost their entire slate, and just kind of go, let's just stop.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
I don't either. But one thing
we were too progressive.
Probably. But one thing I love about just like with all the shows, like with Gravity Falls, Star, and especially Owl House, the little Easter eggs. Like there's the Grom episode, Sparks, you know what I'm talking about, when Luce finds out that it's not just a dance, it's also a fight to the death with the nightmare monster. When you see all the weapons, you blatantly see a Buster Sword right there. I'm looking at it, like, I freaking love you animators. You know what it is.
Yeah.
I just love it when they throw in little Easter eggs like that. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's also a thing where like Western animation, everybody in Western animation watches anime. All of them. So it's all bleeding through.
Oh yeah, I forgot what other like anime references I saw in Owl House, but besides that, Owl House real good. Go watch it. It's fantastic.
The whole intro and outro is basically an anime intro and outro.
Oh yeah, I don't skip it.
It's very much inspired by that. Same thing that happened with Star.
Yeah, just like DuckTales and Star and the Forces of Evil, I don't skip the intros. Those songs get stuck in my head.
Yeah.
Ben, I'm going to tell you something about DuckTales that really ticked me off.
What?
It's not a spoiler. The final episode, it's not a spoiler. The final episode of DuckTales doesn't play the theme song. And I was like, are you kidding me? I don't get that theme song one last time.
It's symbolism, baby.
It's meant to be, because it's not supposed to be like, it leads into, like, it goes DuckTales and then it leads into like the story. But I'm like,
no.
I'm not. So I went back and watched the previous episode just to listen to the theme song again.
You just put it on your phone.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, because I noticed that when shows have like their season, like the season finale of the season 1 finale of the Owl House didn't have the intro. It just like did a brief little recap, or not even a brief little recap, just like a little thing about the islands that Luce and her friends live on, and it just goes straight into the story. There's like no intro, no nothing. It's just like I'm gonna go do the thing, and hits the ground running.
Get into the action.
Yeah,
because. Especially when I'm watching on Disney Plus, because it ended with a cliffhanger. It said to be continued. I'm like, well, I gotta watch the next episode now. And then it just went off. I'm like, cool, we're in the action. Let's go. So yeah, that was my week. Also, I listened to the Christmas Truce a lot. That Sabaton song.
It's on repeat in my house.
Yeah, it was on repeat in mine, and I was listening to a bunch of YouTube videos about the truce and the war. I'm like, man, that's quickly becoming my favorite Christmas song right now.
Can you have you ever seen the movie Joyeux Noël?
I have not, and I knew you were going to bring that up too.
I think I want to watch it again. It's one of my favorite Christmas movies. If you really like the Christmas Truce, honestly, watch that movie. It's very good.
It is. That song was awesome. And when I was watching the actual music video that Sabaton made for the song, I was almost crying when I was singing along with it. It was just like at one moment in time during one of humanity's worst hours, kindness won for a hot second.
Hell yeah.
And then they started going back to killing each other because Commando's a dick.
Well, not necessarily. There's more to that story that
there is.
But I recommend the movie. It's very good.
Yeah. Anyways, that was my week.
I'll go.
Right.
Because anything I did, that was not the only thing I did this week was with Sparks, and I don't remember what it is. I spent the entire week just playing Halo Infinite, and that game is really, really, really good.
I also played that, so we should talk about it.
We sure did. We both started the campaign at the exact same time. It was really funny. How much more have you played since like a couple days ago? Since
not as much as you, but
yeah.
I took over that first like fuel station.
Where you blow up the silos?
Where you blow up the silos and you get the Scorpion tank, and then I left and started heading for the next beacon.
Cool.
And then I got distracted on the way by something.
So that's what I love about it is the distraction. So like Brandon, you know Halo campaigns, they are just narrative. You play missions. There's nothing else besides that.
Yeah.
The opening of Halo Infinite starts like that. Like the first hour or two, like it's a regular Halo game, and then you get dropped onto the Halo, and then it's an open world game. And what I like about it so much is you don't. This is very different for Halo. So like if you don't want to experience everything the world has to offer, then it just tells you where the next mission is, and you go play that mission, and it's an hour-long regular Halo mission where like you'll go under the ring, and then you'll do a whole ass mission, and you'll bring right up back to the ring. So like if you don't want to do any of that stuff, there is still a regular ass 10-hour campaign. But if you want an additional 20 hours of extra stuff and building out your base and unlocking all the weapons and unlocking stuff for multiplayer, it's fantastic. I couldn't be happier. It's the best Halo's been since the last company made it. Like this is the best one that 343 has made, hands down. The best Halo in 10 years for sure.
This is 100% the best Halo since Reach.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh yeah, cool.
Anything else you want to say, Sparks?
It's just it feels good. It feels good to play. I'm so glad that they added the grapple.
Dude, it's insane.
Now that it's open world and that they added the grapple gives you so much versatility for the world traveling and what you do and what you can do. And I can't tell you how many times I like grapple over one of those like plasma containers or something like that to just chuck it at the enemies.
Yeah, you could use the grapple hook. The grappling hook, not just you can use to like move around. You can grab weapons. You can grab canisters that you throw to explode. You can grab like equipment like overshields and grenades. You can attach yourself to enemies and you'll run up to them and like attack them. So it's the fastest Halo's ever been, but like not in the way that Halo 5 was, where it felt just like Call of Duty. It feels like a natural progression.
It feels so good to like be in a firefight. Oh, that's out of ammo. Oh, that's out of ammo too. Grapple to the gun that's far away rather than having to run to it. Just pick it up and then immediately start shooting. Like
cinematic moments is what Halo's always been about. Like big, like great, like battlefields. Like, because it's always been kind of like big sandbox arenas that you play in, but now this is truly like, yo, if you're like over here and you need to go all the way over there, you'll just grapple to a tree and you'll jump over all those mother effers, and you're like, sweet, I'm on the other side of the battlefield now. And it's just like, it's so fun. And like, I've played the game for probably 6 to 8 hours, and I've done 2 missions. I've done nothing but open world multiplayer stuff. So by the time I get to that mission, I'll probably have done everything that the world has to offer. But like, I am so upgraded. My grapple hook has like no recharge time, so I'm just like I'm like Spider-Man. I'm having a blast. And the multiplayer still great, still so much fun.
Yeah, yeah, it's wild because it's I feel like for the first time, really, you get to feel like the demon that they refer to you as, because they'll be like looking at you in one direction, ready to swarm you, and you're gone. And you're on the other side of them, and you pulled out a way bigger weapon than they were prepared for. Like, you can really mess them up.
The weapons
because of how fast you can travel around them.
Yeah,
now.
the weapon choices in this game are some of the best that Halo's ever had. Like, I like almost every single weapon I've played with. Everyone is cool and unique, and they have classics and they have new ones.
There's a new brute pistol called the Mangler.
That's the best gun in the game,
it's
dude.
So good. I love it.
It's a hand cannon, but it's also a shotgun.
It's basically a revolver for Halo.
Yeah.
Oh, I think when I went to your house before you left, when we were playing Halo, a friend of the show, Travis, got that gun. He was like, "What is this gun? It looks like a big 6-shot revolver, but with shotgun shells."
Yeah, it's got like a Tommy drum on it. Yeah.
Yep.
My favorite thing about the open world is throughout the entire world there are 15 mini bosses you can just encounter for fun, and if you beat them, then they give you you get a weapon from the Covenant. So like if you beat the sword guy, you get a sword from him, right? They are so fun and varied and unique, and they have personality. And it's just, I love that there's so many bosses, because that's not something like Halo has like a couple bosses, right? But this game is just like chock full of them. I got to our friend Quiz Swindle. And I'm not just saying this because he's a friend of the show. Best boss fight in the game. That dude he's a melee brute with a gravity hammer, and you're in enclosed space. So you have to keep running around, and I died for literally like 20 minutes. It was so much fun. Like I'm going to be playing this game for such a long time, guys. Like the multiplayer, just because it feels so good. The campaign has been cut down. The creative director said that he wanted to make Breath of the Wild for Halo, but because of time, he couldn't do that. So like this game is pretty big, so I can't even imagine that like if half of it got cut, what that could mean for the future, for DLC, for the next Halo or whatever. They're in a good spot, man. They got a winner chicken dinner.
I'm glad.
It's so good to hear.
Yeah,
it's a really nice like underdog story, considering people already being kind of low on Halo after 5, and then Halo Infinite having such a troubled release, like having been designed to be the launch title for the new Xbox and having to be pushed back an entire year. Thank God. Like I suspect like they knew they were in some trouble, and they were able to deliver a quality game and a good experience.
Last thing I'll say on it is when Halo Infinite was originally announced, there was a brute named Craig, and he became a meme because he was like the worst looking model in any game ever. And it was like a really ugly, like, this is supposed to be the brand new Halo, and it's like graphics from like PS2, right? That brute was put into the game as a mountain. So if you drive past him, it's a giant ugly face of a brute. That's Craig the Brute from the trailer. And I'm like, man, you guys got a sense of humor about this. I appreciate it.
That's cool.
Yeah.
It's called Craig Mountain.
It doesn't have a name. Maybe on the map it does. But it's terrific. I'm sure I did other stuff at eSparks. I don't remember. But I basically played Halo almost every day after work this week. So
yeah,
that's me.
I love it. There was a little bit of Fortnite. Fortnite is in its new season. Fortnite.
Yeah, I played a little bit of that too. I got in the new season.
Fortnite is a brand new, spanking new map because the island flipped over, literally. Yep. So you're playing on its other side. It's nice. It's very refreshing.
New mechanics and stuff.
New mechanics. The quality of the gameplay has gone up. I really like it.
It looks even prettier somehow. That game keeps getting prettier. We'll talk about it later. With an Unreal 5 thing, but Unreal 5 is going to be in Fortnite coming this year, so that game is going to be even prettier than it already looks. And I'm like, I don't know how it can look better, but it's going to. So
yeah,
love it.
Also some Knockout City also in a brand new season.
Yes.
Doing some interesting stuff. Happy to be playing those.
We played the Knockout City the new season of Knockout City, and there's a new map mode.
Yeah, so okay, real quick, let me set it up. So like what it is that what we were playing is that there's only bomb balls, and you can't aim anymore. So you can no longer, when you're throwing the bomb balls, you can no longer aim.
So you can't lock on.
You're just trying to guess how far you're throwing it and where you're throwing it to get them. And the thing is, we were playing it, and it's mildly frustrating because like it takes longer, and it's not quite as fun because you can't catch them because they're not locking onto you either. So you don't have as good a meter for catching, and you can't lob them at them to know that. But what we learned while we were playing our first round is we're like, well, we can still just throw each other.
Yeah.
So we really pissed off some people because we stopped playing by the rules of the match and just started throwing each other at them because you can still aim and lock on and throw yourselves at each other.
You think the developers would have figured that part out.
And we were like, maybe we won't get points for it. We're still getting points. Let's go.
There was a moment where like Sparks balled up, and so like I threw him. We killed one, and then we killed another one. Let's kill him.
yeah. That was when we learned. We were like, oh, this works. Never mind. Let's just play this way.
Finish them.
That was the only way we played that game after that.
Well,
I can only imagine.
This is my one frustrating thing about Knockout City is that every day that you log in, the game modes change. And that's cool. But my problem with it is that there are 4-player game modes in Knockout City, but you just have to hope they're on if you want to play with 3 of your friends instead of just 2. Mm-hmm. And it's a crapshoot of, is it going to be a day where they let us play with 4 people or not?
That seems incredibly silly.
It's really stupid. And so that was a 4-player match because we were playing with 3 of our friends. Or I was playing with 3 friends because Brandon was one of them. And that was the only way we could play. And we didn't really like that mode because we wanted to do like standard dodgeball together. But that was the only way we could play with all 4 of us. So we just had to make it as good an experience as we could. And that is my one gripe with Knockout City, is that it pisses me off that like you can't play matches online and earning points and everything for 4 players unless you're on a lucky day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll agree with that. The new season is Alien Invasions. It's kind of cool. There's some good stuff.
Fortnite did this not that long ago. Like Alien Invasion shit is in, I guess.
Yeah.
Aliens in.
Aliens.
Vampires out.
Oh, it's my week. I'm still.
Yeah, you're still going.
I'm going.
You're still going.
I finished the mid-season finale of Legends of Tomorrow and Batwoman. Legends still great. Obviously love it. Batwoman also pretty much cementing itself at its strongest season, where we've now gotten pretty deep into them setting up some good new Joker stuff, which is interesting. They're taking an Arkham Knight route with it, of how a new Joker exists, and new Poison Ivy, which is really good. And I think they're doing a good job with it. And I watched a little bit more Cowboy Bebop, because I'm just like casually watching that anime. It's really nice to just pop in for an episode or 2 every once in a while. Mm-hmm. Not like trying to rush my way through it because I've seen it. I'm just casually enjoying it again. And we watched Hawkeye, but we're not going to talk about it because we'll talk about it soon. And the last thing I'll talk about is Ryan and I also did The Matrix Awakens.
Oh nice. My God. Yes, we did.
This is an Unreal Engine demo experience that you can download onto your compatible
next gen
systems.
System.
Yeah.
We did it.
It's
with
wild.
a friend of the show who
Forrest, who appeared on our Hawkeye episode,
who is not a video gamer, and boy howdy, he seemed perturbed by how real video games are now. Because
we were partway into the experience, and we had to tell him like, Forrest, they're not real, and he's like, wait, what?
It was Keanu and
Carry all video game stuff.
Yeah. So like the real people models look exquisite. They look real amazing, but like you could tell there's all CGI. The really impressive thing about the future with Unreal 5 is the density of cities, and like, so you played Spider-Man 4. You know how big that city is. What if that city just actually looked real? It's hard to say that without you experiencing it for yourself.
What I think I could give the best example of, guys, is that like we were like going around the city, and like you could see into the rooms, and the room is scaled correctly to the size of like your character model. So the buildings are scaled correctly. So it's not just like kind of a caricaturization of a building, and that's kind of what you get in Spider-Man. Like Spider-Man looks real good, but like people, you don't believe that Spider-Man could go into that building.
Yeah.
And go up those floors.
Unless he's meant to for the story.
Sure, but even then, like, you know, not the skyscrapers, right?
Yeah.
The skyscrapers, they kind of like the floors are smaller as they stack up.
Yeah.
Because that's how they scale it. We were going through like skyscrapers where like you could see, oh, the whole floor is the correct, like it's all sized appropriately. And I'm like, man, could you imagine if Spider-Man could go through this city? Like it would take like these buildings are so huge.
It's the size of the city. Like we just kept rising through the city, and like it is a true city size. Like it's true. I can't fathom how good and real this looks, guys. Like Brandon, you got a PS5. You have to experience this, dude.
I downloaded. I just didn't get a chance to play it.
Yeah. It's just like the only thing to say is like it looks real. Like it is just like if you stop moving the camera, it's just a picture of a city.
Yeah. So there's the opening portion is like a video introduction thing with Keanu Reeves and Carrie-Anne Moss, which is really cool. And that dips you into like actual gameplay experience with the engine. Once you've gone past all of that section, then it's just explore our model and see how our environment and our pixels work. And you can change all these settings. You can adjust. It was good that Forrest was there because he told us how to like adjust like for the best aperture and things like that. So you were getting something that looked like film. And it's incredible what you can do, the customization abilities that games using this engine in the future will have, how vivid these environments are. I think one of the other impressive things was like, it really just stunned me. Ryan went joyriding in a car and he'd smash into things, and the reaction from different vehicles would be appropriate to the size of the vehicle. Like he smashed into a bus, it only damaged his car. He smashed into another car about his size, it did damage to both. Like
and like
it's appropriate, realistic damage.
Simulation. It is a full city simulation with thousands of people and thousands of moving cars, and you can get into that car and drive potentially forever in this giant city. It's just like it is just a tech demo, but like the thing that and we talked about this for a lot, but like the thing that's more important that Epic is looking to move into the movie industry. Like this big thing, like Unreal is being used in the Matrix for this exact reason, because like it's so much easier to build a fake city than it is to shoot in a city. And that's shitty for filmmakers. But like the future of filmmaking, like you using the volume in The Mandalorian.
Yeah,
like,
the volume. I was about to say the volume uses the Unreal Engine.
Yeah. It's the future of filmmaking and like games, yes, but like the future of filmmaking for young filmmakers is going to change forever, and it's going to scare some people because truly, like, we're at a point where like, oh man, we don't need real stuff anymore sometimes, and it's kind of scary. It's also freaking really cool.
But you know what? If it looks that good, oh well.
Yeah.
Move into the future. Let's go.
I love the future. I'm a
future's now, man.
I'm a future slut. What's up?
Sparks, anything else?
No, that was it.
Okay, my turn. I won't say too much about what I did. I don't have quite a bit. I watched Spider-Man: Homecoming, Into the Spider-Verse, and Far From Home.
That's really already a lot.
I really like all three of those movies. I was a little cold on Spider-Man: Far From Home the first time I saw it after coming off of Endgame.
Real quick. Sorry, I just realized I did. I watched Spider-Man 3 again, the editor's cut today, because my mom and Megan hadn't watched it yet. So I kind of watched it again, and there's only one note from our discussion that I realized I didn't bring up that I want to. It is a problem that pisses me off that Mary Jane never figures out that the symbiote suit was affecting Peter.
Oh, she didn't even ask or anything.
No,
yeah.
Well, she doesn't know. Like, it's never addressed. It's never addressed in any wider context that, oh, the suit was changing me. Like, it's all subtextual for the audience to know, but like, no characters ever learn this.
That's true. You're right.
About Peter. He just was broody and shitty for a week for some reason.
And he touched his chest a lot.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Sorry.
Put some in your eye.
The panic you feel when your laptop says 1% left.
Don't let it. Why do you let it get there?
No, I thought it was plugged in because this,
okay.
it's plugged in here, but not in the wall. I didn't realize it wasn't plugged in the wall.
Makes sense. I got you.
It's like that. Panic. Calm. Panic.
Yeah. Anyway. So I will only speak to Far From Home because my opinions have not changed on the first two movies, but Far From Home I like a lot, quite a bit more than the first time I saw it. I was pretty burnt out coming off of Endgame. going into Far From Home. So that really affected my viewing experience of it, but I enjoyed it a lot more this time around.
I'm glad.
I watched The Matrix. I'm getting ready for Matrix Resurrections. Hey guys, The Matrix is a good movie. You know that.
Oh yeah.
I watched Encanto. It's a pretty good movie.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I really like the music in it. Some really great voice acting, good message. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And well, I have two more things to say. I watched a video from Polygon about it's the guy read all the Halo novels and did a book report.
Brian David Gilbert. Yeah.
I watched that video. Fantastic.
That's a great video.
Fantastic video.
No, I'm not going to.
All the tangents when he's talking about how like the San Shayun used to be hot was so good.
Mm-hmm.
Ben, if you know anything about Halo, I recommend.
I've seen that video.
Very funny. Very funny.
Yeah.
Really liked it. And I wasn't going to bring this up until I was done with it, but I decided not to because it's really, really good. I'm watching Daredevil season 3.
Nice.
Welcome to the party, baby.
I'm on episode 7.
Because it's really, really good.
It's really good.
Because it's the best season of TV Marvel's ever made.
Hell
That's
yeah.
why. I've heard all this from you guys before.
But you didn't. But you decided to let it die and not watch it. I get it.
Well, it's not my fault. The show died.
I'm kidding.
I was much the same way I was burned out with like the MCU proper. I was also really burnt out from the Netflix shows. And so finally, after trying to get through Punisher and just not enjoying it, I decided to go to Daredevil because he may be in the next Spider-Man movie. Who knows? I don't know. So I wanted to watch it. It's amazing. Everything is working on a much better level in that show than I thought was possible. Karen and Foggy both are very intriguing characters with very good story arcs this season.
Mm-hmm.
I love everything they're doing with Kingpin. The introspective of Matt Murdock as Daredevil is so good. Bullseye's great. It's perfect. I literally can't stop watching it.
Man, I sure wish you would have done that season 3 review 3 years ago.
I'm so happy, man. I'm so happy. You know, Ryan, there could be the perfect excuse to revisit it.
Any excuse.
Maybe. Who knows? Who knows, though?
I don't
Echo season 4.
I don't need to say anything on like a review show about it. I'm very happy I'm watching it. I'm very much enjoying it. It's doing something baffling that I didn't realize was possible, which is use the 13 episode limit to your strength and not to your detriment. And I was shocked when I'm halfway through the season and there's been no slump. Every episode has been engaging. Every storyline has worked fairly well. Every show, including Daredevil season 1 and Jessica Jones season 1, which I really liked, they slump in the middle because of the 13 episodes. It's just too long for them. But Daredevil season 3 uses it very well.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, all bangers on that one.
No joke. It's every episode so far has been fantastic.
Yeah.
Loving it.
I really loved that season a lot, and I'm glad you're there. I'm glad.
Yeah, I've been meaning to watch it for like a couple of months ever since Charlie Cox was rumored to be in Spider-Man. I just didn't get around to it till now. So, okay, that's everything.
Nice. Love it.
Shall we get into our bread and butter?
Yes.
Man.
All right, we got some sad news up top, unfortunately. Keiko Nobumoto, who is a writer for anime like Cowboy Bebop and Wolf's Rain, she passed away at the age of 57, allegedly, we have not heard specifics, allegedly due to esophageal cancer.
That's a bummer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Anne Rice.
Esophageal cancer.
Esophageal cancer, thank you.
Sorry, I'm
Anne
only being
Rice.
specific because that's what took my dad. So,
Sorry.
but yeah, no, it's okay.
Anne Rice, the acclaimed author, Interview for a Vampire, Queen of the Damned, all sorts of...
The Vampire Lestat.
Passed away this week at the age of 80 due to complications from a stroke.
Oh.
Yeah, Anne Rice is a lot of people's like definitive vampire person.
For sure.
and a huge icon for the LGBT community, because all of her books are about repressed romance and stuff like that. I haven't read any of the books, but I've seen all the movies, and it's literally all about repressing your sexual desires for people that you can't be with.
Did
So
you write Interview with a Vampire, or am I thinking of someone else?
nope,
I did say Interview with a Vampire.
Okay.
sure did. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Brad. I didn't hear you say that.
Yeah, that's a shame.
She was at this moment. She was up until her death working on a TV adaptation of her books.
Yeah, that's a big bummer.
So, I mean, it could still happen. Her son could do it. We'll see.
Real quick, going back to Kiko, worked on Cowboy Bebop. You said, but like some of my top anime I've seen, Wolf's Rain, Samurai Champloo, and Space Dandy. Like
Space Dandy,
one of the best anime television creators. Like it's
I don't know.
It really sucks.
Yeah,
Space Dandy's so good.
Yeah, she was the head writer for the series for Cowboy Bebop and Wolf's Rain, and then was just a not the head writer, but it's still an important writer for Space Dandy and Samurai Champloo. So like, man, guys, that sucks. Anne Rice sucks too. I agree with. I've know a lot of people who were deeply entrenched in Anne Rice works when we were in high school. Two friends of Brandon and I's in particular, where it was very foundational to their understanding of sexuality and like things like that.
Yeah.
So huge blow.
Mag is in the chat. Hello, Mag. And Vicente, is that for Anne Rice or for Keiko? I don't know.
I think that's for Kiko.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I think that's for Kiko.
Wow. Both tragedies in their own way. And I wanted to put this one on here because I think it's important. We don't always get to talk about these.
I think that they're referring to Mexican singer Vicente Fernandez, who passed away.
Oh, yeah?
At age 81, 12 hours ago.
Oh. I just typed in Vicente anime and that popped up too. I was like, oh, okay.
I thought that was
sorry. Mexican singer, actor, and film producer Vicente Fernandez passed away.
Oh, yeah. Mag says no, singer Vicente Hernandez. Yeah. Didn't see that. Wow. Sucks.
Nope, missed that one.
Rest in peace. Thank you, Mac.
Thank you, Mac. So we often talk about these things after they happen, and very rarely we find out about the diagnosis. So I want to talk about George Perez. George Perez was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, which is surgically inoperable, so he has decided not to go through chemotherapy. He only has 6 months to a year to live. That sucks.
The amount of love I've been seeing on Twitter for his art and for what he has done for comic books has it's been beautiful. I mean, it sucks that he has this, but the fact that all these people are reaching out and saying, dude, we love you and we love your art and we thank you. I think that's good. That's wholesome.
Yeah, there's a lot of love and support going out to him. There's also a lot of decrees saying that DC should publish, DC and Marvel should bury the hatchet and publish Avengers versus Justice League again.
Mm-hmm.
Wholeheartedly agree. That should be reprinted.
I wholeheartedly agree too. Not to be a bummer, it will take a lot longer than 6 months to get that kind of thing out there, you guys. Just letting you know.
No, I know, but it could the funding for that book could also help the family.
Yeah.
After the fact, should it need to. I think it's only a positive to get that book out there again.
Of course. Yeah, dude. Like, he's like one of the most influential comic people on the planet. Like, like working on Infinite Crisis and like so many of those DC books, and working at Marvel, and like it's super weird talking about someone before they've passed away when you know it. That's like it's such an interesting feeling to worry about, because like we'll talk about this again later. Isn't that's like real sad.
Yeah.
But in a way, this is a way of like we can honor him now instead of when it's too late, which is a good point of why you brought it up, Brandon. So yeah.
He has just one more thing. Perez has such a style that you can go to any comic book convention or a store, and you can just like cover up the artist's name, and you'd be like, "Oh, that's a Perez book. I recognize that type of style." It's kind of like a John Romita Jr. Or of course, I mean Alex Ross, but that's a whole different thing. But seeing a Perez page Like, I love looking at old splash pages from Crisis on Infinite Earths, for example. Absolutely gorgeous. Looking at the new Teen Titans, it
His
just
Teen
looks so-
Titans is like the quintessential Teen Titans. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, his work with Teen Titans is like, that's the Teen Titans right there. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I love the TV show, but that's Teen Titans.
Well,
I mean,
you know,
it's based off that. I love it.
the TV show took a lot of inspiration from that book. Like his work has been very influential on a lot of adaptations and a lot of mediums.
Very much one of the defining writers for modern Wonder Woman as well.
Yep. Writing and drawing, like artist and writer, fantastic work.
Didn't he draw Infinity Gauntlet?
No, I
No,
don't believe
no.
so.
No, okay.
No, I think that's Ron Lim.
I can't say for 100% certainty.
You're probably, you
but
know,
I'm pretty sure.
You're probably right. Let me just double.
Because I remember someone posting a thing about when the snap and like Perez drew that.
You might be right. Let me
Well,
look.
maybe.
Could be
I
wrong.
don't know.
I could
Yep,
be
you're
wrong.
right. No, it's George Perez and Ron Lim. Yeah.
Yeah, it's both.
Interesting. Very cool. All right. Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
And Mag is in the chat kindly saying thoughts and prayers go to Perez on the whole process. Yes.
Yeah. And
Mag quickly corrected us on it.
Hell yeah.
Infinity Gauntlet.
We are
All
fake nerds.
All right. Speaking of Cowboy Bebop, the Cowboy Bebop live action show has been canceled.
Okay.
Aw.
I watched one episode, so it's my fault. Sorry.
And
I didn't watch it either, but Fanny watched it. She liked it.
cool. I didn't see it, so I can't really say. Just yeah. I feel bad for John Cho though. He seems pretty bummed.
Yeah.
You know who doesn't seem bum? The guy playing Jet. He's like, I guess the haters were right. It must have sucked.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, that's an actor who just knows what's up.
Yeah. All right.
From what I understand, like I saw a lot of people talking about it who were like, I particularly shared one on Twitter that was like, I wasn't going to say anything, but now that it's canceled, like the reason why this was a problem is because it was all style and no substance.
The
from the
Jen
original series.
Bartel huge thread. Yeah, she laid such an incredible thing of like not just because like not all the reasons people keep saying it, like actually it's like a fundamental like they just don't get the source material type of thing.
Right. It just fundamentally misunderstood what was important about the piece of work as art, not just
Being
as
cool.
pop culture.
Yeah.
Mhm. All right. Star Wars: The Acolyte. This is the High Republic TV series coming to Disney Plus. Is looking to cast Amandla Stenberg.
She was in The Dear Evan Hansen recently.
Yes, most notably for people older people, Rue from the Hunger Games, which blew me away. That was like, man,
that's like 10 years ago. Oh my gosh. This is the evil Star Wars one that I was talking about that I want to see.
Yes, this is the one that Leslie Headland is doing, potentially about Sith or in the High Republic. Like we don't know, but like sounds pretty cool. I'm excited.
I'm into it. I want more Sith evil stuff, baby.
Yeah, they're in talks for the lead role. So cool.
Cool.
Speaking of casting, Fall of the House of Usher has announced its entire cast.
Who's playing?
my
Usher? Who's playing Usher?
Oh,
Yeah.
Frank Langella.
Oh no, I meant Usher, the singer, pop singer.
Oh, I don't think he's in this one.
I'm thinking of a different show.
This is the Mike Flanagan, the Fall of the House of Usher. The full cast list reads as Frank Langella, as Roderick Usher, Carla Gugino, Gugino, married to Mike Flanagan. She's been in she's been in Bly Manor and Hill House. I can't say everything they've done, but most, I think. Mary McDonnell as Madeline Usher, Mark Hamill, hell yeah, as someone we don't know, Carl Lumbly as C. August Dupin,
My favorite character.
who apparently shows up in a ton of Edgar Allan Poe's work.
Yeah.
And then the list goes on. Kylie Curran, Samantha Sloyan.
Who did you say his wife was?
Carla Gugino?
That's not his
Gugino?
wife. That's not his wife.
Who's his wife?
His wife is Katie Siegel.
Really? I thought
Yes.
I thought these two were
No.
married. I'm sorry.
No, his wife who is in everything he's made, including Hush and Absentia and the Black.
Oh, I must have gotten the two mixed up then.
Yep.
She
well,
is
they-
in this cast list though. So
Oh yeah. Thank you. So Kylie Curran, Samantha Sloyan, Raul Coley, Kate Siegel, Sorian Sapkota, Zach Gilford, Katie Parker, Malcolm Goodwin, Crystal Bolland, Aya Furukawa, Daniel Jun, Matt Bedell,
I think it's
Ruth,
Bedell,
Ruth Codd, Annabeth Gish, Igby Rigney, and Robert Longstreet. So,
Sure is a lot of names.
a lot of names I recognize, a lot I don't. But sounds cool.
What's it about?
First thing, when we got to Kate Siegel, I thought it was Katie Seagal. I was like, wait, am I reading this right? What's going on here?
I also thought they might have been related, but they're not.
So yes, this is the one that based off the works of Edgar Allan Poe. It's Mike Flanagan. Very excited. I still haven't seen Midnight Mass. I really
everybody should. It's my favorite thing of the year.
So yeah, very cool. Raul Cooley is very excited to work with Mark Hamill. Who wouldn't be?
Of course.
And Colin Farrell has officially attached himself to the Penguin spinoff of the Batman coming to HBO Max.
That's wild, but great.
Dude, like, I've only seen the trailer, but like, I will take every cinematic whatever you want to give me for that thing. I love Colin Farrell, and I can't believe there's going to be a whole show of him just being a big silly man. Like,
I can't believe there's going to be a whole series of him taking this job from Richard Kind. How dare he?
He looks just like Richard Kind.
I really hope they do they somewhat adapt Penguin Pain and Prejudice into this show.
Oh shit, I haven't thought about that book in a long time.
I loved that book.
I
thought that book was awesome.
Yeah. That would be cool. I got a feeling it's probably just gonna be like gangster Penguin stuff.
Maybe,
like
but I would love some
universe.
I mean, we get flashbacks of him killing his brothers and sisters. I'm like, okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
You know what I want to see? I'm not gonna do it. A giant iceberg in the middle of Gotham to be the Iceberg Lounge.
That'd be cool. But
I don't think Matt Reeves is going to that comic book level style yet.
Not yet.
I want to see Richard Kind play his father.
Oh my god!
The flashback.
Terrible.
It's just right.
It's crazy to me that Colin Farrell is going to be in a TV show.
Hey, if he
wants the Penguin,
that's all. I'm like, do it, buddy.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for the Batman. Bring it.
Oh yeah, get that paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
Also, no, I was just gonna say because I mean, just from the trailer, he looks freaking. He looks like he's having a blast. This Penguin.
Whoa, sweetheart. All right. Shang-Chi had some news. Destin Daniel Cretton, who is the director of Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, will return for the sequel. Officially signed on with a multi-year deal with Disney and will create a Disney Plus TV series for them. Unknown as to what it is at this time, but I think I can guess.
Almost definitely the Ten Rings.
Wasn't the Ten Rings thing announced?
No, there's a rumor. There was a rumor a couple of weeks ago, maybe months ago now, that a Legend of the Ten Rings series was in development.
We've also been openly speculating that's what they were going to do.
Yeah, I'm certain that's what this is.
Almost definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad that he's coming back.
Me too.
Yeah, me too.
Marvel Comics was in the news this week.
Oh,
because they are getting ready for Destiny of X, the next era of Krakoa and X-Men.
Two Docs, Too Furious.
They've announced what the new line is going to become March. It's going to consist of Immortal X-Men, Marauders, X-Force, Knights of X, X-Men, Legend of X, Wolverine, New Mutants, and X-Men Red.
Woo!
So it's coming out in March, right?
A new X-Men drop, everybody. New X-Men drop.
Yay, time for me to catch up.
Yeah.
Seriously.
It
It
will always be time for you to catch up.
I'm not gonna lie, dudes. I actually thought about just like trying to save money because I know for some of you this is paltry change, but every month when I go to the comic store, I like drop.
How much do you think a comic book costs?
No, because I to get my entire month's worth of books that are in my pull list. It's like $70 to $80.
Oh yeah. I unfortunately need to cut down because that's
part of me, because of the X books, part of me just thinks I should just put that money towards Marvel Unlimited and just read the X books through there.
Yeah, Ben, 100% because it's only a 3-month wait, and that's what I'm doing with a lot of my Marvel books because 3 months is nothing.
So I'll probably get my last one and I just cut it because I'm still getting Sonic, I'm still getting Magic, I'm still getting a few other books that I still want to go in and check it out and check out the store because obviously we got some really good books coming out. But with all this X-Men stuff, and then I get to read all the X-Men that you guys told me I should have read, like New Mutants and Hellions and all the other good shit that's out there.
Man,
You
Hellions
just
is pretty good.
You just won't be part of the conversation, but yes, we'll be reading it.
This has been Ben Magnet's pull list update. No, I'm kidding, buddy. So yes, obviously the subtitles are ending. Some are starting with a new number 1, and there's a bunch of new titles. Marauders, for instance, is starting as a new number 1. And Hellions, for instance, is ending. But we only got information on 2 of these new books. Some created, I think Benjamin Percy, I think, is staying on Wolverine and X-Force, and Jerry Duggan is staying on X-Men. But Marauders, for example, is not going to have the same team. But first off, Immortal X-Men was probably the biggest news, revealing that Kieran Gillen is going to return to the X-Men franchise, right? Immortal X-Men with Lucas Werneck. And this will focus on the Quiet Council. And I don't have a lot about this book, except for his quote, which was, he described it as the new Avengers to Jerry's Avengers.
Yes, so he's referencing, because Jerry Duggan didn't write Avengers and New Avengers. He's referencing Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, which is great because the Avengers is the main regular title, and then the New Avengers was like the secret conspiracy behind the woods bullshit. So like X-Men's all about conspiracy shit and like backstabbing, so this is perfect. Somebody described it as Succession with the X-Men. You guys don't watch Succession, but you know about beating people up behind the scenes and stuff. So like Kieran Gillen is so good. Lucas Werneck is doing the Trial of Magneto art right now, and that dude is a phenomenal talent. So the fact that he's going to be on a regular X book is fantastic. I'm very excited. Kieran Gillen's the best. He's writing 2 books about Immortals. One of them is Eternals.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited for this. This is the book that I've wanted X-Men to do for a long time. This was the one I kept waiting for, about like the Quiet Council, what they're doing. And finally, I'm glad we're finally getting it.
Yes. I'm wondering how long it will last, but we'll see.
Hey, however long, probably will be good.
Yes.
It continues to be an exciting time in X-Men.
Yes.
It's true. All of it.
We talked a bit about how Steve Orlando revealed that he is the new ongoing writer for Marauders, come the annual, but he will be relaunching the book with a new number 1 with Eleonora Carlini. And this new team that Steve Orlando will be heading up will be Kate Bishop, Psylocke, Dakin, Aurora, Tempo, and Somnus.
Yeah.
Somnus is the one from Marvel's Voices Pride.
Yep.
Brandon, I just looked at the thing and I thought, wait, yeah, Kate Bishop, you're right. I was like, oh wait, no, Kate, Bishop.
I made the same mistake just then. So yes.
I was like, but there is a Kate Bishop. You're not wrong.
So we're getting that what is it called? Like the X-Men election offshoot book with all like the rejects.
Secret X-Men, yeah.
Yeah. So it's cool that Tempo is on the Marauders team, because Tempo is such a fan favorite character that has not got the spotlight for so long. So the fact that like Tempo's getting a push makes me happy.
Yeah. I'm really excited for this. I like Steve Orlando, and I really like the Marauders. I like this team. And then one more will be added to the crew that will help to unravel a mystery stretching 2 billion years into the past.
Ooh, this line is really cool because Way of X and Way of X Onslaught Revelation is spitting out into Legionnaires and like Knights of X and stuff like that. So like it's cool that like books aren't just ending, like they're getting like the story is being propelled into another book. So that's cool that like it's always going forward.
The X-Men feel like they're in a place that just, if a new title happens, it organically happens from something that we've already read about.
Yeah.
Very cool. Really, I'm enjoying. Need to catch up. Captain Carter is getting a 5-issue miniseries. This is not the same Captain Carter from What If, but they are going to do that anyway, and I'll explain. Jamie McKelvey and Mike Cresta are going to do a Captain Carter miniseries for Marvel, not the What If Captain. So this is not a spinoff of What If. This is a new character. This is bringing Captain Carter to the Marvel multiverse again, even though she was already in Exiles, I think. Not that character either, but they will focus on a version of Captain Carter that's basically Steve Rogers. Is what they're doing. They're doing the What If episode.
Yeah.
As a 5-issue miniseries.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. Anything can be good, obviously. Jamie McKelvey is a phenomenal artist. He has been an artist for 10 years and he hasn't done much writing.
Mhm.
And I'm not to say that he can't be a good writer because tons of people have done that. Chip Zdarsky is a great example. When I hear this, I hear, hey, do you want to write a Captain Marvel book? And we're going to tell you everything we need to tell you to write.
Hey, that episode did really well. Can you do that?
Not for me.
Yeah.
I don't need to be negative. It's just not for me. If I hear great things, maybe, but like, this is like when they bring in Valkyrie from the movies and they replace the 616 Valkyrie, which is fine, you know. Having like a Black Valkyrie is cool and stuff, but like that's getting rid of another character, and like this character kind of exists in multiple iterations in different ways in the 616 already. So it is capitalizing on what if, and I'm just not here for it. So you know,
yeah,
I'm good. A lot of fans of this character. I'm happy for them.
I'm a fan of the character, but I am more interested in seeing something new with the character. And a different, like, what about her being Captain America, quote unquote, makes that world different? Not how is the world exactly the same, except it's a girl Captain America.
She's not Steve Rogers. That's the whole point. So if she's just going to act like Steve Rogers, and she's not Peggy Carter.
Yeah.
Right.
So
like, you know,
but like you said, anything can be good.
Yeah. Marvel Unlimited.
Yeah, it's only 5 issues.
Yeah.
All right. The video game awards were this week.
Oh, sorry, Brandon. This is now Basement Arcade.
Oh, what do you say, Ben? Welcome, gamers, to Basement Arcade pause menu, where we just let me see if I can get the whole thing. Where we just sit back, relax, and just chill. No, did I do it?
You got close, but not 100%.
All right. Well, whatever. We're gonna go through some of the awards.
We hit pause on the video games. We sit back, we relax, and just chill.
Is that it?
Close enough.
Okay. Well, I've watched enough of them. I should have realized. All right. So we're gonna talk about some of the winners, and then afterwards we'll talk about some of the announcements.
Mm-hmm.
Game of the year went to It Takes Two.
This is cool. This is a huge upset. Nobody expected it. Just because like it's a smaller game. The guy who made this game, he's very famous for being on the Game Awards. He's saying like F the Oscars, screw the Oscars, and stuff like that. You guys probably didn't watch the speech that he gave for winning this award, but this game's all about love and like family, and his whole thing was like, yeah, I just love my family so much. If you guys have kids, go get some kids, man. And it was really charming. So I'm really glad this guy won this game. Sparks, you played it.
I did. It's actually the only one from the list that I got to play this year so far, and I'm real glad that it won because I think that game's super inventive and cool.
Very cool.
I've seen videos of It Takes Two, and the whole premise really piqued my interest. I just never got the game, unfortunately.
And like you have to play it with someone else. That's the thing.
Yeah.
But like,
you get a free copy. They give you a free copy if you buy the game, so you can play with somebody.
They do. Yeah. It basically feels like an indie game won, which I'm really happy for. Yep. That's how it feels. It feels like an indie game came out on top, and I'm grateful.
Me too.
Yeah. It beat out Deathloop, Metroid Dread, Psychonauts 2, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, and Resident Evil Village.
Yeah.
Best game direction went to Deathloop.
Yep.
Makes sense for them.
Beating out It Takes Two, Returnal, Psychonauts 2, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart.
Yeah.
Did you just say keep going?
No, he's leaving. Yeah.
Oh.
We don't need to read who they beat out every time.
Okay. Best narrative went to Marvel's.
Huge upset.
Went to Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yes.
I haven't played it, but I'm happy.
Me too.
What a surprise.
I have played it. Very happy for this win. Very proud of that game.
Yeah, it's great because this has been a year for a good narrative. And it is cool that like something with a big IP can actually still be really good. Like this is an example of like, yo man, like stuff can be good if you put the talent behind it. Like,
yeah,
fantastic.
Best art direction went to Deathloop.
Yep,
that's cool. I guess.
Yeah, no, that game's hella stylish. Absolutely, it works.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Best score music went to Near Replicant version. I'm not going to read the number.
That is a remaster of an old game, and that won best score. That's fantastic. That's how good that music is.
Very cool.
That's awesome.
Best audio design went to Forza Horizon 5.
I played an hour of that game. It looks real pretty.
Good for them.
Best performance went to Maggie Robertson for Resident Evil Village. That's
Lady Demiscu, big lady. Step on me, lady.
That it is.
Wow.
So this one, quote unquote controversial because like, did people really vote for her because she's the best or just because they wanted her to step on them? And it can be both. Why can't it be
Does
both?
it matter?
Doesn't matter. She was really good. The
Yeah.
thing is like, she is not the thing about that game is like, she's the first boss and she's not in the rest of that game. So people think like you should have gave it to a bigger character. No, she's the best character. That's the point. She's the
Right.
best one.
Yeah, she should have been in that game more. That's the problem.
Yes.
Who would it be? Oh, she beat Giancarlo Esposito. Good for
Yeah,
her.
Yeah, that's not surprising considering how wafer thin I understand that narrative script to be.
Another
Yeah.
Far Cry game. Yeah.
Games for Impact went to Life is Strange: True Colors.
That
So
makes
this
sense.
is-
Yeah.
This is wild. This is cool. I did see that Before Your Eyes was on that list, and that would have been pretty neat if Before Your Eyes won. Real quick, side tangent. I haven't played it myself, but I do understand what Before Your Eyes is. Ryan should as well. Before Your Eyes is a little game where it's like it's taking you through your life, and it's on your computer, and it uses your camera to register when you blink, and
There
when
we
you
go.
blink, it
Yeah,
goes
yeah.
to the next part of the game.
Yeah.
Oh,
So you are trying not to blink because but you can't help it, and you're going through this character's life, and these important moments are happening, and when you blink, they're gone, and you can't go back.
interesting.
And so it's like this whole emotional thing about like what's important to us in this resonant thing. And so like I think it's great that Life is Strange: True Colors won. Like that's also a good game for this kind of thing. But like Before Your Eyes is super fascinating, and like I have not touched it mostly because I'm like I don't know if I'm up for that experience
Yeah.
myself, but I
Mm.
super admire what Before Your Eyes is. So it's wild that it didn't get to hit that
So
award.
the thing about Game Awards is it's voted on by like a bunch of game journalists, and in situations much like the Oscars where if a bunch of people just didn't play a game, it won't get recognition, which
Right.
sucks. Which just sucks.
which is why no one's seeing Inscription, because Inscription came in too late.
yeah.
So I'm sorry, guys. I had to go. There was someone ringing on my doorbell.
You're
What
much louder now.
am I?
Yeah,
Yes.
Is that good or is that bad?
that's bad. You're overpowering us.
Hello.
Maybe turn off down your microphone after you're done saying what you're saying.
Yeah. I'll try to figure out how to do that.
Guardians of the
what more
Galaxy won. Life is Strange stuff won.
Yeah, best narrative, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Guardians of the Galaxy won.
Yeah.
Best narrative.
Just Google it, Ben.
No, I have the thing right here in front of me.
Oh, then
I'm just
Okay.
asking where we are. Are we at best art direction or best score?
No, we're at best impact. That's what we were just talking
Games
about.
for
Games
Impact,
for
yeah.
Impact. That was
Oh, okay.
Life is Strange: True Colors.
Well, actually, now we're on best ongoing game.
That's true.
Final Fantasy 14 Online won that.
this is hands down, like more than No Man's Sky, like the greatest gaming redemption of all time, because FF14 launched a broken piece of shit, and then that game relaunched as a new game and has spent years trying to build itself back up, and now it is better than World of Warcraft. It is almost more played than World of Warcraft. Like it is, the developers behind it love it, like the fans love it. Like it is the best MMO right now. It's overtaken World of Warcraft, so this is awesome for them.
I have
Beat
seen
out Fortnite.
Yep.
Yeah,
Makes
I
sense,
have
yeah.
seen nothing but good things all throughout my Twitter timeline, all throughout even my Instagram feed. So many people are playing Final Fantasy 14, and everything Ryan has said, it's true. Final Fantasy 14, A Realm Reborn, which is what the newer version became after the colossal train wreck that was the original version, fixed everything and made it better. And every new expansion with Endwalkers, this most recent expansion, people cried. People love this game. Makes me want to play it really, really bad.
The only reason I haven't played it is because when I downloaded it and I tried to enter my information, it says that my password was wrong. And then I went to go do the thing online and it said, no, that password was right. And then I went to go enter it and said my password was wrong. So something's messed up in the system and I can't play your game. So I'm never playing it.
Ooh.
All right. Best indie game went to Kena Bridge of Spirits.
This is great. This is cool because Kena is a PS5 game. It's made by an incredibly small developer team by a bunch of ex-animators who wanted to become game developers. So if you guys have ever seen a gameplay for Kena, it's like one of the most gorgeous games ever made. It plays like a PlayStation 2 old school platformer. It's a budget game, so I'll probably play it when it's on sale. But it totally makes sense.
Kena looks very Jack and Daxter-ish, like the very first one, Precursor Legacy.
Yes.
And that's what I really like about it. Once again, I feel bad for a lot of these games because I haven't sat down and played them because a lot of them are next gen and a lot of them look best on PS5.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are like, ooh, like Deathloop, I would like to play that on my PS5. Oh, Tales of Arise, I want to play that on the PS5.
Yeah.
There's so many games that are available for the PS5. I mean, yes, they are ready for the PS4. It's just, but I'm just waiting until I get the PS5 version.
I got you. Ben, like we're playing Halo on the Xbox One, and it looks good. Like it's good. You know, we're in the modern system, but like I've seen what that game looks like on a new Xbox, and I'm like, oh, buddy, I really need a new Xbox. Oh man.
Yeah. Like I mean, I was talking with Sparks last week, and he was he wasn't really giving me a jab, but at the same time, it's like, so is your game of the year Metroid Dread? I'm like, yeah, that's the only game I played. I mean, I don't want to count Pokemon Diamond or Mario 3D World because those are technically remakes, but out of all the new games, that's the one I've been looking forward to the most, and I sunk time into it too. So for me, it's Metroid Dread.
I just love that you're the gamer guy on our crew, and you've played the least amount of brand new games this year.
Listen, Ben is the hardcore retro gamer. Like
100%.
I play more games than all of y'all combined, but it's not like I don't.
No,
I'm not a gamer.
I will wear my retro gamer badge of honor. I will wear this like a badge of honor as I pull up my little tin of my PlayStation 1 playing cards. But besides the point,
I think I've played more games this year than you have, Ben.
You probably have.
Hell yeah.
I mean, I'm playing newer games. It's just that those are remakes.
I've done it. I have dethroned you.
The new host of Basement Arcade.
Welcome, gamers.
Anyways,
rise up.
Anyways, Kena Bridge of Spirits. I remember seeing this on the PS5 showcases. It looks gorgeous. The game still looks gorgeous, and I would love to give this a try. And I'm glad I won Best Indie Game. Good for them.
They also won Best Debut Indie Game, which is
so this is weird. I don't know why these. It's a little bit of a bummer that like a different indie game can't get some spotlight, and it's the same one on both. Like, good for Kena. It sure as shit would have been cool to see like Sable or something take the other one.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Best mobile game went to Genshin Impact.
Cool.
Yep.
This makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Best community support went to Final Fantasy 14 Online.
Makes sense for what we said before. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No Man's Sky was on that list. Interesting.
It was. Yeah.
I mean, it made it. Didn't win though.
A lot of good support for that game. Mm-hmm. Ryan's been showing us.
Yeah.
True that.
Best VR AR game went to Resident Evil 4.
Nice.
I am not surprised.
Yeah.
I watched some gameplay of that from one of the YouTubers I follow, and like, man, that game's old as hell, but it's still fun. Man, it's still real good.
Yeah. So I remember. I didn't play it. I watched someone play it at my community center.
There you go.
Yeah. The YMCA, I think that was called.
I hear it's fun to stay there.
Yeah.
Resident Evil 4 is an amazing game. I love it. It's the only Resident Evil game I actually ever beat all the way through. Love that game. No surprise.
Innovation and accessibility went to Forza Horizon 5.
Yeah.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of good games on this list. Good job.
Accessibility for anyone who doesn't know. It's like making it so disabled people can play games, and like making it so like people who are colorblind, maybe they're missing a hand, something like that. It makes it so it's accessible for everyone. And modern games have been doing an insanely good job where like blind people play video games, right? And like The Last of Us 2 has an option where every single thing is read to you out loud. So every time you step or you run into something or you load your gun, it tells you it's doing it. And I'm like, wow, holy shit! Like, this is incredible.
That's cool.
Yeah. It's like,
Last of Us 2 took some incredible steps, but yeah, it's very good that accessibility is becoming a more important part of video game conversation.
Best action game went to Returnal.
This is
hell
wild.
yeah. Returnal.
Good for them.
Yeah, Returnal. I'll be honest, that game looks too hard for me to want to play right now. It's a roguelike, which means it repeats after every time you die, but it's like a hardcore shooter. Looks real cool.
I was definitely put off until the recent update that only was like a couple weeks ago, where you can now have a save stop loadout. It's a one-time thing, so like because the whole thing was that there was no way for you to stop playing a good run.
Yeah, it's run based. Yeah.
And so like if you had to go do something and you had to quit, you will lose your run, and you can't come back to it. And they finally like patched that so you can now pick up that one run, but you could do it like the one time and then get back in, and then you play through that run and then the next time you have a run and you need to leave, you can do it again.
The game looks hella sick. I'm too scared to play it. Because like that's a game, Brandon. Like that's a game where like it's an incredibly hard game, and if you beat it in one sitting, it only takes a couple hours. But like it's so hard, you have to constantly upgrade and get better and better. But the thing is, like if you play the game for like 6 hours, then you die, you have to start over from the beginning again. So adding this save state like eliminates a lot of that frustration, which actually makes me want to play it now. So I'm glad to hear that.
Back 4 Blood was on that list. Good job.
It was
good for Back 4 Blood. I like it.
Best action adventure game went to Metroid Dread.
Yeah, it did.
Beating out Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, Ben. How could you?
I'm actually a little more surprised that this beat out Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, but good for Metroid Dread.
I'll tell you what. Before you talk about how good Metroid Dread is, everything I've heard about Ratchet is it is another Ratchet game that just looks incredibly good. There's nothing new about it. It plays like the last one, just looks better. Whereas Metroid Dread is like a 20-year-old like sequel to a super dope game.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken how amazing Metroid Dread is so many times. It's like take a shot whenever Ben talks about Dread. So I'm actually, to be perfectly honest though, I was actually thinking like maybe Resident Evil was going to beat it out, or something like Death, or what else was on the list? Resident Evil, Guardians. I had a feeling
Guardians gameplay is not its strongest suit, to be honest.
Yeah, but I mean, once again, half the fun of Metroid Dread is exploring the planet you're on. It's is using your newfound abilities to go into nooks and crannies you weren't able to access before. So, and also the combat system is still super tight. And yeah, I'm just happy that Metroid Dread took one award home, and just at least one. It didn't have to be the big one, but it got one, and it deserves some recognition.
Everybody gets one.
Best RPG went to Tales of Arise.
I hear it's good.
Well, it definitely sure as shit didn't go to Cyberpunk 2077.
The fact that it's on that list, it means like, was this that bad of a year? Oh my god.
The fact that Cyberpunk was on a list for best RPG, I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Really?
Well, maybe. Well, I'd have to look at the rest of the RPGs that came out this year.
Good news is that I've heard nothing but great things from people who have been playing Tales of Arise, and they're saying it's a solid RPG, very solid gameplay. And it's like, great, another 100+ hour RPG to sink my teeth into once I get a PS5, because apparently it looks better on the PS5.
Everything does.
Yep.
Brian's screen started singing at us.
Listen, I thought the volume was down, and it turned up.
Best fighting game went to Guilty Gear Strive.
Hell yeah, bring back old school 2D games.
Not a big year for fighting games, but good for them.
Yeah. Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl is on that list.
Yeah, although I downloaded Virtual Fighter 5 because that's an old Sega arcade classic game. The Virtual Fighter series is an old school Sega arcade classic. I haven't played it yet, but I'm like, man, that's good for Virtual Fighter. But also Guilty Gear, I've heard good things about I don't know much about Guilty Gear. There's just one song from the Guilty Gear games that I think is a total banger. But I really should play some Guilty Gear. I heard that game is just bonkers.
I fought for so long not to add banger to my vocabulary. I was a fool.
Listen, you hang around people long enough, you get their words.
Best family game went to It Takes Two.
This makes sense. Good for them.
Yeah. Best sports racing game went to Forza Horizon 5.
That game has it's the only racing game I played in like the last 15 years. That thing opens where it does Fast and Furious where you're in a cargo plane and then the car it drops off and then the second you land on the ground and it's just perfect, it's epic cinematic cool car racing.
Going back to best family game, I'm surprised that new Pokemon Snap didn't win actually.
I am not. That's not
Where's
as much
the narrative.
Yeah.
The thing is, It Takes Two. I would expect it to be on Mario Party Superstars, which is more competitive. Because Pokemon Snap's great, but it's not exactly a game that draws in the family to play together.
No,
It Takes Two literally is let's sit down and engage with a game that talks about family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Vin Diesel made it.
I see your point.
Best sim/strategy game went to Age of Empires 4.
Yeah,
I hear they did a good job this year.
I used to play those games when I was a teenager. I've grown out of them, but they're still making them, so that's cool.
I heard it was a good one.
Best multiplayer game went to It Takes Two, beating Back 4 Blood and Knockout City.
I am sad that Knockout City didn't get this. I understand why It Takes Two got it. I wish Knockout City had gotten it.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought I was being selfish, but I also wish.
No, I think Knockout City I think Knockout City has carved out a pretty impressive little niche, and is a solidly good multiplayer game.
Also, like, it was
fun to play.
It was hot for a minute, yeah, and It Takes Two like has won a bunch of other awards. So like, let the multiplayer, actual multiplayer game take it. You know,
Yeah.
I
wish this had been Knockout City's win, because I want that game to get more. That game is so simple and plays so good, and like every match feels so good. I want that game to thrive.
Yeah, that game came out of the gate a fully formed, well-made game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I echo a lot of what Spark said, because that is a true multiplayer game. Not to take anything away from It Takes Two, because that is also a multiplayer game. But the thing nowadays, when I hear multiplayer, I hear that to the extreme. Like, there are multiple players. Like, you cannot play this game unless other people are playing with you online via
you literally
or on the internet.
You can't play It Takes Two without someone else. So technically, you're also talking about that game. Like, it's a two-player game by default.
But Ryan, I'm talking about you need multiple people, not just one other person. You need like a group of people to play.
No, I get you.
When I hear multiplayer nowadays, especially in modern games, that's what I think. Once again, not to try to take anything away from It Takes Two, but I'm also bummed that Knockout City didn't win, because that game's awesome. It's so much fun.
I agree.
And finally, Content Creator of the Year went to Dream.
I don't know who that is.
Good for him. Probably should have taken that one out, huh?
I thought we were, definitely gonna cut that one, but that's okay.
That was just above the esports. Yeah. All right. So that's all we're gonna talk about for the Game of the Year awards. Most of the stuff are like esports teams. Good for all the winners, but we don't need to.
Esports exists, baby.
We don't follow esports all that much, but good for the winners.
All that much? How about none at all, Ben?
True. All right, so the Video Game Awards also had a ton of announcements. Once again, we're not going to talk about all of them. We'll talk about some of them. Not most of them. The Matrix Awakens, an Unreal 5 experience. There was also a Matrix Resurrections clip, which I didn't watch because I want to go in blind.
Me too.
I was watching the Game Awards, so I watched it. Yeah, that movie is what I think that movie is, and I'm really excited.
Yeah. I watched Keanu Reeves present that stuff. He is such a cool dude. He's constantly like, "Oh yeah, I'm really like so excited about this."
He's excited to be him. I would be excited too. He's got a good life.
Yeah. You guys talked a lot about the Matrix Awakens.
It's out. Go play it.
Go check it out.
Star Wars Eclipse was revealed by Quantic Dream. This is going to be apparently promising a multiple character branching narrative game. This is set in the High Republic.
Boy, howdy, you guys. Let me tell you, watching this with a live stream, I have never in my entire life seen excitement go from 100 to 0, like in half a second. It's really impressive how much a tainted developer can ruin something that looks really cool. It's really cool where we are in the video game industry today.
I did see there was a lot of. I'll let Ryan tell you in a minute. I did see like a lot of people like, wait, are we sure he's working on the game? Like, come on. I did see a lot of that.
He tweeted out himself that he's working on it, and he turned off replies so people couldn't say anything about it.
Right.
He knows exactly who he
George?
is. George
of the Jungle?
No, look at
No, Ben. No, Ben.
Ryan, why don't you tell Ben a little bit about what's happening?
Quantic Dream, the developer of this game, is headed by a name named David Cage. David Cage is a sex pest. He's a pervert. He's under allegations for abuse. His company is filled with a bunch of people that are similar to him. And the fact that this game's coming out, it would not be coming out if this game wasn't already 3 years into development. This game is so far along, there's nothing we can do about it.
He has two famous pull quotes, which include in all my games, women are whores.
Yep.
And we don't make games for fags.
Yep.
So
he's a wonderful man.
Yeah. So
that's who's spearheading this project, and that's a bummer.
So this game looks incredible. Which is a shame because I'm not gonna play it because
I was like when I first heard like High Republic video game. Hell yeah, I want to play a High Republic video game.
Yeah.
I love
Like,
the High
you see-
Republic. I think it looks. I think
you see
aesthetically
Yoda.
looks. I think aesthetically looks really cool.
Absolutely.
And then I saw Quantic Dream. I'm like, no shit.
Here's the thing about Quantic Dream games, because I've played almost all of them, maybe except like the first one. Conceptually, they're all cool. And the thing I like about Quantic Dream is they are developers who are not making action games, they're making narrative games. So I've always respected that. The part that I don't respect is now that I'm older and I know who David Cage is, all of his games involve tons of abuse towards women, just the grossest things. Like his last game, which was about robots like gaining sentience, like he literally has them saying, "I have a dream," like Martin Luther King. It goes over his head, the stuff he's trying to talk about. It really bums me out because this game has been in development for so long, and it's just you can't pull the cord on a $1 billion Star Wars product, right?
Wait,
so this
that
is
robot
Not anymore.
That robot
Detroit
game,
becoming human.
Oh shit, that one.
Yeah,
Ooh.
that game's don't worry about it. It just really bums me out that like accountability just doesn't really exist sometimes. And like this game, because it's a Star Wars game, is gonna sell hotcakes, especially when it looks this good. So it's just
we finally got to a place where like Star Wars games is like starting to like come out like at a good quality. They're good games, and then this.
Yeah, this is just a situation where like it's too little, too late. Unfortunately, the future of Star Wars still looks bright with other developers.
And at least we're still getting the Old Republic game.
Yeah, and we're still getting Jedi Fallen Order 2, like that's in development right now.
Yeah.
We got other stuff coming, so
we're also getting Old Republic or Knights of the Old Republic. The remake.
I did say that.
Oh, you did? Yes, you did.
Yeah. You okay, buddy? No, I'm kidding. Alan Wake 2.
This is for me.
This is for you.
This is great. No one ever thought Alan Wake 2 would come out. After Control was such a huge, phenomenal success, bigger than they've anticipated. That game is basically like an Alan 2 like prequel in a way, because Alan 2 is in that game, or Alan is in that game. This is great, and they're turning it. The first Alan Wake is not a survival game. It's a action adventure like horror game, and this game is going to be a survival horror game, so it's going to be really dependent on like limited, like a Resident Evil game. I'm very excited. Like this, Remedy said it's going to be their scariest game, and they make scary games. So I don't know what the hell this game's going to be. Very excited.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I definitely want to play the new Alan Wake remaster. So
hell yeah, baby, it's on sale right now.
The people over at the Video Game Awards were really excited that this one didn't leak. They were like, a lot of things leaked, not this one. Monolith, who is the developers of the Shadow of Mordor series, is working on a Wonder Woman video game.
This is
great.
This is such a perfect translation for a developer, because like we heard rumors that Monolith was working on Shadow of Mordor 3 or whatever the game was called, but like that game should have came out by now for as long as they've been working on it, right? So the fact that this didn't leak is really cool, and like having an open world sword-based game with magical abilities is 100% perfect for Wonder Woman. It's great. Like they can have her be on a horse, or they can have her fly, whatever they want to do. The Nemesis system is the coolest thing to ever happen in video games, where like there are procedurally generated like generals who have different stats, and like they're immune to sword attacks, so you have to specifically use ranged attacks. Like all of this beautiful stuff that's gonna work for a Wonder Woman game. Like it's like it's beautiful. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Also,
we didn't see
anything. No gameplay. Marina Baccarin of Firefly Flame and Fame and so many other things tweeted 2 years ago that she's working on something Wonder Woman related. So we think that she's the voice actress for this Wonder Woman game.
Oh, please.
Yep.
Ooh.
Yeah, hell yeah.
She's
I love
excellent.
that.
Excellent.
Here's Leslie Tompkins in that Gotham show.
she was the girlfriend in Deadpool.
Yes.
And that.
Vanessa.
Oh, he's so good. All right. Elden Ring had a new trailer.
This is just the opening cinematic.
Yeah. It's the opening cinematic. You get a little bit of backstory, kind of, but
Looks really cool. I really like the visuals.
Yeah. It looks so pretty. It looks so good. I cannot wait to dive into fight Elden Ring. I don't know what the monsters are, but I can't wait to fight into another FromSoft game with George R.R. Martin. Yes, give me.
People are thinking that that's Maisie Williams talking, and it hasn't been confirmed. But because George Railroad Martin is working on this game, people think that might be her voice. But like, it could just be a sound alike. We don't know.
I don't care if it is or if it isn't. This game had me hook, line, sinker since day freaking one.
Yep.
Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League had a gameplay trailer.
I know what that game looks like now.
Yeah.
It's a third person action adventure game. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's I kind of figured it was going to look like
Plays
that.
about as what I thought it would play, yeah.
It's a less dark more kind of like actiony Arkham game with multiple characters.
They utilize more superpowers. Like Boomerang, you can see like he's like jumping in the air and
Boomerang. So it's funny because Gotham Knights has one of the, I don't remember which one, but one of the Robins having tech stuff, and he teleports too.
Yeah.
I don't know, like Captain Boomerang being a hyper tech guy. I don't know.
No, so this is Captain Boomerang's son, who's a speedster. That's who's in this game.
Hold on. That's not like the Captain Boomerang.
That's not the original Captain Boomerang. That's his son.
And he's a speedster?
He's a speedster.
That's confirmed?
Yes, that's the character in the comics. That's what his name is in the game.
When has Captain Boomerang been a speedster? What Flash comics am I not reading?
This is I read him just before Flashpoint happened when Jeff Johns was writing Barry.
Weird. Okay.
He's a cool character. I like him. He was the main Captain Boomerang for a while.
He has super speed?
Yeah, he's a speedster.
That just seems silly. All right, cool.
I don't know. I feel like the more and more I see of this game, the less interested I am.
Yeah.
To be honest, like there's just nothing making me feel like I need to play this. I'll
tell you what.
Proven wrong.
Yeah. I am 100% sold on all the characters. Like I really like the voice of Captain Boomerang, like on all the character stuff.
Sure.
The gameplay, like I am not 100% sold, but it is Rocksteady, so like I know it's going to be good, but I agree. I don't think they're selling it very well, especially because like are we actually going to be killing the Justice League? Like, are we really going to be murdering all these people? Is that actually what we're doing?
Certainly seems that way. Yeah. It looks like you're killing Barry in this game.
Yeah. It's just an interesting choice. I'm still not 100% sold, but it is a big superhero game, so I'm sure it's going to be good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
It's something about it feels like it's still pulling its punches.
It might be like a rated M for mature game, so it is pulling its punches. You might be right.
Like,
okay.
And I don't know if it is or isn't. And like either way, it just feels like for a Suicide Squad game, everything I've seen in the marketing, I'm like, I feel like we're playing with the kitty gloves on. Like this is just kind of okay.
We do see like King Shark eating heads, but we don't actually see it.
Yeah, we don't actually see it. We see the shadow of him eating a head. That's an alien. You can, I don't know. Like
I think it might be like M for mature, and it's just not showing any of the gore and stuff.
Maybe. To
be perfectly honest, that I don't know. This game isn't really grabbing me all that much. I mean, the gameplay. I mean, cool, looks fun, but I'm like, I don't want to go unless I hear amazing things about it. I'm probably just not gonna really go for it.
I'm still much more excited for Gotham Knights.
Yeah, me too.
Same.
Okay, so real quickly, amendment to what I said. It is Owen Mercer who is Captain Boomerang's son. Okay. He's not a true speedster. He gets bursts of speed.
Okay. Okay, so when the rider needs him to have speed, he gets it. Got it. That's what that is. Got it.
According to the entry I read, but especially when he throws his boomerangs. So super speed boomerangs.
Cool. Hey, man.
Probably how they can kill Barry Allen in this game.
Yeah. Cool. Also, like really cool. That's super deep cut that they're using this character.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Although good on Rocksteady for using the deep cuts because they did a lot of deep cuts for Batman.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
They were mostly Easter eggs, true, but still good deep cuts in that game. Games.
I think the weird part to me that did stand out in this trailer is that they're saying that the heroes are being controlled by Brainiac, but the heroes still sound like the heroes. Like they're still talking and engaging like themselves. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, how much is this Brainiac controlling them?
It's like Marvel Zombies.
Yeah, like what is this supposed to be? Because Barry's like, really? Just mail the bullet to me. Like, okay, so that's Barry like having fun. That's not Brainiac having fun. Like, what's going on? I don't know. I don't like that.
That definitely
it feels like Brainiac is just a bullshit excuse.
Yeah, it feels like if they wanted to do that, like Magic would be the way to do that because like Brainiac would like take them over. But like,
or even if this was the crime syndicate, masquerading as the Justice League.
I secretly wish it is that because I still think that's a cool idea.
Yeah,
then you can actually kill them because I just can't see them.
You're not killing Superman.
I can't see them killing Superman. Yeah, as much as I think that'd be like do it, but they're not going to.
Yeah. Hellblade 2: Senua's Saga.
This is like the best looking game out. This is. Mm-hmm. There's at points where this is just there's a big baby man on screen. Oh my god, it's horrifying.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when I was watching this, I was like, didn't I fight you in Dark Souls? And then it's like, I guess not.
That's Unreal 5, baby.
They also said this was gameplay footage.
Yeah. Yes. Well, it's because like It is quick time event the game. Like you are walking and then the camera turns and then you press X to throw a spear. That's the extent of the gameplay. So it can focus on the graphics, right?
Yeah.
Like it is the most narratively tight thing you can possibly have.
The previous footage of the game has made it very clear that they're going to make it look really good.
Yeah, this like stunning. Like again, we are at the point where like, man, some stuff just looks real and it's kind of scary and I love it. Like I just want to play, like, it's so cool, man. Like the fire, the thing that's really impressive about this specifically is like the lighting and the fire. Like there's a dude who's like like it's like foggy and then a dude runs on fire across from Senowon. I'm like, man, that's just spooky as hell. I cannot wait. The chanting, like the body. I'm like,
Yeah.
Oh, I'm into it.
And she's like, her voice. She can hear her voice. Like, run, throw it. You know, like that's pretty cool.
So the first game, it is all about mental health and like dealing with tragedy and loss, and like she has a inner monologue the entire game and stuff. So keeping with that, looks hot.
Yeah. Arc Raiders.
I love this trailer. It was a hot bop. It uses Robin's song, I Keep Dancing on My Own. This is ex-DICE developers, ex-Battlefield and Call of Duty peoples, making a open world survival shooter.
Multiplayer, right?
Multiplayer, yeah. It looks like I'm not sure exactly what the gameplay loop is, but you are with friends like taking out robots and like taking their scrap and stuff. And it looks like a cool good time. It's still pretty early.
Yeah, they also said this is going to be free to play when it drops in 2022.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then okay, I can see how that makes sense. Yeah, it looks cool.
Yeah. Sonic Frontiers.
Open world Sonic game by the looks of it.
Ben.
Yeah.
Not just open world Sonic game. The way that I've heard this game being described behind the scenes, it's Sonic meets a game we've played before on Basement Arcade.
Sonic Mania.
No,
Shadow of the Colossus.
Yes. So the bosses are giant and you are doing running puzzles on them, Shadow of the Colossus style.
I can dig that.
I am 100% on board. 100%.
Yeah, I can dig it because we've needed. Okay, like the thing, Sonic Mania works because it goes back to what Sonic used to be in the 90s. That's why it works, because fans were clamoring for that. Because every time they try to do something new-ish with Sonic, like Sonic Forces with like the your own character, and then with classic Sonic, and then with Mario 1, it turns into a bit of a gimmick.
Werewolf Sonic.
Yeah, like Sonic God of War, essentially, with Sonic Unleashed. But this one, Sonic Shadow of the Colossus, and you get this huge open world to run around in, sounds so much fun. And I'm really looking forward to seeing more gameplay out of this. This just looks... I'm willing to give this a shot.
Everything to me about the concept feels like it really depends on how good it feels to run in the world. Because if you screw that up, you've blown the game.
The thing about Sonic for me is like, because I haven't played all the games like you have, like I want Sonic to really feel fast, and a lot of times those games like they stop you a lot. So like having an open world, I want to be able to go like 1,000 miles an hour and like go across an entire and like feel like I want to feel that. And I honestly I don't think I've ever felt that personally for me. Like what I want Sonic to feel like.
That's the thing is like if you're really gonna do it, that it needs to feel like a world like Breath of the Wild, except I can travel around it so fast, it's crazy. So like maps don't mean shit to me.
If this does really well, we could finally get the Flash video game that they've wanted to do for years.
I don't think it's subset on Sonic, but yes, I'm sure.
Well, but like if the running mechanics work, then that's proof positive that you can do something like that.
Yeah. The Saints Row games have had super speed before. Like DC Universe has super speed, so like it is a cool mechanic. It is very hard to like. How do you make that your main thing in a game? So yeah, we'll see how this works. Yeah.
Cuphead, the delicious last course. DLC.
Finally, this was first announced years ago, I think.
Yeah,
this was announced years ago.
It takes them a long time because
they
can't draw everything.
Draw everything. I'm excited. I love playing Cuphead. I sent this trailer to Fanny, and she was like, hell yeah, let's do this. We're ready to get back into Cuphead. And also she gets to play as Miss Chalice. All new bosses, all new challenges. I'm all for it. Give me more of that Cuphead goodness, baby.
I gotta be super bad. I'll be right back.
Oh, I thought his battery was at 1%.
Nope, my PP is at 1%.
Oh God. All right.
Yeah, good. More Cuphead. Great trailer.
Well, the next one's Star Trek, so I guess we should just move on.
We should just move on.
Star Trek Resurgence.
Yeah.
Not Telltale, but from a lot of the developers from Telltale, who formed Dramatic Labs. This is going to be a game set shortly after Star Trek: The Next Generation. Which I like Star Trek. I haven't played a Telltale game since I think Jurassic Park. So I'm not crazy about them going to that level of style of gameplay for a Star Trek game, but like, what else are you gonna do? Yeah, I don't know. Could be fun. They've recast Spock. I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, you got to.
Well, don't put him in the game.
No, you can't do that.
What? Oh, I'm so sorry. You're right. Just of all the Next Generation characters, Spock.
Well, yeah.
Jesus.
Spock's like Mickey Mouse for Star Trek.
No, you know what? That's not wrong.
I know it's not wrong. That's why I said it.
Yeah. All right.
Spock is the mascot of Star Trek. Like,
Brandon,
Yeah.
how does this game look to you?
That's fine.
I am 100% down because I think Star Trek works best in a Telltale form. I don't think the presentation is super there for me.
Yeah.
Because I would 100% play a narrative Star Trek game.
Yeah. I know it's like really difficult to do, and Star Trek doesn't kind of lend itself to it. But like I've always wanted Star Trek to get like that AAA treatment, like we got with like Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
It's never going to happen. It feels like. So like
it totally
fine.
could too. It just you need like the people with the passion. I just don't know. Like, I wonder if that's like a Paramount thing of like licensing out. Like they just don't. I don't know, man. Yeah, they deserve. Star Trek deserves one. They made one. You probably played it. The 09 like action game, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's an action game, but like that's a big budget game.
Yeah, I mean, you can do. They've made Star Trek games. Star Trek games are notoriously difficult because, like, you know, what the balance you get with Star Trek, it doesn't lend itself to an action adventure game. So, like, but it looks fine. I'll probably play it. Depends on how much it is.
Yeah.
And The Expanse, a Telltale series.
yeah, wild.
They're back.
Good for that show. That show has a really big audience. Apparently, it's very solid. So good for them for getting a video game.
I've come very close to starting episode 1, but I'm just like, hey, if I start, I'm gonna have to commit to like 6 seasons. Can't do it.
That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing.
This week I was like, all right, I'm gonna do it, and I didn't.
Hey man, there's too much entertainment. Yeah, like this is like reductory. I've heard it's like Game of Thrones in space, like, you know, really great space politics stuff. So like, again, makes sense for a space narrative game by Telltale.
And yeah, Telltale coming back to do this. And what we saw of it didn't look like their normal, not totally their normal style.
Thank God.
Yeah, seriously.
That engine was like 20 years out of date.
Yeah. But you know what? Cool. Good for them.
Yeah.
Dune Spice Wars.
The Spice was slow. This is, because I had to look it up so I actually know like what type of game. It is a 4X strategy game. Do you guys know what 4X stands for? Mm-hmm. I don't either. It's explore, expand, exterminate, and something else. It's very hardcore strategy thing, but like 4X is the hardest core of it. So like you're going to be going to planets, you're going to be setting down buildings, you're going to be taxing people, you're going to be looking up a lot of spreadsheets. It's a hardcore strategy game, baby. I'm ready for it. Dune, fun fact, first real-time strategy game ever made.
Oh, interesting.
Way back when. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's coming full circle.
Full circle, baby. The Spice is full circle.
I think the books are going to make me want to play this.
Hell yeah.
I bought that second book. I cannot guarantee I will buy it, but I bought it.
Wait, you'll read it?
Sorry, I will read it, but I bought it.
I've listened to the first 30 minutes. It's wild. It's wild.
Yeah. I definitely bought that at a moment where I was like, I'll read this. And then I put it on my shelf. I was like, I might read this.
You'll get to it one day. One day, I believe.
I'm actually finishing my third book of the year, guys.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I'll talk about it next week.
Whoop, whoop.
Slitterhead. And let me tell you, many times I've accidentally said shitterhead.
So this is from the guy who made Silent Hill. The music tone is such a crazy thing. Because it goes from this horror thing into hardcore like Japanese metal, which is fun. which is what oftentimes happens. It's too early to tell, but like, yeah, it's something crazy's happening in the city with giant crazy monsters, like really gross, like Junji Ito-esque monsters. And you got blood swords. I like blood swords.
I want to play it. It looks nice. I like the setting. I think there's a lot we can do in it. So
Yeah.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
Among Us VR.
Man, it's just cool that they're getting it.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's gonna be scary. Just like
I believe it.
And you turn around.
Trying to do my task.
That is, man. I need to play Among Us again. I
Not
need
to
to play Among Us.
mention the amount of times where you'll get scared by someone who's not the imposter. They're just there to help.
right.
They'll be like,
Y'all, the amount of updates that Among Us has gotten is truly insane. Like, there are so many game modes. There are so many, like, oh, you play as like the sheriff, and there's like a werewolf mode. Like, all of these type of things. Like, good shit. Good shit.
I think Among Us benefited the best from the pandemic.
Yeah.
All in all.
100%.
That game was already out for like 2 years, and then it became a hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, because people
It
were
became a
bored.
phenomenon, a legitimate
did.
phenomenon.
And they canceled work on the second game to ramp up this game. Yeah, crazy, man.
Make that money, baby.
But
All right.
I would love once the PS5 VR comes out, and if I'm able to nab one of those and I can play Among Us VR, oh man, that'd be so cool.
It's a lot of steps to get there, buddy.
I know it's a lot of steps to get there.
He's got a
but
plan, A through Z.
Yeah.
I got the plan, and I would love to play Among Us VR. That sounds so much fun.
Warhammer Space Marine 2.
All right, guys, hold on a second. Let me get real. All right, so like Warhammer is probably the biggest franchise to get games. Like, they license that thing out to anyone and everyone. There are literally like a new Warhammer game like every day. It's insane. Space Marine is without a doubt the best Warhammer game that's ever come out. It is a Gears of War clone. That also uses like bloodborne tactics where like you have to kill enemies to regain your health, so you constantly are in battle. It's just a really great narratively fun, like a straight third-person shooter. It's great at what it does, and it's got a great, simple, fun story, and like great for Warhammer friends, like a new and old. You can jump in, you'll learn so much stuff. This sequel looks to be doing like the exact same type of gameplay, just way more hardcore. It's way more bloody, way more aliens. It's 10 years later. I never thought I'd get it. It's truly like this is the franchise. Like, this should be on like iteration like Space Marine 9, because like but they were too dumb to actually make a sequel to the best game they ever made, but they're finally doing it. Beyond excited, honestly, more than anything else at the Game Awards. Like, this is the biggest surprise for me, because like they did it. It's back.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Thirsty Suitors.
Yeah, this is Scott Pilgrim, but for a bisexual lady.
Yeah.
It looks like it's like an action, like a dating simulator type of thing.
Where you do like fights.
Yeah.
Like, you fight your exes, disappoint your parents.
Yeah,
That's the tagline.
There's a mom character who's like super buff, and she's like finger spinning weights. It just looks like a really good style. And it's all like like Indian culture behind it, and like the creative team and stuff. So it looks like just a cool indie game.
Yeah.
I'm hoping the gameplay is solid, but the premise appeals to me greatly.
The premise definitely appeals. Yeah.
Have a Nice Death. We've talked about this before.
I love the animation, and I love the gameplay style. This looks like a great time.
This is the side-scrolling one, right? Like a Metroidvania.
Yeah.
Somerville.
Yes. God,
we saw just like really early preview stuff. We don't really get an idea of how the game was going to play. Now we have a little bit more of a concept, and I'm all about the look of this game.
If this game comes out soon enough, like, I want us to play this for Basement Arcade, because it looks
Which
like
one is this?
This is the side-scrolling one.
Alien Invasion one.
Alien Invasion. The dad's like in the river.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I am super into this art style. A lot of these
the ships like streaking through the sky.
Mm-hmm. There's like an alien dog coming to attack the dad, and then like some alien dude tackles the dog. Like, whose side are you on, man? Very a lot of good indie stuff, man. Super into it.
Planet of Lana. This reminded me a lot of Journey.
Yeah. Planet of Lana had a really great concept trailer at E3, and this was another like just a film of like what's going on in the world. But man, I love this look. I want to play it.
Yeah, you're a lady with like a robot dog that you ride on, and then other robots are out to get you.
What a good hook at the end of the trailer. Like this, just the storytelling in this trailer is incredible because you immediately feel for this character that hasn't spoken a word and is just running in a straight line away from things. And at the end of it, when she's unconscious and this little dog thing goes up, you feel bad. Like you kind of want to kind of root for this character that you don't even know who this is.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It's really good storytelling.
Good trailer, baby.
Steel Rising.
This
you like
is
Victorian robots?
I love Victorian assassin robots. 100%. This looks so much like Dishonored. There's not many games that adopt like there's like like steampunk and like cyberpunk, but like this very specific like Victorian Gothic cyberpunk look. Very into it. Like no gameplay. But like you're playing like an assassin robot lady. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows what it's about?
I love the look.
Yeah.
Me too. Reminded me of Doctor Who, weirdly enough.
Sure. I get that.
Yeah.
The fireplace episode, right? With the like the
girl in the fireplace.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Memories.
With the horse.
Yeah, these the weird animal and stuff creatures where like you can see gaps in them and stuff looks real cool.
Yeah. Metal Hellsinger, Gods of Metal.
Okay, so like I'm not putting
this is a
game
bad
down.
game.
I am not putting this video game down. I'm not. But I will say, like, watching the gameplay for the extended gameplay trailer that they had for this, I'm like, this is like the video game you see in movies and TV shows where they can't afford a video game and they make a video game to show someone playing. Like, this is what those games look like. I get that's fine. Yeah. That's fine because like what this game is like, it doesn't need to be more. It does just feel like, hey, did you like Doom Eternal? Would you like to do that, but to the beat?
Yeah. It has like a Crypt of the Necrodancer where you have to like move to the beat. It is. I mean, I see what you're saying. I'm gonna give it a little more credit because it is like again an indie game made by a couple people. So like
for sure. So
like it is doing something one specific thing. And I think it's like it's not for me, but like you have to shoot to the beat of heavy metal music, and I think that's a pretty cool idea.
Yeah.
Evil West is the final trailer.
Woo!
I want to play God of War, but as a cowboy.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, dude, like Western demon shit. Like super about it. Yeah, definitely reminded me of God of War. Yeah.
This was really cool. I love this the appearance of this. I think this could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm curious to see like is it like a straight narrative thing like an Uncharted or like an open world type thing? I'm curious to see like what type of game it is. Like, are you collecting different abilities? Like, I'm very, very excited for this one. I want to know more. I want to know a lot more. Not enough Westerns.
Right.
I'm not going to do it. Never mind. Okay. I was going to do Ben's unpause and then play the outro.
You should have just done it. Too late now.
I know, but I was thinking like, oh, we have so much to talk about. I shouldn't do that. All right. That's all the video game stuff. So now we're gonna go into like the other trailers, and we'll start with 2 video game stuff.
Well, look at that. We didn't leave it all.
Halo. First look at Halo.
It's a teaser, baby, but it's a tease that left me.
Yeah, it is a teaser, but
wet.
You guys remember the trailer or not the trailer, the commercials for Halo 3 ODST when they did live action trailers?
Yeah, directed by Neil Blomkamp. Absolutely.
Yeah. This reminded me a lot of that. In a good way.
There were a lot of people going like, "Oh, the suit's accurate." I was like, "They make that suit for TV spots. The hell, that suit was never going to be accurate."
Honestly,
what are you talking about?
That's the easiest thing to do.
That suit, it's so you see that suit like you put some time and effort into it. That suit looks great.
I'm telling you, like 343 and Bungie before them have just had that suit for live action shoots. They've always had it. So like thinking that was a worry was so shocking to me. I was like, wow, okay, sure.
They also had it in what was that series called? Forward Unto Dawn.
It's in a trailer. It's in a promo for Halo Infinite. Like, what got me about it when I was watching it with Ryan was the scope and scale of the shots. I'm like, this looks pretty tasty.
This looks
delicious
expensive.
as hell.
There is money behind this show.
There's a shot of I think it's called High Charity, which is like the Covenant mothership that you fight on in Halo 2. Like the big like spaceship, the Covenant. And I'm like, man, that looks real good. Damn, come on. Like obviously it's a teaser and it's just like a lot of like character focusing stuff, but like they got the look. Like they got the
There's
look
a,
down.
there's a Halo show coming, guys.
It's
Yeah.
like
It's real.
again. I wish it wasn't on Paramount, but like I get it. I'm so excited. Like Halo's here. It's here.
You know what? Now that I've seen like how expensive it is, and like Paramount Plus has more money than Netflix at this point. I'm convinced because their shows look fantastic.
Yeah.
Star Trek Discovery is one of the best looking shows on TV.
I believe it.
So like when I go into Paramount Plus, I'm like, well, yeah, Paramount Plus just throwing money at sci-fi shows.
I hope. I got to imagine Halo's going to attract a bunch of people.
Yeah,
I have to imagine.
Also,
I'm hoping
it just makes me smile every time I hear the.
It's not going to be.
If you have an Xbox, Dan, you can hear that every single day, like I do.
It's not going to. They've recast Master Chief, right?
I don't
Didn't sound like it.
If they did,
well, he doesn't talk in the show, Ben. Not in the trailer. In the trailer we saw.
You're right.
I don't know if they did. I
don't think so.
I don't think it matters because it's just a dude under a suit.
Well, no, I mean like the voice of Master Chief.
I don't think they've recast the voice. I don't think so.
I haven't heard. I do know that they initially recast Cortana before going with the actress from the games.
Mm-hmm.
Good choice, honestly.
Yeah, we get a shot of Halsey. Ugh.
Natasha Henstridge.
Oh my god, live action Halsey.
You see, I'm pretty sure that little kid you see is like little John before they kidnapped him.
Watching that video, they kidnapped him, and the clones painfully died in front of their parents.
Oh, that's awful. Yeah, I am super curious how in depth they're gonna go with how like honestly horrible the Spartan system is. Because like they're there to save humanity, but they're also like kidnapping children and like killing half of them. So I'm super curious.
I also wonder what the show's going to be, because the Covenant are involved, so that kind of puts the show in a specific place.
Yeah,
it's not Reach.
I would have to imagine it's like a restructure of Halo 1 or something where it doesn't maybe doesn't start on the ship. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm excited though. Like we're getting a live action Halo show. Hell yeah.
Yeah, we are.
Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Thank God. Finally,
I really liked this.
Finally, the Sonic movie I wanted from the beginning.
When I saw that, like I was surprised. I was like, I'm really into this.
Hey Ben, how'd those Sonic Adventure vibes right at the beginning feel?
The Sonic Adventure vibes.
The music remix at the end. Yeah.
Yeah, that was Emerald Hill, right?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Yeah. Emerald Hill as a epic orchestral score was like, holy! I've watched this trailer like 5 times, guys. I can't lie.
Honestly, me too.
I am 1,000% convinced that right now that like there are some hints to chaos for a follow-up film because there's too many Sonic Adventure references in this film.
You get the Lost Ruins, you get the Master Emerald. We're probably going to be seeing Chaos Emeralds. We're probably going to get Supersonic in this one.
There's the up on the building with the police cars for the opening of the trailer, which is the opening of Sonic Adventure. There's a 100% chance of adventure line. I think we're heading in that direction.
We get Ice Cap Zone from Sonic 3. We get we get Sonic 2 references. We get the biplane, the tornado, everything about this trailer. And of course, Jim Carrey's bringing it as Robotnik. He looks awesome with that mustache. The thing about this trailer that makes me so excited is that this is now going to be a movie focused on Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. We'll get to Knuckles in a second. But one thing I've noticed in this trailer is that I feel like James Marsden, I mean, he's going to be a part of the movie, but it's mostly going to be focused on Sonic and Tails and their relationship. And it's going to kind of push James Marsden to the side, which I don't think is a bad thing. I mean, of course, he'll be there like helping.
After all Sonic. He's done for him, how dare he?
Well, he's telling Sonic, like, look, you're still a kid, but you're trying to do all these crazy things. You see that little montage of him with a skateboard, like going over the glassware.
Think he is Peter Parker?
I really, I thought this trailer was exceptional. It's just a well-cut trailer, I thought. Really liking what Jim Carrey's doing. And the ending, I don't give a shit about Sonic, as I mentioned in the review for the first movie, but the ending got me hyped. I was like, oh, Knuckles. Really?
The Aegis effect, baby. Oh, yeah.
So, funny
man, sexy Knuckles.
No, everyone. No, he just even
No,
said
he's not sexy Knuckles. That's
Yeah,
the
he
whole
said
thing.
Bullshit. He lied to us.
That's just his voice.
the thirst for Knuckles. The second that trailer dropped, like my Twitter time, I was like, "OMG, Knuckles, Knuckles!" The thirst for Knuckles is real in this trailer, and he looks really good. All the characters look great, but I mean, getting to that part where he just goes, "Do I look like I need your power?" It's like, "Oh, that is so rad! Yes, give me."
It's I also really like this trailer, and I'm just like, man, it's really cool that like we're at a point where like, yeah, man, we can have a cool Sonic movie. All right, yo, man, Venom 2 could be dumb and fun. Sonic 2, we can be dumb and fun. Like, just lean into. If you lean into
God,
it,
great comparison. Like, like Venom was terrible, and Sonic the Hedgehog was
better, much better,
good enough.
Yeah,
and like if this can be that comparatively like scale up good, holy shit, we might be looking at the best video game movie so far.
So
take that, Pikachu.
They took the opportunity. Oh, okay.
Sorry, Mag in the chat, he's saying they better get Jaleel White cameo. For those who don't know, Jaleel White was the voice of Sonic, the cartoon voice of Sonic in the early 90s. Maybe, okay.
So the earlier this week, the news dropped that they didn't recast Tails. Colleen O'Shaughnessy.
I didn't know that this was news. Everyone was picking this up like this was news. I'm like, I thought we knew this. I thought we always knew this because she already came back and voiced him at the end of the first one.
I think the contract was just signed, and that was a press release that everyone ran with.
Okay, I guess so.
Yeah. But I mean, I knew that she was like, once again, she was the voice of Tails at the very end of the movie. That was like excuse the pun, the tail end, like the big carrot, like, hey, remember sequel bait, and that's her, and that's the voice of Tails. That's what she's been voicing Tails for.
How rude would it be? How rude would it be if she shows up in the post-credit scene and then they recast her?
Oh, that would be
really rude. That's why I was like, I'm sure it's a done deal. Like she's Tails.
Yeah. Although now, since I have been watching a lot of DuckTales, I definitely I could definitely hear Dewey Duck's voice because Ben Schwartz voices Dewey Duck, and he's the same, and he voices Sonic. He's like that. You're just doing the Dewey voice, but at the same time,
no, I'm going to fight that one because it's not just doing the Dewey voice. It's very important. Huey, Dewey, and Louie are modulated to sound younger than they are. There's a technical component to their voice acting that Sonic does not have.
Okay.
So
eat that.
Yum.
I think Ben Schwartz. What's his name? Ben Schwartz.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Ben Schwartz.
I think he's an exceptional voice actor.
He is. He really is. I'm happy. I liked him as Sonic in the first movie, and I can't wait for more in this one, especially when they're on the tornado and he goes, step 1, mildly taunting. Step 2, I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm happy to be pumped.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm
happy to see Robotnik be Robotnik.
Mm-hmm. I think also you get the Buzz Bombers, the wasp badniks from the game. Sorry, I'll stop. I can go on and on about this trailer and the game, so I'll wait.
Bro, I love it.
Right.
No, I love it.
Dragons: The Nine Realms, a sequel TV series done by DreamWorks Animation to How to Train Your Dragon 3.
Man, this animation looks like shit.
Y'all, I was like, this cannot be the same franchise.
I have seen Dragons shows that are about the How to Train Your Dragon characters that look better animation than this.
Mm-hmm.
This is sad, guys.
This is like they don't give a shit.
It
looks like they don't give a shit.
It hurt watching this trailer. I'm like, how have we fallen?
Did you guys know that Spy Racers is ending this year with its 6th season?
I didn't know it had more than 2 seasons, Brandon.
Neither did I.
What?
The Fast and Furious show that DreamWorks puts out on Netflix? Spy Racers?
Tito
Toretto?
Yeah, Tito Toretto.
Really? I don't think that's his real name.
Man,
6 seasons.
Like, I think it's cool that like it's modern day and whatever, but like just it looks like
concept-wise, I'm actually into it, although it makes me question. I talked to Sparks about this. It makes both of us question why seal the dragons off at the end of the 3rd film anyway.
Yeah, it makes me dislike an ending of a movie I already dislike even more. So kind of don't care about the show. How to Train Your Dragon 3 kind of landed like a little bit of a wet noodle by the end for me. Mm-hmm. So anything else in the world is pretty diminished returns for me at this point.
Word.
Yeah.
And to have the animation look this bad is like
I mean, I'm willing to kind of give it like a first episode. I've been surprised and impressed with DreamWorks animation writing. As you know, I love Jurassic World Camp Cretaceous. The Troll Hunter shows talk about a lot. Like the writing could be there, but I didn't love what I saw in this trailer.
Yeah, I think even
Very
if the
much.
writing was there, I don't know that I could. I
Stand
don't think
to
the
look
writing
at
could be
it.
there enough to justify me wanting to look at that animation for that
Sure.
extended amount of time. Like, I just think it looks pathetically terrible.
Yeah.
Star Wars: The Book of Boba Fett.
I want to watch the show. I don't have
Yeah.
a lot else to say about
Yeah,
it.
I
just
don't.
wanna
Hey,
watch
guess
it.
what? He's doing Java stuff. All right, I want to see it. Let me see it. I'm ready. When is it? December
29th.
29th, the week after Hawkeye ends.
Beautiful.
We just dive in.
Yeah, I'm still super excited about it. Love Tamara Morrison as Boba Fett.
Word.
Cool. The Silent Sea had a new trailer.
So I didn't realize, because I'm still the only person who's watched Squid Game. Like half the cast of Squid Game is in this movie, so that threw me off because like the guy from Squid Game starts talking to a biologist who's from Squid Game, and then there's a lady and she's from Squid Game, and I'm like, what? I'm super into this trailer though. Hardcore.
Yeah, it
I'm
looks
definitely
good.
gonna watch this.
Looks good.
Like I keep forgetting that's a show. It's not a movie. It's a show. Which it's like the tension is just gonna last for so long. Like something crazy happened on the moon, y'all. What happened? Is it zombies? I don't know.
It's a Cloverfield movie.
It's a Cloverfield. It's a South Korean Cloverfield. Oh.
Yeah, it's just license out Cloverfield all around the world.
We zoom out of the world and it's
Actually-
just a giant clover.
Well, no, actually, that's not a terrible idea. Like, if you wanted to like license out the Cloverfield franchise and let people actually just do anthology Cloverfield movies around the
Yep.
world, hell yeah.
I'd be into it.
Operation Fortune, Guy Ritchie's new movie.
You
What a
know,
cast.
I'm actually very into this trailer. More than I thought I was going to be. After watching The Transporter, I'm like, I could use another Staith. I'm in the mood for some Staith.
I really liked The Gentleman, and
Mhm.
this is giving me major Gentleman vibes. So I'm like, hell yeah.
Yeah, Guy Ritchie, not Guy Ritchie. What's his name? The bad guy in the movie.
Hugh Grant.
Hugh Grant.
Hugh Grant, thank you. He looks hella slimy. Like I really want to watch him be that guy. Just looks like a good time. I can't say
Hugh
it's gonna be
Grant. Hugh Grant is in this really fun phase of his career where he's just doing weird accents and people.
great. Mhm.
I love it. Every time he shows up on and especially like a Guy Ritchie movie, he's just doing something fun.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in watching this cast. Jason Statham looks like he's actually having fun for once.
Mhm.
Josh Hartnett and
I love
Aubrey
him.
Plaza, it's pretty cool to see.
Carrie Elwes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited for this.
Yeah, he's a mercenary guy doing mercenary work. Look, one of those looks fun.
MacGruber.
This is I don't know, but I think this might be just for me. But
No, it's for me too.
good.
I mean, I've also seen MacGruber.
I
but-
effing
yeah.
love MacGruber. They're some of the best SNL skits. It's probably, I think, maybe my favorite SNL movie. It's MacGyver, but if he was a effing stupid idiot. And the show is just like, it's going to be all of that. And it's like, yo, you ready for some R&R, rest and relaxation? Nah, some ramming and ribbing. Like, give me a break. There's a scene in the movie where he has sex with a ghost. All right, like,
Yeah.
There was
Billy
a 5-minute like interview clip of MacGruber talking to like a interview guy, a reporter, and it's very funny. If you want to check that out on YouTube, it's like 5 minutes.
I absolutely will. I love Will Forte. I think MacGruber
I love him so much.
is such a insane character that somehow has lived on past the decade that he should.
I watched this with friend of the podcast, Forrest, and he has never seen MacGruber, and he's like, "What is this?" And I'm like, "We gotta watch that movie."
Oh my
I love
god.
it.
MacGruber's awesome.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy for more MacGruber. I love
Yeah.
that Lawrence Fishburne's in this.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And then finally, The Matrix Resurrections.
I don't want to talk about this too long because if I start talking about it, I'm going to be talking about it for half an hour because I can't tell you how excited I am for The Matrix, you guys. There's one scene in this trailer that made me lose my mind, and it's trailer magic. But when Jonathan Goff, or whatever that guy, his name is, he's going, Mr. Anderson, and it cuts
to
him and Smith, I had an audible orgasm in my brain, guys. I swear to God. Like, I thought the first Matrix trailer was my favorite trailer of the year, and this trailer surpassed it. Like, the magic of trailers, like, it's so what music and nostalgia and 20 years of movies do. Like I'm so excited for this movie. I can't. You guys go now.
I'm stoked for this movie. There's not really much else I can say. I think that this film looks insane. There's sequences that look like they're outside of the Matrix. There's sequences inside the Matrix with like Neo doing like force pushes on everything. It's so cool.
I'm so glad to see Jada Pinkett Smith back.
Bro, she looks like she's 100 years old.
Yeah.
What is going on with that? Oh my god.
They've been in the Matrix for a while.
I'm so excited.
And we're moving on to being all about Trinity, and I like it.
Me too.
I kind of like the clips where you see clips from the first film play in the background, like they're from an old movie screen, and you see like old Neo and like you were saying, Ryan, like the Mr. Anderson bit. I was like, first thing I was like, wait, is Hugo Weaving back in the movie? And I was like, wait, no, that's from the first one. Then it's like the new guy is like, that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, like the beginning of the trailer, he's like, living their lives oblivious, and it keeps cutting back and forth. Like, not to go into it too much, this movie is a take on the Matrix movie itself, right? That is part of the plot, is the Matrix movie itself. And the fact that like that is the premise of the movie, it blows my mind that it's like we're actually getting it. Like, and that clip they showed at the thing, I'm glad you didn't watch it, Brandon, because it just confirms what I know the movie's about now. And it's like, this movie is either gonna rock or it's gonna be terrible.
Well,
it's gonna be so terrible.
Also, the thing that it is like anything in this. I don't trust anything in this trailer. It's why I try to go in blind. I haven't seen any of the TV spots. I don't want to watch any of the clips because Lana Wachowski is, I believe, perfectly willing to lie to us about what this movie is.
Sure.
Because she is in charge of the marketing of it. So like I'm like, like the Matrix itself, nothing is what it seems. I'm like, all right, nothing is what it seems. Let's go in for the ride, man. I'm excited as hell. This movie looks great. Keanu Reeves is excited as hell. I'm excited for him. Let's do it.
It's funny because like a year ago I was not this excited, and then it just like a couple minutes of footage just show like, oh yeah, movies can look like movies again. Like I'm really excited.
Also, I'm really excited to see, because I've been watching a lot of like early 2000s blockbusters, and like there is definitely an element of like love that we don't really base blockbusters on just love stories anymore, and to have this movie be about the love, or supposedly, as far as the trailer goes, the trailer is telling us it's about the love that Neo and Trinity have for each other. And I'm like, yeah, hell yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, especially like with the stuff that they've made in the past, like Sense8 and stuff. Like the emotional journey is like the crux of the thing, and then the cool sci-fi stuff is all around it.
And
I'm just like, it's cool refreshing that like we're gonna get a big, heady, thinky blockbuster again. And I'm just like over the moon excited.
Yeah. Me too. Shall we get into our main topic then?
It's time.
Go, Webb, go!
All right, we're here. It's time to talk about the Amazing Spider-Man duology. Mark Webb, Andrew Garfield, Emma Stone. All right.
This has been a long time coming.
I don't know if I'm mentally prepared for this conversation. Where are we at? Well, let's go.
It's time.
Let's start with the Amazing Spider-Man. As always, we start at the beginning. All right. What do we think about this one, Ben?
I still like it. I think it's a fun Spider-Man movie. I've noticed a lot of like teenage angst in this movie. Like definitely a lot of teenage angst, because it's definitely after watching the Raimi / Maguire films, the teenage angst and awkwardness in this movie is just like dialed up to 11.
Being far enough away from it now, you really feel the Twilight and Dark Knight era influence on this movie.
You definitely do, but there's a lot of really good Spider-Man moments in this, and I also like going to the end of the movie. I know once we get there, but I like Spider-Man saved a guy's kid, and they're like in the city of New York, people of the city band together to help Spider-Man out. So, I mean, all in all, I still had a fun time with this movie. Don't really have anything.
We mess with all of us.
Sparks.
This film was darker, and I do mean like literally, physically, visually darker than I remember it being. Like just so much dark
Lots
shadows,
of filming
and
at
black,
night.
and I was like, that was a choice. And being further removed, that choice works less and less for me. It's all right. It's got good things. It's also got some messy shit that just doesn't hold up.
Ryan?
It's my least favorite Spider-Man movie.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's my third favorite.
I'm extremely happy for you.
I really like this movie. I think it's tight as hell. It moves at a clip. I really enjoy Andrew Garfield as Peter Parker. There's my highlight for both of these movies. I want to get like a blanket. Like for me, the CGI and the web swinging in both of these movies are why I have a hard time with Tom Holland's Spider-Man. I think they're both incredible in both of these movies, the CGI and the web swinging choreography.
Oh, I agree. Yeah. They're my favorite interpretations of the web swinging stuff. Yeah.
So the thing about the Garfield films, I want to say over the Maguire ones, is that you really get the spiders. This is just, I don't know how to really put this in the words right, but like Brandon, when he's swinging through New York City, it looks really good. Like you get like his arms and his like legs doing the spider thing that you see in the comics. His legs.
I was mostly talking about. There's a lot of moments where you see he does the swing, and like they always remember to do like the red light in the first film. He like does the web, and then you see him like climb up it a little bit so he makes the right turn. There's a lot of stuff where he's like constantly working on like, okay, I need to turn here sharp, so I'll do that. And like I thought all of that was like really well thought out and really and looks really cool.
The web swinging, I will definitely say the web swinging in this movie is really good.
Yeah, like because like when you have the Raimi movies, like nobody's done web swinging before, so how do you do it? And then you have your base, and you're like, okay, how do we improve on that? And I would agree that like the Amazing Spider-Man movies have the best web swinging stuff, like the little of like the cartridge.
Yeah,
it's great. Yeah, it's a great little touch that like is definitely missing, I think, in the new movies for sure.
Yeah, and I think like the CGI on the suit. Like they don't make the suit so form-fitting that you don't see like wrinkles in it, and it makes the suit, which it isn't all CGI, but oftentimes when it is CGI, you see like the folds in it, and it doesn't. And you see like wrinkle when he moves his arm, so it gives the impression that it's a real physical thing.
Yeah, it's definitely much more apparent in the second movie. It is definitely looser in the second one. I cannot tell you how much I hate the suit in this movie.
Yeah,
it's again, the movie itself is dark, but the suit is dark. The glasses, like the weird Oakleys, are like having a different spider suit's fine, but like he has like evil like Vegeta eyes as his eyes, and I'm just like, he looks like an evil superior Spider-Man to me. I'm just trying to think of things I want to say before I get negative.
I will definitely say I like the suit in the second movie a lot more than the first one, because the
one,
first
100%.
when I was first watching when I was watching the first movie, I was like, I kind of enjoyed this, because I watched these movies back to back, and I was like, I kind of at first I'm like, yeah, I remember enjoying the suit. Then the more I look, I was like, it doesn't still really feel like.
I will admit to really enjoying the design of the suit, but I'll concede that yes, the decision to make it dark on black was not a good one.
Yeah. Like I like how they try to change the color schemes, especially with like the hands. It's not like the full like the red and the blue, but it's a mixture a little bit. But then you see the spider logo. It's kind of hard to see the spider logo, and I just love a big bold spider logo. The thing that this movie is so dark, y'all. Like the main like trailer shot of the movie where Spider-Man's like in front of the moon going, you can't see him. He's just a blob in front of the moon. Like, wow, this is the best shot. Like, there is not a single shot.
I saw him. Like, I see him clear as day in that scene.
Clear as day.
In the moon sequence, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I have bad vision. I found just the cinematography in this first one, especially compared to the second one, just like the choice to shoot all of it at night is just like, I get they wanted to do like the spider thing, I guess, but like I just found all the action scenes to be kind of like messy and dark, and like it's just not like I don't know.
Like the best action scene is in
the school in the light
when it's in the daylight.
Yeah.
You do get. I do have to admit, one of my favorite Stan Lee cameos is the one with him in the library where he's fighting in the background.
I think it is my favorite. Yeah.
I also really like that sequence. I'll agree with like the fight sequences at night aren't well done very well. But I do think that there's a lot of moments with like Gwen and Peter that are darkly lit and they're together. And I think those are really dynamic and well shot. I really enjoy the chemistry that Gwen Stacy and Peter Parker have in this movie. They really work for me on a level that like elevates this movie for me.
I agree. I would say that about both. I think Emma Stone and Andrew Garfield's chemistry carries the film for the first one. Maybe even for the second one, but a little less so, I'd say. But for the first one, for sure.
I disagree about the pacing and them moving at a clip, because it takes us almost an hour before Ben dies in this movie. I think the first half of the movie is structured very weird, and they didn't want to do the same thing as the first Spider-Man movie, and I get that. But like having all this set up, and then halfway in the movie, that's when Ben dies. I think it's in the wrong place for the movie. I really do. I think you don't spend enough time with Ben, first of all, so when he dies, it matters. Second, I think the death of Ben is incredibly poorly done. It's executed really poorly. I think I like Sally Field a lot in this movie. I think for the amount of time it took for them to get to that moment, they should have been in the movie more, I think.
Sparks, did you have anything more to add?
I kind of agree. I feel like Sally Fields, unfortunately, is like trying very hard with material that's not doing a lot for her. The script is not strong for her or for certain characters. I think Martin Sheen gets more and better material.
He's got good banter.
Yeah, he's got real good like taking the piss out of Peter with things like he's got you on his computer. There's a good foundational relationship thing there. I kind of lean towards that. I think that the execution of Ben needed to be better, but even more than that, the execution of Ben. I
mean, he definitely got executed.
No, but the thing for me is that I don't think that the core point of the movie is executed well now that I'm this many years out from it and watched it again, of Peter hunting down the criminals and looking for the guy that shot Uncle Ben, and then like one night the lizard attacks people and he has to save a kid, and then he goes, oh, I need to be better, I guess I'll stop looking for that guy now and I'll never ever bring it up again. The end of my vendetta, I no longer wish to kill. Yay. I don't think that's done the best. And part of it that bothers me is that it all happens around the same night of him going and seeing Gwen's dad. And what irks me is that there's this part where Captain Stacy talks about if I wanted the low level like criminal off the street, then he would be. And I'm like, okay, so there's a lot of things here. Either Gwen didn't tell her dad what happened to Peter's uncle, or she did and he doesn't care, or like and then Peter doesn't even bring it up in reference of like, wait, so like my uncle got shot by a carjacker, so you're saying you wanted that carjacker on the street to shoot my uncle? Like, it is so right there that this should be part of the conversation, and it never comes up. It's not part of him going through that evolutional moment at all, and
it baffles
me.
Like
the whole script forgets that that's what Peter's going through right now, that's what we've been watching Peter go through for a half hour at that point in the movie, because they just want to have the discussion where Peter's like, I think Spider-Man's doing something pretty cool, and he's like, oh yeah, you think Spider-Man? Like,
again, it's the Dark Knight scene of like, oh, I think Batman's doing good. Like that scene bothers me so much, because that is the exact moment that Peter should express, like, hey, my uncle was shot and you guys didn't do anything about it, right? That's the moment. But instead, freaking Dennis Leary has me agreeing with a cop, which is something I never want to do. But Dennis Leary's like, wow, you actually ruined my 6-month operations thing because you want to try to be a hero. Good job, Spider-Man. And like, he's right.
Not even be a hero. You're just going out and looking for like one particular dude.
Yes.
And like, that's the only way that even circles into the conversation. But again, like, it's super weird because like, why wouldn't Gwen have told her dad what Peter had recently gone through? Why wouldn't Peter bring it up to throw it back in the captain's face?
That would have been some good drama.
Why are these things not happening?
Yeah.
You go now.
I don't want to.
Brandon,
Well,
if
I'm
you
not
like
here
this,
to shit on it. Like, you're allowed to like it.
I want to know why.
This was new for me because I watched that movie and I'm like, there is a really good idea, I think, in wanting to do a story that's about Peter, like, really being angry and like being a young angsty teen who has this power now. What will he do with that power? Well, he's gonna go and find and potentially murder, but at
He's
least
got a
beat the
little
shit
bit of
out
Anakin Skywalker in him. That's fine, right?
but potentially at least beat the shit out of the man that
Yeah.
killed his uncle. I just want the story to not to actually fully engage with that as a thematic arc and follow through on it, rather than be like, yeah, we're gonna play with that for like 30 minutes and then we're gonna go whoop and never catch it because it'll never come back. And that's like, there was a better way to tell this like really angsty teen like coming into his own as being Spider-Man through that story. And I think something that could have been more personal and kind of like kept the Lizard on the sideline for a lot more of the film, but been a more personal story about Peter Parker overcoming that and recognizing what it means for him to not only be a hero but live in a way that his uncle would want him to. And the movie just doesn't get there, and I think that's a shame.
I think it's trying to be a lot of things at once, and I really wish, which is strangely why I like the second one more now. Like it's at least got a tone and a focus it's going for, you know. Like,
Well, I think the first film is very tonally consistent. I think it knows exactly what it's trying to do, and I think for the most part it does it well. I don't agree that the script is bad. I like the script. I think the script is well structured, and like I said, I think the pacing is great. This movie moves for me.
do you
Ben
like
Parker-
the parents? Do you like the parent stuff?
In this movie, I do. It's not done enough. It's done kind of in a way of like it's Batman Beginsing this. You know, I like Batman Begins a lot, but like you see, like you get just enough to where it's like there's hints of it, but it's not the main focus of Peter's journey. Is what happened to his parents. He just kind of has this desire for a connection with his parents, and I think that works in this movie because it's not dwelled on a lot. It's just kind of exists.
That's fair. So my problem with that is it doesn't dwell on it enough for you to really care. So but are you supposed to care about Aunt May and Uncle Ben, who their time is being taken away because you have to focus on the parent stuff? So there are two sets of parents that are not being focused on. So like it's hard for me to care about either of them because neither of them are getting the full attention that I think that they deserve. You know what I mean?
Well, I think Aunt May and Uncle Ben do get the full attention they deserve.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Richard and Mary Parker's time is consequential to May and Ben.
I think that's fair. That's fair. I think this movie wants to do a little too many things and set up a little too much stuff. That I wish it just would have been a focus.
Again,
no,
like
real quick, I want to add, like, as an idea, I don't like the Richard and May Parker stuff at all.
Sure. I kind of agree with Ryan only in the sense that like I don't think there's a problem with wanting, like, I think that you prime Peter to be this angsty person, and when he gets his powers to behave this way really well by having him established as a person who's like missing his parents. Like Peter Parker in the Tobey Maguire movies is okay. He's accepted that his parents have died long ago.
They're not in the picture.
He's got his uncle and his aunt. And this is a Peter who's like very deeply upset. He feels abandoned by his parents.
Mhm.
And I think that that's fine. And that can like build into this arc of this Peter who loses his uncle, feels like he needs to do something about it because he has this power and all that kind of stuff. And there's good ideas there. It's just that the movie loses interest in chasing them and just decides, Peter saved a kid one time. Now he's a superhero. Don't worry about it. All right, classic Spider-Man. Here we go.
Oh, but I like that scene on the bridge. That realization that he has. The realization that he has that he needs to be doing better for the city.
I like that scene. I don't think it does enough to justify an hour and 10 minutes or so of build-up at that point of a particular version of Peter Parker. And it says this one moment has made him a completely different character who now no longer gives a shit about finding the man who shot his uncle. I don't think that's good. I don't think that the script pays off on it. I think the front end of the movie and the back end of the movie are not working with each other.
I agree with that.
I think
that's fine. You are entitled to that opinion.
I think the Lizard. I wish the Lizard was worse because I find him just to be so insanely generic and like, well, we want to do the Green Goblin again, but have literally no fun with it. And then we're gonna add an 80-yard backtrack of him in the sewer because we need the Jekyll and Hyde thing, or else the movie wouldn't work, I guess. I think the lizard sucks. I really do. I think he's boring. The dynamic between the Dr. Kirk Connors and Peter is fine. I don't think it's there enough. And then any type of depth that the Doctor has is literally gone because he just wants to turn people into lizards. And again, I did just watch the 3 Spider-Man movies, so it's hard. Like, I'm not judging them, but like, you can have a competent and like convincing villain, and he doesn't just have to become stupid at the end. He just becomes a dumb lizard man, and like, I guess that's fine if you want to just do
his motivations are just not well incorporated into the movie.
Again, if you want to do the thing where like I could save humanity, if you want to really dive into that, sure. But like, it's like Sauron. I want to turn people into dinosaurs. Like, it's like, man, you were like the most brilliant man of our time, and then we got a giant blue thing in the sky, baby.
I don't want to cure cancer. I want to turn people into dinosaurs.
Well, okay. Look, he wants to turn people into the lizard because he wants to make the human race stronger.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks he's doing the human race a good thing by turning them all into lizard people. I
wish I had a I guess I just need a better than one line of him going, I want to make the genetic race superior. It is a comic book plot that it's a comic book plot, which is fine, but like, I am used to having a little more depth behind my ideas.
I'll put it in a way where like I do think like it's unfortunate because like we're so close to the Raimi films when we just watch them, but like Willem Dafoe's like psychopathic episode of changing into the Green Goblin is very well incorporated into the storytelling. Like, I see where there's a divide and where he's become consumed by this persona of this person. And with Connors and the lizard, him behaving in the manner he does, like this idea that he has lost his mind and his sensibilities to this is kind of just very quickly rushed through.
There isn't a Doc Ock
because we just have to move forward, and we need to get to him being dangerous and bad rather than like actually explore like he has lost his humanity in the process of this in a direct way.
I got a positive. I like Dennis Leary showing up at the end.
I like Dennis Leary in this movie in general.
Yeah, he's a good foil to Spider-Man who's not sure what he's doing.
Yeah.
I like the scene where the lizard saves Peter with the hand that's about to crumble.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, that is a good scene.
I think that's part of my whole thing is that like that implies this sense of humanity that was existing in him that like we're not given the window into it very well.
Absolutely.
Up to that moment. I love what I think they did a great job with the practical effects of his husk arm when he gets his new arm.
Oh yeah, the cast. A lot of good fake casts in this two movies.
I really like the lizard CGI, especially again in the school specifically. Like the way you can see folds in the reptile skin, it looks real good. I honestly don't think it'll look that good in No Way Home, which is a shame because it looks really, really good.
Yeah. That Marvel CG is different.
Also, I don't think Rhys Ifans is in the movie.
I don't think so either. I think it's just a lizard.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If anything, it's voice work.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. He definitely seems like the least of the Sinister Five that we.
Or it's Ross Marquand.
Ross, come in for a minute.
He's so fun.
Do your British accent.
He's doing Thomas Hayden Church too.
Ross Marquand on retainer to voice anyone who doesn't want to step in and play ball.
He's the live action. God, what the K2SO? What's that voice?
Oh, Alan Tudyk.
He's the live action Alan Tudyk. Yeah.
I think that there's a better idea of like an emotional through line for Peter that I don't think the movie quite commits enough to focus on. I think too much real estate is given over to the hunt for Uncle Ben's killer for us not to get a more clear Peter coming to his recognition of not wanting to be a murderer or that kind of thing. And like they do imply like at that point that he will kill him. And I'm like, he could still catch him. Like he could still find him and catch him. He doesn't have to kill him anymore.
Batman does eventually find Joe Chill.
That's what I thought.
He can still be Spider-Man and catch the guy. Like it's kind of weird that we don't follow up on that at all. We really do just drop it.
I thought it was gonna show up again in the second movie somehow. Before I saw it.
I remember the first time I saw it, and I thought it was going to be like one of the last things in the film is that he catches him and turns him over.
Mag has a good point. Both doctors use a MacGuffin machine.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. The Galani or the Jelani or the Gelato or whatever the hell that thing was called. Yeah.
The Galani.
We have this MacGuffin machine, and we're just gonna keep it back here just in case. You never know why.
I also. Grayson's in the chat too. This is going back a while. He was saying, I feel like the Uncle Ben death in the first movie is thrown in because it's so important to the comics, but there's no major reason in the series. And while he was writing that, Sparks was, of course, talking about that part. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, Grayson, very funny, saying that I died and now I'm Zombie Ben.
Oh, no!
Actually, he says Zombo Ben. So
still,
very funny.
All right. I want to say something I like about the movie again. Yeah. I really like the scene with Flash after Uncle Ben dies.
Me too.
Yeah,
that's in my positive notes. That's a big and important moment. That is one of my highlight moments from this movie. Is I really like that Flash does that.
Yeah. And I also want to say that I really like James Horner's soundtrack to this movie. I really like his Spider-Man theme. I really just like all the music in this movie so much.
Yeah,
James Horner is great.
I know I saw. When I was watching the credits, I know their executive producers are just their name only, but I seen Kevin Feige's name as an executive producer. I was like, that's interesting.
Kevin Feige used to be a producer. Well, I think that might be left over from when this was Spider-Man 4, because Kevin Feige was an executive producer on those Raimi Spider-Man movies.
Okay,
right. I think that they went more for Outcast than Dork with Peter Parker, which is where we get skateboarding Peter, and I also agree with Ryan, like the skateboarding just doesn't work for me.
I'll be honest, like they fix his character so much in Spider-Man 2, but for me, and this is me when I read Peter Parker in the comics or whatever, like this is not it. Not even close. Not whatsoever. I would not look at hot ass tall skinny skateboarder Thrasher shirt Andrew Garfield and go, that's my Peter Parker. That's just me. But and like the outcast part, yes. Like being a loner, they went for that part, which I get. He doesn't ring as the Peter Parker that I read my entire life, and that's fine. This is a different interpretation. This is the Twilight Dark Knight version. I get that.
Garfield seems to be doing something where he made a physical choice with Peter to have him be somewhere on the spectrum on some level because of the way like he handles objects, how he lays them out, how he seems to interact, the way he stammers, the way he holds himself. Like Garfield seemed to be going for something specific with that, which I'm not going to say is a bad choice. It's a choice.
Yeah,
I really like how he plays the character.
That's great, bud. That's awesome. I love it.
I definitely saw how Peter was a lot more awkward in this movie, or this version of Peter was a lot more awkward. But I agree with Ryan, because I'm used to like dork, super uber nerdy Peter Parker, which is what Maguire nailed in the first Raimi Spider-Man movie. And this one, I mean, yes, you do see him with like when he's talking with his uncle about trying to fix the washer, how their basement got flooded.
The science stuff I like. I like the science stuff in this.
We get a little bit of that, and I'm also happy to see that there's more science stuff being explored in the second movie. But in this one, it felt really odd seeing Peter Parker on a skateboard with Coldplay playing, and he's exploring his powers while he's skateboarding. It's like that just feels.
That is a time capsule of like, this is 2012 teenagers, baby, right here.
I do mean that I like Andrew Garfield's portrayal, by the way, Brandon. I'm not knocking it.
He's a good actor. I just don't like the choice that they made for the character whatsoever. Yeah.
No, I don't like the skateboarding, but I do like Garfield's choices of how to play Peter.
Sure.
Emma Stone.
He gets the clips down later.
Go ahead, Ben. No, go, please.
I'm saying he gets the quips down. He gets the quips he's very quippy in both movies, and I really like that.
Yeah, it doesn't work for me. Like, I like that he's funny Spider-Man, but he is so like not that character whatsoever before he's Spider-Man. So like when he just turns it on, it's like, oh, I guess you're just being Spider-Man now, which is cool. Which is why like in the second one, he's a little more even tone, where he's a little more goofy as Peter Parker instead of woe is me all the time kind of Peter Parker.
Let's see.
You got notes.
Yeah, I'm looking at them.
Notes.
I do like that the connection to his parents through through the briefcase is what leads him to want to talk to Kirk Connors,
Mhm.
even though he ends up getting to the building and
Ruining someone's life.
And I guess Gwen has like some really prestigious high school internship to be working at Oscorp, but whatever. And he then immediately forgets why he was there and doesn't talk to Connors. Yeah.
I do like the chemistry between the two actors. I do like it more in the second one. But yeah, like they are strong. It helps that. Fun fact: all 3 of the 2 leads of the Spider-Man movies have dated. All 3 of the leads have dated.
Yeah.
So funny. Yep. All the chemistry.
Yeah, I also really like their chemistry together. I really like the scene where he decides to tell her. I think that's really.
Yeah, I like it too. I like it too.
Really interesting and romantic.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. I like that we just went for it right from the bat. I like the way he does it. I like that scene. It's a good scene.
Mm-hmm.
And pretty much any scene that's focused on Peter and Gwen, I like.
Mhm.
I think the other thing is that like sometimes the whole thing of him going to Gwen's house comes at a weird point where like he's still supposed to be in his like murderous rampage through the city, and that's a little odd. And again, like that's why I think that dinner scene sits so weird to me, that I'm like, how does his uncle not come up in this conversation?
Yeah,
it's like front of the mind entirely for Peter, so it's really weird. And again, like I cannot believe that Gwen wouldn't tell her dad. That, by the way, I'm inviting a boy over. His uncle was recently shot by a carjacker like at least 2 weeks ago.
Not a carjacker in this one.
Just
he's a
that's
convenience
right,
store
no,
thief.
it's
regular
just a
convenience
dude.
store thief.
Yeah, and then he drops his gun and Ben smartly reaches for it. Yeah.
I'm
like
sorry.
Martin
I'm
Sheen as
thinking
Ben
of
Parker.
I'm thinking of the
Yeah.
car thief. My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because it's all in that scene. It's the scene where he catches the car thief and he says, "This could have gone a lot worse for you." And I'm like, okay, so like we are implying that he would murder this man.
He's thinking about it.
I enjoy the train scene for Peter's powers kicking in. I like that it's all kind of accidental and haphazard, the way he like beats people around with the pole and stuff, and he doesn't intend to.
It's like slapstick.
I do think it's a little weird that we put him in like we put him in such a weird position where like the guys who fight him are fighting him because they think he's sexually harassing a woman. And I'm like, that's kind of weird that we went that way with it. Like, why do we do that? Why couldn't they have just been not great people or even just casual people? But they're like people actually trying to defend a girl. Like, and we're like, no, Peter, beat them up. That's kind of weird. I really like the idea of the spider dangling from the web after the bite. I thought that was good.
Yeah. Like he pulls it off.
The entire montage of Peter not being aware of his powers, where he breaks the alarm clock and he's breaking the bathroom and he's just sitting there. He's like, I think that's all really good. The way his powers come in. One too many Bing Google searches in here.
Listen, Sony Vaio.
If I look up pictures of spiders, I'll have a deeper understanding of what's happening to me.
Listen, everyone's got a Sony phone, a Sony computer. That's the universe, baby.
I really like the first person sequences.
His idea of doing. I agree. His idea of doing like research is to Google image search spiders, and I'm like, get out of here.
Richard Parker spiders connections.
Yeah. I do like the part where Peter decides to mess with Flash and humiliate him with basketball.
Yeah, I think that's cute.
The needle drops in this movie are not as good as the Raimi ones. I will say the same about the second one. The song choices are not great.
Definitely.
And I don't think they fit the moment.
Yeah.
I think the decision not to get Aunt May, the decision to have Peter not having picked her up be the thing that triggers the conversation about being responsible was a pretty good choice.
Yeah.
Rather than like, the wrestling thing and all that. I thought that was a pretty good way to handle it, of Peter being like absent-minded. It's a decent change, I think, in setup for it. The falling into the wrestling building and seeing the mask and it being like, I know your face. I seen your face. I'll find you. I'm like, this is a bit on the nose. this is maybe a little much. I think we needed one of those things, not both of those things.
Oh, that reminds me of something that I really like this movie.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, did we lose Brandon?
We lost him for a hot second. I'm gonna
What?
guess a thing. We lost you. You're back.
We lost you.
Now you're back. Please continue.
Go ahead. Try again.
Interesting. Where did I lose you?
Before you
Another
started
thing I thought
talking.
of that I liked. Whoop.
Interesting. Okay, well, I really like him designing the web shooters and seeing that montage of him designing the web shooters in the suit. I think that's really cool.
Sure.
Yeah. Oscorp making almost all of it themselves is interesting.
I think sure it's convenient, but I don't really need much more than like, okay, I'm just I'm taking a pair to watch and putting the canister. I think that's all really really cool and clever stuff.
Sure.
And
Yep.
what he does that what this Peter Parker does that I like is that you can see all of his technologies repurposed from other things. It's why I also liked Holland when we first met him in Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
That like the dumpster diver scientist that's putting together all sorts of different things to make something else that's useful for him. I think that's all really and I like the montage there. I think that's all really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I do think it's very convenient that the Connors lizard subplot just kind of hits pause to focus on some Spider-Man stuff for a chunk of the movie, and then it's like, whoa, we need to pick that back up. Let's go. But I also agree, Brandon. I did like anything he's doing when he's being science nerd, it works for me.
Mm-hmm.
I like the idea of Ben's voicemail. I like when he brings it up and he can't listen to it, and that's something he listens to at the end of the movie. I thought that was really nice.
Mm-hmm.
That's a theme of these two movies are messages that you miss.
I wish I wrote down more notes.
I do like Peter saving the kid. I need to be specific about that. I do like that moment. I like him saving the kid. I like him giving the mask to make him be brave.
Mm-hmm.
I do like all of that. I think that's really good, and that being the moment where he's like, I'm Spider-Man. I just think that as far as like being a cathartic, thematic conclusion to Peter having spent so much time chasing down the man who shot his uncle, I don't think that it serves the purpose of saying we can close the book on that now. I do think I do think it starts the shift in Peter into being Spider-Man, but it doesn't say we're done with that material and then the movie just decided we were, and I guess that has to be good enough.
Mm-hmm.
But I do like the scene, and I like that it's another thing that's like showing New York as character, and that dad coming back later with the crane stuff, which the crane shot's like one of my favorite things in the whole film. So
I really like that shot.
I like it
sequence.
Too. Yeah. It's one of my favorite parts of the movie for sure. Always has been. I like when he does the web searching through the sewers. I think that's really good.
Yeah.
I think that's
movie,
really smart.
This movie is how I learned that New York has a really large lizard population.
Yeah, I guess so.
Property of Peter Parker.
That's the part that I think is real stupid about that scene, is that he sets up a camera to take a picture of the lizard and it says big old property of Peter Parker on the back, and I'm like, are you shitting me, man?
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing? What are you doing? That's the lamest way for the lizard to have figured out who he is.
POPP.
Crappy.
And it's not even a thing where it's like Doc Ock, where it's like he's got to go find the photographer for Spider-Man. Like, oh, he just knows he's Spider-Man, I guess. Then automatically, like that's and I guess that makes sense because how else would you get a camera up there? Yeah.
Right. How else would you web a camera up there in the sewer while Spider-Man's playing around with webs? Unless Spider-Man stole that guy's camera like he steals pizzas.
That pizza!
Hey, Spider-Man stole that guy's pizza.
I like that Gwen is smart enough that she can be part of the plan and create the antidote. I think that's really good. I do appreciate that. Why does the lizard put a coat back on after the high school just to rip it off in the next scene? Who knows?
That's
Who
fan
knows?
service. That's fan
I noticed that too. I'm like, that's not all right. Whatever.
I honestly should have kept this coat on the whole time.
We see
Absolutely.
the coat hanging in the school, and then the next time we see the lizard, he has his lab
the coat back on. Yeah.
He has a lot of coats, guys.
He's a scientist. They only wear lab coats.
I think that Connor's scene in the sewer where he's like making his final plan for what he's going to do probably would have been better without the voiceover. I think the voiceover actually hurts it. I think if I was just watching him act through the moment, it would tell me more about him than
And
the
that's-
voiceover. The
and that
voiceover's
scene-
just slamming exposition at me in a way that doesn't connect.
And that scene originally didn't have that voiceover, so that's a bummer.
I do like the action of Peter fighting the cops. In the scene when that happens, I think the action is good.
Is that where he's like unmasked?
Yes, and the
Yeah.
moment Stacey's seeing him, I think that's really good action.
Mhm.
And I really hate the man with the black hat.
The gentleman.
I hate him. He comes from Halloween 6, and I hate him.
Oh, you know the actor?
No, I'm saying there is also a man with
in
a black hat who
Interesting.
breaks Michael Myers out of prison at the end of episode 6 of
Yeah.
movie 6. It's basically the same dude serving the same purpose.
Yeah, I like Connor's end going to prison and all that, but the gentleman shows up. I'm like, I forgot about this guy.
Oh man,
I was
real
happier
bad.
when I forgot about this guy.
They wanted
Real
a Nick
bad.
Fury. They wanted a Nick Fury so bad.
All right, that was painless.
I think that the darker and edgier tone that they were going for with the film did it less favors over time than they
Yes.
wanted.
Honestly, I upon revisiting this, I feel a lot of the same way I do about Man of Steel. I think there's just choices that they made that were just bad choices for the character that you're trying to represent. I won't say it's as egregious. Well, no, for Peter Parker, I might. But like, there's definitely a trend of like make him darker, make him more grim, and it was a mistake for Spider-Man. I think it's a mistake for Spider-Man.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't have much else to add. Like I said, I still really like this movie. I think it's a fun one. Should we get into The Amazing Spider-Man 2 then?
Let's whip it up, because I gotta go to
All right.
bed.
So The Amazing Spider-Man 2. What do we think about this one, Ben?
Funny enough, after rewatching this, I kind of like it a little bit more than I used to.
Yes, Ben. Yes, Ben.
Sparks.
I have always liked this movie more than most. I
Yes.
enjoy it.
Ryan.
I did not like this movie when I saw it, and now I can confidently say I like this movie now. It's not perfect. It's got lots of bad stuff, but I will always pick a movie that has bigger swings and misses than a movie that's just there. And I think this movie is such a fun Spider-Man movie. So much fun having Spider-Man in this movie back. It was so great to see Spider-Man again.
So one of the things I would definitely put this.
Hold on,
sorry.
we gotta hear what Brandon has to say.
Yeah, Brandon, sorry.
No, Ben. If you want to go, Ben.
No, you go first. You do your thoughts first.
This
and
is
then
my
I'll go.
least. This is my least favorite Spider-Man movie. Still,
And that's fair. That's fair. It is most people's. Like, I'm not.
I will say, however, I agree that for 45 minutes, this is a pretty great Spider-Man movie. It's fun. It's breezy. Electro's a pretty cool looking villain, honestly. I like his CGI.
Mhm.
And then when Electro is defeated, there is no more Spider-Manning. And that's when I immediately lost interest.
I mean, that's
That's the end of the movie.
No, that's the last half of the movie. And I clocked this because Electro is out 45 minutes into the movie. And then the rest of the movie is Peter
I
Parker
see what you're
dealing with
saying.
his...
You're talking when he goes out and goes to... Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, it's all the Roosevelt stuff. It's all the Harry Osborn stuff. I don't give a shit, and I was bored out of my mind.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Let's start with the beginning because the beginning.
Ben wanted to say something.
Yeah.
So I watched these movies back to back very late in the morning or very early in the morning, and when I saw the runtime for Amazing Spider-Man 2, I was like, "Oh, great, that's right." Because one of my problems with it is I felt like this movie dragged.
What's shorter than the first one?
No, this was longer than the first one.
Well, the first one's 2:22. This one's 2:19. I had to check.
A little bit.
Either way, I was still looking at down the barrel of an almost 2.5 hour movie, and I was like, "All right, cool." But I was like, "All right, whatever." But I have to watch this. As I was watching it, I didn't feel like it dragged. I mean, yeah, the Roosevelt stuff isn't the best part, but at the same time, I'm like, this is still a mystery for Peter about his parents. Because I'm kind of a little intrigued about the history about Peter and his dad and why his dad would do all these crazy
I don't
things.
care about that.
I mean, I was a little intrigued.
I'll tell you what. The stuff that is like bad in this movie, I think it is objectively like worse than the first movie. But that first movie, like, I don't think it was trying anything big. So like, I found it mostly boring. Whereas like I'm watching the Roosevelt stuff and I'm watching a giant train rise from the ashes and I'm like, this is so stupid. Oh my God. I can't help but kind of like it. Like it's so dumb, but at least it's doing something. At least it's doing something.
I understand, but it's boring as shit. Like I don't give a shit about any of that storyline.
But we have to have it because they set it up in the first movie.
Right. And I say I hate it. I don't like it in the first movie either, so I don't like it here. And I like it even less here because I like this movie less. I would like this movie a lot more of the Spider-Man stuff that we see in the before Electro is defeated the first time was more peppered out throughout. Because I'm really like, guys, I was watching that beginning of the movie. I was like, oh, yeah, I was completely wrong. This is a lot of fun. It's very funny. It's very charming. I'm loving what Andrew Garfield is doing. I'm loving the Spider-Man stuff. And the Electro CGI is great. Yeah, this is fun. And then just, no.
The Electro
Gone.
stuff.
He does not suit up again before the final act, except to tell Harry Osborn to go F himself about his blood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'm just so bored.
That's fascinating. Because that's just different strokes for different folks. Because like I was never bored. I was bored in the first one. This one I was flabbergasted at how bad it was. But like I was still having fun in like that so bad it's good kind of way. Because like something was always new. Something was always like, oh my God, they're introducing what now? Like I had more fun being confused. I agree. I don't think any of it's like compelling. But like at least it's shooting that shot, and like I can grasp onto that. Instead of just like two teenagers going, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You know, like this movie's going for it. And like, it definitely sucks, but like, I kind of like how much it sucks.
Sparks, you look like you want to say something.
I would recut this movie and take all of the Richard Parker stuff.
Bro,
out.
we were talking about like there's a
everything
cut.
With his dad,
yeah,
doesn't need to be in the movie. It does nothing. Like if you took every moment that's related to his dad out of the film,
inconsequential to the plot.
It's inconsequential to what's going on in the story, and it would not matter. And it does something that I agree with Ryan is one of the dumbest things ever, which it says that Peter Parker is the only person who could be Spider-Man because of Richard's blood, which is stupid.
This is why I hate the parent stuff so much.
You're absolutely right. I've thought that way as well. I was like, honestly, like you take out the Richard Parker stuff because like his action scene in the beginning of the movie only makes sense narratively if you keep the scene at the end where he's alive, and they cut that, so they should have cut the other one too.
Agreed. Like that opening is terrible,
and it's almost 10 minutes long, man. Jesus.
Yeah, it's way too long.
No, bad opening is bad. It has awful shaky cam, and it means nothing, and it's absolutely stupid. And I 100% agree. And then we cut. And then Spider-Man's dropping into the city to catch the rhino, and I'm like, yo.
Like look, going back to again, I love the CGI and the swinging choreography in both these movies.
This is my favorite live-action Spider-Man suit.
Some
of my top live-action Spider-Man moments ever are in this movie.
Agreed.
It has just some of my favorite things. I think Andrew Garfield is even better in this movie. I think he's all the more comfortable. I think he has nailed something that Tobey Maguire never got good at or comfortable with, and that Holland has it, but I think Garfield has it better, which is that he knows how to be expressive when in the suit.
Mm-hmm.
Which Tobey Maguire, when he's in the suit, having really thought about it in comparison, like he's so stiff.
Oh yeah,
he's so stiff when he's talking as he's Spider-Man. Like, and Garfield gets like, I need to be expressive. I need to move my arms. I need to like convey how I feel because you can't see my face, and he gets that. And it works. It works really well.
I 100% agree with that.
I don't disagree that I don't think all of the Harry Osborn stuff is bad. I think some of it is fine. I think most of it that's him heading in towards being the Goblin is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I think him coming back and Peter coming to check on him after he hears on the news his dad is dead, fine.
Mm-hmm.
Totally fine.
I'm playing that like they were old boyfriends.
I think that idea of Dane DeHaan getting to come in and be this Harry Osborn that knew Peter, and that relationship be fleshed out for them is fine. I would have been cool with exploring it. I just think making him Goblin in this movie was a mistake.
Yeah, 100%.
It should have been set up. Yeah, like I like I agree. Like I don't think all the Harry stuff is great, but also there's some stuff that I do like. Yeah.
But that's what I was talking about. Like I like the stuff in the beginning because a lot of the good stuff I think with Harry is before Electro is taken down. Like I'm telling you, like Electro being taken down is like a moment in the movie that fundamentally changes what movie you're watching.
Sure, but then we don't get Dr. Kafka, and that guy rules. And then we don't get the breakout, and then we don't get the scene where Harry goes to Electro.
I do like
you, and that's really good scene between them.
I do like the Dr. Kafka bullshit with Electro.
I am an evil Nazi. Are you ready to be punished?
And so going back to like the Harry Osborn stuff real quick before we move on, it's just like I like the early stuff with Harry Osborn, him showing up and having that relationship with Peter and having them talk about it, into that stuff. But the stuff where he's just like so desperate not to die in 60 years, where he's just constantly trying, like that stuff does not, the lead up to the Goblin just doesn't work narratively in this movie.
Yeah.
Something that bothered me about Amazing Spider-Man 1, and like it comes up in this movie, it does eventually get there, but I'm like, because they were clearly pulling from Ultimate Spider-Man with these movies, is that it bothered me that someone didn't put 2 and 2 together much faster about Peter was clearly bit by a spider and became Spider-Man. Like Spider-Man's clearly an Oscorp creation, and like Norman Osborn wanting to chase that down and get that caught. Yeah. And like I think it would have improved the first film to have had him put pressure on Connors and the team to make sure that they caught Spider-Man, so the Lizard would be motivated just to catch Spider-Man. And this one, like that wasn't a high priority already. I think would have moved things along a lot better, but you know, we do kind of get there. It's not great, but you know who I love Paul Giamatti, because the man had milk toast dialogue and made choices.
It was his choice. It was his choice to play the character this way because yes, the script is not great, and he's like, well, can I just do whatever I want? Can I be a crazy Russian man? Hell yeah, scream, I am the Rhino, do it.
So good.
Love it.
I have warmed up to that performance.
Yeah. Like again, like Spider-Man could be many different things, right? But like I just don't want a dark and grim Spider-Man. So when you open your movie, not the parent stuff, when you open your movie with a silly Russian supervillain and Spider-Man comes swinging in, it's
you know what ticks me off about that?
Good.
You know what ticks me off about that is it's so stupid that parent stuff is still in that movie, because the movie ends with the Spider-Man logo showing up on the screen.
Yeah.
And so it's meant to be like, hey, remember when the movie started with the Spider-Man logo and we zoomed and we went into like, that's how the movie should start.
Brandon,
look,
I guarantee
you, right,
that was the original thing, and then they put that scene before it or reshoot.
I'm telling you right now, I'm definitely making my own editor's cut that takes out the Richard Parker
Dude,
stuff.
like,
I'm sure it's a better movie.
Mid movie,
sure
we were talking about making that edit, and I'm like, there's a good movie here. There's such a good movie.
That's how I feel about that's how I feel about all of Orsi and Kurtzman's scripts. There's a good movie here. It's just they're not good at doing it.
Yeah, and they're not the only ones who were working on this script, but like, they're dirty fingerprints are definitely on it.
It's definitely
this has all their trappings. If you watch all their movies, this got all of them.
But besides that, like I do think this has some of the strongest stuff. Like I like Max. I think that the problem with Max, and it really stands out to me now, I think if Max were white, we would like it much better, because he'd be an incel. A white incel, and it doesn't work because it's Jamie Foxx.
Jamie Foxx is cool.
Jamie Foxx is bringing an A game, but he doesn't have that white privilege to inform on the type of character that he's basically written to be, a person who is creating the narrative of how everything bad is done to him and how he's very special. If he were a white incel character, perfect.
Yeah,
frankly, perfect.
I really I want to bounce off of that with something positive that I like about Electro. I really like his lightning strikes. I think are really cool. The CGI in these movies continue to be great, some of the best that we've seen. And when he shoots his lightning, like there's an after image that stays for a second. And I think all that like connection to detail is really cool. That, and also the Times Square action sequence rules.
It's great. It's great. I love the dumb score. I love the Hans Zimmer having worked with
the Magnificent Six,
Kendrick Lamar and the Magnificent Six to create a rap narrative of his inner dialogue that is running throughout, that makes it feel like you're getting an insight into the voices of his own head without it actually being a voiceover. I think it's so stupid, but I love it. I love it so much.
It's absolutely a choice. It's definitely a choice. Yeah.
And I love that, like, the music incorporates Electro's powers into the music. That, like, part of the music is the sound of what his lightning does.
Yeah. I agree. Like I think Jamie Foxx, I think that character would work in a different movie. Like, as much as I like
Spider-Man No Way Home.
Like Spider-Man No Way Home. I'm not gonna let you take this from me. Good segue, Brandon.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it is definitely more in line of the villain that I would want for a Spider-Man movie. It is so over the top. Like, it's just the thing that I end up not liking about Electro. And actually, Sparks, you made a good point to counter it. Once Electro becomes Dr. Manhattan, there should be no more problems against Spider-Man. That dude's a god. But the fact that he is a kind of like a simple-minded dude, like a regular guy, makes him like he doesn't know how to utilize that power. I still think like that dude can do whatever he wants, and Spider-Man is like beating his ass, and I'm like, man,
he can do whatever he wants, and he's the only villain that this Spider-Man has killed.
Yeah. That's this is true.
Interesting, right? Because Tobey Maguire didn't kill Sandman. And Andrew Garfield has only killed Electro.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how that.
Well, technically, Toby didn't kill them.
Yeah.
Right. No, they killed themselves.
Yeah.
Don't tell Harry. Yeah, I think
he killed Venom.
Oh, he definitely
killed Venom.
But is Venom a person?
Yes.
It's a thing. It's a sentient
not
life.
Eddie. Is Venom the symbiote like a person? Okay, stop. In Spider-Man 3, the movie, as you see it, is Venom a person?
No.
No, it is sentient though. It searches for Peter and Eddie.
It is a living thing.
It's a living thing, but like it's
I get what you're doing. I know what you're doing, but my moral.
That's like killing a rabid animal.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that either.
I wouldn't.
And of course, Eddie ran into the explosion, so he just wanted, because Peter just wanted to off Venom. He just wanted off the symbiote. He didn't want to off Eddie. Eddie was like, yeet.
Anyway. I love, even though like I don't like the like making Dr. Manhattan Electro. Like I love the design for him. I don't like the Goblin design. Not at all. No,
I also really like I don't want to talk about the Goblin design yet. I also really like the action scene at the end with Electro. I know Course.Digital did a thing about it where they're like, this doesn't work. I was like, you're wrong. Like I think this actually there was a point where like the movie went back to the movie that I really liked, where it was like Andrew Garfield fighting Electro. I was like, this is cool. I really like the visuals in this action sequence.
It is
fantastic.
It obeys one of your favorite rules, Brandon. It is a night action scene where you can see everything.
Absolutely.
It's true. You can see absolutely everything.
That's how you do it, baby.
Looks so good. That suit looks so good, guys. Oh my god.
I really like the Spider-Man suit.
A fun fact. So Brandon, you have Spider-Man for the PS5. They have added No Way Home suits, but also that Amazing Spider-Man suit is all up in there. It's so good.
Yeah, I know. I really want to play it again.
It's real good. I adore the suit in this movie.
Yeah. No, the suit looks good. Also, I love the scene in Times Square where we see Electro, and even like we were talking about it earlier about how like Sparks was saying about how they made that little rap as like they betrayed us and whatever. I actually kind of like that because the first few times I did see this movie in theaters, I couldn't understand what the heck they were saying. I don't know why, but I just couldn't understand what was going on. And I was gonna make this point I was gonna talk about this in the first one, whereas the first one where we hear like the creepy voices coming from Kirk Connors, I felt like that didn't really make sense. Whereas in this one I feel it hit a lot more hits better because you see Max like. I mean, yes, he's obsessing over Spider-Man, but then you see him in his brain, like that quick little second when he's talking to that one actor from The Office, where he like goes up in his face and like is like, "You don't dare!" And then it's a cut that just happens.
Alistair Smythe,
the Spider Slayer.
BJ Novak playing that guy.
Yeah, BJ Novak.
Yeah, I love that. I love that internal bit where he's like, "You don't know Spider-Man. He's a Libra. You're a Virgo."
That line destroyed me. He's like, "He's a Libra." Give me a break.
There's a bit in the Times Square scene where Jamie fought, where like Electro is like, "You don't remember me," and he's like, "Oh no, I know this. Is it Max? Yeah, of course I remember you, Max. You're my eyes and ears."
My eyes and ears.
Mm-hmm.
I love Peter talking him down. I love that
Yeah.
like it would work too, except the cops shoot him.
Yeah.
And of course, when
but like Peter trying to defuse the situation, I think is real solid.
Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why I love the scene, and also I believe Max turning into Electro more and him embracing his villain side, because they shot him, because to him Spider-Man is like he puts him on a pedestal. He puts Spider-Man on a pedestal, and the fact that the cops still shoot him, even though he's trying to like Spider-Man's like, "Hey, I'm trying to help my guy," and he's like, "Hey, I told her, hey guys, this is my boy, don't hurt him," and then he gets betrayed by that, and then of course it's a snowball. And he becomes the villain he's unfortunately destined to be.
It's his birthday. He's gonna light his candles.
There's also a sequence that I know Sparks really enjoys. It's the scene where he helps the little kid from being bullied.
Okay. I love his whole saving people montage. I love the whole bit of him like being tired, but he still goes out and do it. He's sick at a convenience store.
Spider-Man.
Like, I love all that, but yes, helping the kid in particular, being like, "This is a wind turbine. You made this. God damn it!" Like, this is such good Spider-Man. There's so much good Spider-Man in this movie.
Also has one of my favorite Stan Lee cameos that I totally forgot. Hey, I think I know that guy.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, yes, that's a great
scene. When he's putting out the electricity with or he puts out Electro with a fire hose, and then there's like a bunch of firemen, and he's like, "Big John, Little John, good working with you again." Like he's got a rapport with a fireman. Like that's Spider-Man, baby. I love that. So good.
I like the comedy scenes in this, like when he's trying to do the battery experiments, and then he has like the fire extinguisher goes.
Yes,
I'm always a sucker for that gag. That gag happens a lot, and I'm always into it.
Yeah, me too.
Comedy.
And also, I love
specifically because you brought that up, and I just love that you get this whole sequence of him trying to design webs that will work against Electro, and the way he's trying to craft that, especially at all like capitalizing with him having stayed up too late, and he tries to whip his phone, but he instead whips the wrench and hits himself right in the face.
Also, another thing I love how his ringtone is the original. Yeah, I love that. I love it when films and TV shows they do homages to classic tunes and classic little jingles like that. I'm a sucker for that kind of thing.
That's also one of my favorite lines. It's just Peter, where are you right now? First to Broadway, second to Broadway, third to Broadway. He's on the road of the car.
There's a line that I almost died at, where it's like, "Peter, what's wrong? Why do you look so dirty?" "I was cleaning the chimney." "We don't have a chimney." What?
Oh yeah. Great.
I died.
I love Sally Fields playing an Aunt May who definitely knows he's Spider-Man, but just isn't telling him, is waiting for Peter to tell her. But like, I love that that's the vibe. You can see the moment in the first one where she puts two and two together, and I'm glad that they've just played that since then.
Last time he did laundry, you turned everything blue.
All right, laundry.
I was watching the flag. Nobody watches the flag.
That's what I mean. Like this movie,
it's so much fun.
Movie had so many good like lines and good bits.
Like, again, I love all the comedy, and the comedy just stops after Electro is gone.
So one of my favorite scenes in this movie is the scene where Aunt May finds Peter's string theory thing about his dad and like that whole board, and she's sitting there. And she's breaking down because she's like, "No, you're my boy. You're my boy." Because
I like that scene too.
I love that scene because because even though that they are blood related, but only to a certain degree. And since she raised Peter, this is definitely like it's like nurture versus nature sort of thing. Like, yeah, his blood parent, his like real parents left, but she took upon herself to raise this kid. And she's so attached to him, and I always feel for Sally Fields does an amazing job, especially when she says, "You're my." It's like, no, your parents left. I was here.
Yeah,
I raised you. You're my boy.
That's a terrific scene for both those actors and characters. Yeah, because like Peter retorts like, this isn't what this is about, May. Like, you are my mother. Like, but it's not about that. I just need to know for closure. Like, you are my mom. Like, don't get it stressed. Like, I'm not trying to replace you. Like, that is such a real moment. Absolutely.
Like going back to the first Raimi Spider-Man movie where where Goblin's like, I've been like a father. It's like, I had a father. His name was Ben Parker.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, it's like, good Godspeed.
Take me back.
Yeah,
Take me back.
I love that scene. Actually, credit to every single actor who's played Aunt May. They played such a really great Aunt May, be it Rosemary Harris, be it Sally Field, and even Marissa Tomei. I mean, Marissa Tomei hasn't had a lot to shine as Aunt May in the MCU films, but I still feel that she cares. Like I love it how she wasn't on screen, but besides that, but when she packs Peter's Spider-Man suit for his Europe trip, and it says
it was a summer fling. Jon Favreau being totally in love with Aunt May, and Aunt May being like, "No, it's just a summer fling. Don't worry about it."
Or even
so rude.
Yeah, or even when whatchamacallit, even in Homecoming, where it's like, "Hey May, hope you're wearing something skippy," and then like Peter's like, "What?"
Oh, Tony Stark.
All right. Goblin.
Let's talk about Goblin.
Way too fast. Such a terrible idea.
Yeah, terrible design.
There was a point where they set up like the Goblin glider and the suit, but it's the Ultimate Universe, right? So like he's turning into a goblin, and he takes the serum and he starts transforming. So I think he's gonna turn into the Ultimate Goblin, but he just goes into the suit, and we just another.
Well, at the end, it's like he puts on the suit, and then like he turns back into Dane DeHaan, and he's just like, oh, it comes and goes, like this Jekyll and Hyde thing. And like the Hall of Easter eggs is such a dumb idea.
Yeah, I don't like that. But because Grayson quite a while ago said the Harry going Goblin stuff gave me Spider-Man 3 Venom vibes, and I was not a huge fan.
Yeah,
100%. Very much the same issue.
Yeah, it is. Like it's very shoehorned into the film, and it didn't need to be there, and it's bad. I do like the tension when he lands there, and Peter and Gwen are on either side of him, and you can feel like them both being like, "Oh shit,"
and he's like, Peter. And then he's like, Gwen, run, Gwen, shit. Like, I think that's really good. We did by jumping to this moment, one of my favorite shots, and I think it worked effectively well. I think that they did the Dennis Leary stuff pretty well in this movie when he does see him, which is just the 2 times in the opening, which is pretty close to that graduation moment, and then he doesn't see him anymore. Mm-hmm. But then the moment when Gwen is going in to help with the electrical stuff, and he turns back to face Electro, and there's Captain Stacy staring at him, just like fucked up Peter.
You know what that?
And then Electro comes through him, and I'm like, what a shot! Holy shit!
You know what that reminded me of? It's because I said a lot of like Orsi and Christmas trappings are in this movie. Historically, I do not like most of their movies. But there's one thing that we all agreed in Transformers Revenge of the Fallen that ended up being pretty good. And it's the relationship between the dad and Sam in the last fight sequence when the dad all of a sudden can't let go. Mm-hmm. And it's like, no, you're my boy. And that's what that reminded me of, that kind of like emotional resonant moment that like they have proven that they can sometimes just hit at the end. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, yeah, that was set up. That works. That was a good emotional moment.
While I think it was too soon to kill Gwen, even though now this is the last movie, I think it was a bad idea to kill Gwen in this movie.
Me too.
I do think that foreboding moment of like fate is coming, and him turning and seeing Captain Stacy like that is so artfully well done. I really love it. And I think outside of the Webb turning into a hand, I do think Gwen's death is filmed very well.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's a strong sequence. I just think it's in the wrong movie.
I was going to say that's actually one of my. I don't like the part because obviously we know from the comics, and we see the second we see Goblin, Gwen says like, "Oh, so she's dying." But I love when Peter does the web and the web turns into the hand. And besides,
I hate that so much.
I don't like it.
I hate that so much. Gwen Stacy.
I love that you like it.
Gwen Stacy's death scene disgusts me in this movie. Like I'm gonna use a really harsh word because it feels like that. Like the shot fine, but like the hand thing and they're trying to do like the melodramatic thing, and then the way she dies feels very similar to how Jonathan Kent dies in Man of Steel. Like it's something like it takes away the impact of the comic book death by trying to make it like something that's
the exact.
No, she doesn't. She breaks her neck when Spider-Man catches her, In this, she slams her head on the ground,
I mean,
and that's how she dies.
It's not
And
dissimilar.
so it's not Peter's fault anymore. And I don't care for the force of it, the look of it, and then just the blood drip down the trying to like make this whole death sequence that's supposed to be like gruesome beautiful in a way, and it doesn't work for me on any level.
I'll disagree.
Whew, wow, you like made the comparison to the Jonathan Kent scene, and I don't feel the same. I feel like that is a way more atrocious like mishandling than this is, but okay.
Maybe not on the same level. Like, I don't mean to say like that, very much in the same way that we compare the Amazing Spider-Man 1 to a far worse movie. It doesn't necessarily quality-wise.
I think the context of it being in the comics of like, is this still Peter's fault? Is like, even if it's not Peter's fault in the sense of her actual physical death, it's Peter's fault because Peter didn't stay away like he said he would, right? Like, that's the larger intent behind it. I don't mind that. Yeah, I don't mind that.
That's fine. Like, I don't mean to like attack your interest in this movie. I just that sequence is just it's they're trying to be this beautiful death scene, and to me it's just morbidly gruesome in a way that I just don't think the movie wants it to be, and I just can't get over that.
That's interesting. It's not the first time you brought that up around me, and I don't see that gruesomeness that you're referring to.
Yeah, we don't have to dwell on it too much. I find it pretty tasteful for how gruesome the death actually is. It could have been far more severe with like her neck popping out or something, but I think it's tasteful that he doesn't know if she's actually dead, and then the blood is signifying no, she's gone. I think it's kind of tasteful.
Ben, do you want to pull up Grayson's?
Yeah. So Grayson said, I didn't understand why he shot the web there. He's had enough experience as Spider-Man to know what could happen. This didn't make sense.
Well, they set it up in the first film a little bit because he catches her in the same way in the first film, that he's like, oh, this is okay. I can catch her this way and she'll be fine.
Yeah.
So I would
that first sequence like gave me a heart attack the first time I saw it in the first movie when he throws him at the school and she like catches her and like you see the neck slap back. I was like, oh no.
I guess I don't understand what the alternative is supposed to be. Like, just not saving her, just go, oh, there she goes.
Well, no, I think on Grayson's level, I think he's suggesting that he could have made it to catch her without even shooting the web.
Or at least
I don't know if I agree with that. I'm just trying to decode what he says.
No, I get that. Like, I don't know.
There was a lot of rubble and shit. Like, I think.
No, well, even past that, like, she was falling so much further already by the time that he was able to move. Like,
no, that's what I mean. You need the web. That's the only way he could possibly get her. I think that's too far gone. Yeah.
I don't want to dwell on this anymore.
Yeah. Either way, finish it. Either way, like when we so I was starting like, oh yeah, here's the line down, like him going constantly into Gwen's grave and hearing about a bunch of the crime and like, oh, maybe we should have Spider-Man, and seeing the kid that he saved with the turbine go out to fight the Rhino. It's like ballsy. And then when we say
one of my favorite moments, man.
Yeah, and then when he even calls the guys like, hey, Spider-Man, and I actually like the ending where he's fighting the Rhino and Paul Giamatti, and
I like how this movie ends.
I really dig that part. Yes, Ryan, you are I am the Rhino.
I love that it's the ending, and I love that it's the opening, because it's one of my things I've always wanted a Spider-Man movie to do, which is open with one of the lesser like C/B list villains already in action with Spider-Man, and just take care of him in the beginning, like get us into that like good Spider-Man action opening.
Absolutely,
and I'm glad that this movie finally did it.
Yeah, I also agree with that.
A movie needed to. I love when he's in the truck with the radioactive material and he's grabbing all the tubes with his feet and all that stuff, and the one gets away and he's like, "Come on!" I think all that's so good. Garfield's just got such good energy as Spider-Man in this one, as Peter as well, but like as Spider-Man, like he's just rocking it in every scene. Like you can feel how much he loves doing this as Spider-Man.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I love his energy with Max when he saves him. I think that his whole vibe with him is really good. I think it establishes that relationship really well, very quickly, and what Max extrapolates on later. I think there's a great reference to Uncle Ben at the graduation when May tries to quote him, and he's like, "That's Ralph Waldo Emerson," and she's like, "Uncle Ben said that was him. He came up with that." And it's
That's
like, "Oh
good.
God damn it, Ben!" Like, I thought that was
funny.
really good.
Yeah.
Peter's guilt over Gwen's dad is not the worst. I'm glad it's addressed in this movie, but forcing the relationship tension of stuff is like, okay, I guess.
That's one of those things that I don't really like about this movie. Like, even in the stuff that of like the movie that I'm enjoying, the Gwen like they break up and it doesn't really matter to the plot of the movie because they're back together 5 minutes later. Not really over exaggerating.
No,
but
you're right though. Yeah.
But they don't. And then like from then on, it's not like the tension should have always been I'm going to London for the summer. Not let's break up and then get back together and then the London thing.
Sure. I think it is also at the same time very Peter Parker for him to just constantly keep breaking up and then being like, but I wanna be with her. And then
it is like a very like
responsibility.
like a very like young teenage like angsty thing. So yeah, that's
right.
true.
And I love that it's her being like, you have done this to me so many times, like I'm breaking up with you. I think the fact that like we catch it at that tail end makes me like it a little more rather than it being like a constant thing we're doing throughout this movie. I think Gwen has a really great line of I love Peter Parker more.
I also think that Gwen has a great line when she just yells out Peter when
yes,
Spider-Man webs her.
That's a great bit. When she shouts Peter and then yeah, I thought that was really good.
I like the when Gwen shows up at the end fight and Peter's like, "Are you serious? You actually came? You're gonna die? Are you crazy?" He's like, "I can help you, you idiot." And yes, she can help him, but also she's gonna die. So
I mean, there's a version of that script where she doesn't need to help him.
Yeah, it's true.
But it's one of the things I like is that Gwen is capable of doing those things. I like that in the first one, and I like it here.
Should have just ended without the goblin showing up.
It just didn't have to kill her.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think she that proves her usefulness. That's stupid. I think she has more to do in the first film than she does in this film. This film, they give her a lot of stuff that's just kind of let's get her involved in action somehow. Whereas in the first film, there's a reason why she's involved in the action with like the creating of the antidote and whatnot.
I mean, she's the whole person who finds out that Oscorp is burying Max Dillon, and that makes the connection that that's the person because she knows he worked there and all that. And I don't think that's nothing.
No, I won't disagree with that. But I think that's the exception, not the rule.
Yeah, but
I think for the most part, she's not really doing a whole lot of necessary things in the movie. Outside of that, I like that moment. You're right. It's a good moment. It's just before and after that. There's not really a reason why she should be involved in the action.
But it's not just one moment. It's like a thing she's doing progressively throughout scenes in the film because she makes the connection with Peter. That's Max. I saw him at Oscorp. Does the research, gets the copy of the file, gets it out, ends up getting it to Harry Osborn.
Overloads.
That's how Harry Osborn finds out about it.
All right. Well, I'm wrong then.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's just a single moment. I do think it's like a progressive thing she's doing throughout the film. And when she's not doing that, what she's doing is having her relationship with Peter. Okay, that's me shutting up then. I'll move on to another thing. I like the montage, but I think one of the smarter script writing bits about it is when Max is included in the montage as part of the radio thing, talking about Spider-Man doing all that stuff. And then they get a call in and it's Max. And he's like, yeah, Spider-Man's like a really cool guy. I kind of know him and stuff. And I'm like, it's just background stuff, but it's like, it is filling in that character. And I think that's nice, even if that character is goofy as shit.
I agree with that.
We covered that. Oh, let's talk about Felicia.
Oh, right, she's in this movie.
What the crap?
So there was another setup that
another character that doesn't need to be in this movie.
That's just stupid.
Could have been literally anybody, just a secretary lady.
Well, they also cut her part down significantly, just like they did with MJ. Although with MJ, they cut her out of the movie altogether, and arguably they should have done the same for her.
True.
Yeah. After watching this movie, I was like, Felicia should not have been in this movie at all. It would have been fine without her.
I am bummed those scenes with MJ don't actually exist on the physical media releases. I would have liked to have seen them at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I like the idea of Shailene Woodley as MJ.
I guess.
All right, just to see him.
No, sure.
They put the alternate ending with Richard Parker on the Blu-ray. I'd rather see the MJ stuff.
I think the reason they specifically didn't do that, Brandon, because I think she was going to be in the third one, and they didn't they wanted to do a fresh opening with her than opposed to.
I'm sure that's why they did it.
Yeah.
I just future home video releases would have benefited from that.
No, sure.
I would have liked to have seen that scene. Is what I'm saying.
I get you. Yeah.
Just not in the context of the movie.
Yeah, I think Felicia Hardy's just out of place entirely. Felicity Jones is fine.
She has 3 lines in the movie.
Yeah, I forgot she was even in the movie.
I think Dane DeHaan is exceptionally good at being the business side of Harry Osborn. I think that's where he shines the most, is being the business guy. This is in the earlier part of the movie.
Yeah.
Peter checking in on Harry is pretty good, returning the favor after Harry checked in on him after his
Big
parents were
stone
gone.
skipper, that Peter
I
Parker.
like it. Big time.
They definitely Peter Parker. At this point, Andrew Garfield really wanted MJ to be played by Guy because he really wanted a bisexual Peter Parker, and I firmly believe he and Dane DeHaan made the decision to play them as former boyfriends.
I guess.
Because I feel that it feels very similar to Too Fast, Too Furious with Tyrese and Walker.
I recently rewatched that movie and I would disagree, but I see what you're saying. I'm 100% for it. I don't think there's enough there for me to transcribe to that Substack.
I mean, it's all subtext.
Yeah.
I would probably have to watch it again and look for it.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
Oh no, I mean, I like watching this movie, so it's not a chore to me. I like Max's reaction to seeing himself all over Times Square, given his origin, where people finally see me. I think that's actually really good. I like that they use Times Square for that. I think that's really great.
This was the most expensive movie ever filmed in New York City because it's obviously very expensive to film in big cities. That's why they don't do that anymore.
It's also really hard to film in Times Square.
Mm-hmm.
But so worth it. It looks great in this movie. It's one of the best parts.
That's why it's at night, because they had to film at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
When he saves the people on the stairs, that whole sequence I think is great.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the web
going back with the web trick. Yeah,
I really like how they visualize his Spidey sense.
I agree. I think that worked really, really well. Really bad needle drop with For You, and why is Peter doing all this board building stuff after fighting Electro? It makes no sense. Anyway,
yeah, man, that For You, I will never forget that song for as long as I live.
I did.
Peter,
I forgot it until I saw this movie again.
I really like the part where Peter distracts the Oscorp guards so that Gwen can get away, and he's just
the coffee. Yeah,
my bad. And then he does a little skip on his way out.
That was mostly practical too, which I learned in the BTS footage. It looks really cool.
I love when Electro is in Ravenport and he says, "I can feel it in the walls." He's got that. I just thought that's a good line delivery.
Ravenport, isn't that where
Ravencroft?
Ravencroft, yeah.
And that is where Venom 2 takes place. Yes.
Okay. There you go. Venom in the Andrew Garfield-averse confirmed. I don't care.
Nope. Peter interrupting Gwen on her way to the interview is really good. I love when he just swings in haphazardly, hits the wall, and he's like, "Gwen!" He's frazzled and freaked out, and he's talking a mile a minute, and then he realizes where they are with the Oxford thing, and he's looking around. He's like, "Where are we?" What's
him webbing the bridge.
Yeah,
I
think that's a great bit. "You need me," I think is a great trigger phrase for Max when Harry comes to get him. Harry just goes unhinged way too fast.
Yeah.
All bleh.
I like the idea.
I'm fine with murdering people way too quickly.
Yeah, I'm cool with the goblin being a disease. We're introduced to Norman Osborn. This dude is in his 60s or 70s and he's dying of it, right? So we're introduced to Harry Osborn, who is 18 at most, and he's immediately starts dying from it. That's just plot making him sicker than he needs to be. Because I understand what you're doing, but he should have been saved for the third movie. He can start dying a year later. Don't introduce him and he's immediately dying. There's
no moment in the script where I should feel when Peter's "I can't give you my blood," and I shouldn't be yelling at the screen going why not? Why not you guys experiment on Peter Parker's blood to see if it will save him in 60 years?
Well, that's why he's a special DNA boy. Only he can be Spider-Man.
But they can't because of his special DNA from his dad.
Spider-Dad.
Some last notes. I like that Gwen is the person who solves the web shooter problem. I like the megaphone bit when they come running up on the cop guy and he shouts Spider-Man at him, and it makes him go, whoa.
Real quick, Sparks. Like I do also love that moment because like Peter Parker is like a genius, but like sometimes he'll just not think of something easy like magnetizing, and she's like, "So you magnetize, right?" It's like, "No." Damn it! Like it's just really good, real good.
He's got a creative mind. It's always frazzled. It's always everywhere else, but like in the moment.
I love the shot when Electro's face appears in the building as Spider-Man's swinging around
cool.
it.
It's like Ego,
He's like, "Do you see me now, Spider-Man?"
Yeah, I love that. All the plane stuff is just stupid and unnecessary, and we didn't need it.
Was it a 40-second timer?
Yeah, something like that. Amazing CGI night fight. Where you can see everything is amazing, and I love it. And itsy bitsy spider moment still works for me. Forget you, haters.
That's the kind of dumb. That's the kind of dumb that I was like, yeah, okay, I'm into this. Yeah. That works for me. After
Gwen dies and the seasons pass, and May reaches out to try and console him about grief again, like knowing that he's Spider-Man. And that gets him to go back out there, and of course the ending with the Rhino. I like all that part. I think that part's very good.
I love the end of the Rhino. I desperately wish it wasn't used in the marketing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that whole scene's in the marketing.
The entire end shot is the marketing trailer. Yeah.
100% agree.
Because it's awesome. Yeah. It's a great way to end the movie.
And then the gentleman shows up with at Harry and's like,
yeah.
What are you thinking? What do you think? I'm thinking 6.
So stupid. I 100% agree. 100%. It's real bad. Dumb. You
know what's funny? Like I don't even mind. Like the Sinister Six setup stuff is dumb, but like after the Amazing Spider-Man 1, like the Amazing Spider-Man 2 has like like the row of like, oh, it's the Vulture and Doc Ock. I'm like, all right, that's silly setup. It's the Man in the Hat that really overdoes it for me. Because it's like, I'm evil and I'm setting up a group. You know what they're called? They might be sinister. And I'm like, just murder me, please. I can't.
And he works for Oscorp. It's like a shadow guy who works for Oscorp.
Yeah.
Because Harry's now his boss.
Yeah, and like they've never said who it was. Like we're never gonna know. Like
just credited as the gentleman.
Also, like something fierce.
Gustav Fierce. That's his name.
Oh, that's right. He is credited as a character name in the second film.
But it doesn't mean anything. It's not something. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was clearly going to be the Jackal because they were going to do the Clone Saga in the third one.
Yeah, they were going to do the Clone Saga, and Dennis Leary was coming back, and Gwen was coming back. So like it's just weird to make your main overall villain the Jackal. That's really an odd choice. Well, we're never going to get there.
He would have joined the Sinister Six movie directed by Drew Goddard.
I would have seen that movie.
And then the Aunt May spin-off film where she's a spy would have happened.
Young Aunt May.
The period between the Sony leaks and the Amazing Spider-Man 2 was wild, with Sony being like, we're gonna do an Aunt May solo, we're gonna do a Venom movie, though that one happened.
Jackpot, Black Cat, Silver Sable, all that shit.
Yeah, all those guys. And
there's a lot of things I enjoy in this movie, but I am grateful that like none of those things came to pass.
True.
Yeah, I think we live in the better timeline.
And we're getting another movie, technically. So, we all win.
My final note, I just don't think Amazing Spider-Man 2 is the dumpster fire a lot of people have convinced themselves it is.
Yeah.
I will also agree it is not the dumpster fire I once thought it was.
I think all of these Spider-Man movies are
vindicated. I am selfish. I am wrong.
are better than because like when you're in a moment, like you're watching a sequel to a movie in the midst of it, like you can get distracted by different thoughts, but like time enough away, there's good stuff in all of these movies, in all 5 of these Spider-Man movies that we've watched. And I'm super glad to be here where we are now with the Holland stuff, and it's a time enough again where we're like we can revisit these characters and see where they've been, and it's like that's really exciting.
I'm really happy that we'll have almost certainly Tobey Maguire in No Way Home, but I'm even more happy for Andrew Garfield because Andrew Garfield was so passionate about Spider-Man.
Yes.
And no matter what way you slice it, there is an amount of like just feeling like he got done dirty.
He did. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I really liked the I really like there's an element of this movie that I really like, and I totally forgot what it was. I'm so sorry. Whatever.
Okay.
Guess we'll just move on.
I think the score, while it is much more over the place, like I think it is still pretty good. Like I like the electro score. I do like the reincorporating of the Horner theme. I think the music's pretty good.
Yeah, I think the movie works better in the. I like the music in the first one more, but this is a pretty good Hans Zimmer score.
I visually like the Spider-Man stuff so much. It really it puts
pops.
the movie it makes the movie a whole grade higher than it would be otherwise, because all of the Spider-Man visuals, everything with him when he's in the suit, whether it's day, whether it's night, whatever he's doing, whether it's a small bit, whether it's a big bit, it all looks so good.
Mm-hmm.
Like so good. And I wish we had a movie where it was just like more of that, just all that, all the time.
I remember what I was going to say. I don't think any of these Spider-Man movies that we watched, all the 5, I don't think any of them are bad. With time enough away, I don't think any of them are bad. I like the stuff I don't like in The Amazing Spider-Man 2 does bring that movie down to my bottom list, only because I really like the first half. I really like that first half of that movie. And the reason why it's under Spider-Man 3 for me is because Spider-Man 3 still has enough of Raimi's voice, where I don't think this one has enough of Webb's voice, because Webb was almost drowned out completely by the studio while trying to make this movie. I don't think it's as egregious as I once thought, but I do think it's still prominent how much studio interference was in this movie.
Yeah, and I think it just goes to show that like we have 7 Spider-Man movies, right? And like, if Amazing Spider-Man 2 is the worst of it, there's still a lot of good Spider-Man stuff in this movie.
Yeah.
Like that, the Spider-Man movies have had a really decent track record, all things considered. Like, hell yeah.
Yeah, and I agree with Sparks. I'm mostly happy that we are going to get Andrew Garfield back, because I always felt bad for him not getting that third movie.
Yeah, and even I was definitely like younger. Like I'm still like not like the biggest fan of like I prefer like the other 2 sets of movies to this movie, but like that dude rocks, and like he deserves as much like acclaim and fame and love that the other guys have. And like just because his movies might have not be as good doesn't mean he doesn't deserve the love and stuff.
And again, the CGI in this movie is why I don't like the CGI in the Holland movies. So
there's definitely, if you watch that Corridor Crew special on the Spider-Man movies, definitely like the homogenization of the MCU special effects stuff takes away the Spider-Man stuff, because that
suit, it's the suit makes all the difference for me, because the way the Holland suit is done is a completely computer generated moment, but there is still a physical suit that he wears. They just put like this CGI like matte over it, and just the texture just feels off. But with the Garfield suit, even when it's completely CGI, you can still feel that latex texture.
And then when you do actually see you, because once again you can tell when it's a CGI suit or it's a real suit, and because it shines, it shimmers. You can definitely see that that's a real suit.
I can't tell which is CGI in this movie, honestly.
The suit looks so good in this movie, and I can't wait to see him in No Way Home in that suit. Like I love the suit. Like this is my favorite.
It's the best.
Spider-Man suit for sure.
It's so crazy. The again, like his eyes grow like 3 times from Amazing Spider-Man 1 to 2. Like it's crazy how big those eyes and how white they get. It's just like, man, they went from like they really did.
The eyes look so good.
Yeah, it is the best live action suit. It is like straight up. It is so good. It is so good.
I like the eyes that Tom Holland has in the Civil War one and Homecoming, because they move, because they're more like the comic books. But this suit, as a practical suit, looks so gorgeous. It looks so good. And also, I just love how the giant spider logo on this one. Even in the Maguire films, there's a huge spider or there's a big spider logo, and this one's huge. And I love it. And poor Tom Holland, he has a tiny little spider. It's like this big.
It's a little drone that pops out.
That is kind of cool. I do like that. I mean, I do like.
It's not the size that counts, Ben.
I know, but I do like this suit a whole lot. The Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit is gorgeous.
I'm so glad that's potentially the suit that he is going to be wearing.
Yeah. I'm excited. I have such nostalgia for the Raimi suit, so I'm excited to see all of it, honestly.
Yeah. Very
Brandon Grayson just said the exact same thing you did.
Yeah.
Well, Ben did make the innuendo.
So.
I'm really glad y'all feel more good about this movie, because I love what's good in this movie.
I would watch
good stuff.
I would honestly watch from the beginning to the first Electro fight again.
Sparks and I will make an edit
I'm gonna make you a new cut, baby.
That will cut out all the bad stuff. It'll be just a Spider-Man movie. It'll open the way the last movie ended, as it should be. It's gonna be beautiful.
All right, shall we get into our book club then?
Do we have
Nah,
to?
let's just call it a night. Oh,
All
I
right.
mean, yes, absolutely.
Sparkles, take it away.
Hey, it's me. I picked a book that came out very recently, within the last year, called Hawkeye Freefall.
2 years.
That's what I mean. Because it
Started in 2019.
Yeah. Matthew Rosenberg and Otto Schmidt, and it's called Hawkeye Freefall, and I liked it, and I was picking it up, and I thought it was real cool, and I was like, we do not have time to do all of Matt Fraction's Hawkeye while Hawkeye show is going. That's too many issues. We're not doing it right now, but we could do a 6-issue little series called Hawkeye Freefall. So we did it. What did you guys think?
Really like this one. I thought it was really funny. Matthew Rosenberg, right?
Yep.
He wrote a grifter comic for Future State and Batman Urban Legends, and I fell in love with his writing there. I love that grifter comic. Same thing here. Really, I thought this was really funny. I thought this was really charming. I really like his version of Hawkeye. Really into this one.
Yeah, you asked me if this was a good choice, and I was like, I read half of it, so I think half of it's a good choice. And then I finished it, and I think this is a real good fun read. This is the Hawkeye that I love to see.
Sure.
Funny, out there, personable, not 45. But that's, I'm just joking. I love that this takes place in 2019. So this is back when Falcon and Winter Soldier have their own miniseries out. So they show up because that show's coming up in the next year or so. One of my favorite villains, one of my favorite obscure villains is Parker Robbins the Hood, because he's just a dude with a robe on. But that robe is a demon, so he's like half gangster, half magic man. He shows up in a lot of obscure like Iron Fist and like Bendis Avengers shit. The fact that he showed up here made perfect sense. I think this is a great, fun miniseries.
I also had a good time with this. I definitely like this version of Hawkeye a whole lot. Like the second he was like, "Oh, hey, it's me," I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this Hawkeye." Like he's funny, he's quippy. To me, the biggest standout of this book is the art. I absolutely love the art of this book. Shoot, I forgot the name of the artist, but
Otto Schmidt.
Thank you. Otto Schmidt did such an amazing job with this. I was like, damn, this is gorgeous. And it wasn't hard. I love the design of the hood when he goes all demon-y. And the whole time, I kind of like how Hawkeye is just trying his best, and he's also scheming. He's also a bit of a schemer. And this is because the only version of Hawkeye I know is Avengers Hawkeye. MCU Hawkeye. That's the only version of Hawkeye I know.
Right, and he kind of feels like a dude who tried to start a rock band and it really fell apart on him or something like that.
The twist of this book had me guessing, even after it was revealed that Clint Barton was Ronin. I was like,
That's the issue. Yeah, that's the last issue I read before I stopped reading the book, and I was really mad because I'm like, this is a really, really good cliffhanger, and I was glad I got to come back to it.
Oh my god!
You're there's no way that they're the same person. What's happening?
When he gets really deep in the shit and he's got the scroll there pretending to be him, and then the life model decoy shows up too, and it's like, oh god, what a mess.
Or when he's trying to talk to Linda, I love the stuff with Linda.
He kills the life model decoy,
and then of course you hear the LMD go, "I love you too," and it's like she runs in. It's like so close, Clint. You were this close.
Something that you don't get to see very often. As a Tony Stark fan, when he's written in other books, he's often just Iron Man. But sometimes, I really like to see Tony Stark be the asshole that he actually is. Because, in an issue of the Hellfire Gala, Tony Stark shows up and he's a straight up asshole. This one, Tony Stark is gross and he's trying to pick up on Linda, and I'm like, that's Tony Stark that people think he is from the outside. And I like seeing this because he even has kind of a shit-eating grin on his face. Mm-hmm. I love that. Big fan.
I love the scene where Aunt May goes like, "Oh, and the one who donated the most money is Clint Barton." Both Linda and Tony go, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
I love how many characters they managed to have cameo throughout this book. It's so many.
Luke Cage shows up and he's just getting shot to hell as he's
That's
having
my
a
favorite.
conversation.
And he's
Bro,
like,
that is
dude,
so funny.
can you get down here? Because it's pretty emasculating, man.
What's this guy's name? The human bomb. He's using guns. Yeah. It was like you went to the human bomb. It was, well, who? You went to his wedding.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. Guy in a metal suit with a bomb on his chest. Oh, hot wife.
Can't remember.
Luke Cage is like, so you went to like a charity night thing last night? That was a class movie. He's like, I mostly did it to impress my girlfriend. She wasn't impressed.
Yeah.
That's like straight up from like the Fraction Hawkeye take. But yeah, this book is so fun. Like I think it's like wit fast. Like again, like all the different cameos that show up. Like there's the hacker that he becomes friends with.
Bryce.
Bryce that Bullseye ends up killing, which broke my heart. I was like, oh, I didn't know this was going to become a real comic. Oopsies.
Yeah.
If I was to say any negative, it would be the fact that Bryce died because I really liked him.
That means it worked.
I don't because he was
clarify. It's not a negative. You're not talking about it as a criticism of the comic. It is just something in the story that you had an emotional reaction to, right?
Yeah,
that means it's good, not that it's bad.
Ben felt a sad.
Like, this book sucks. It's like
no, I wasn't saying this book sucks. I was like,
I'm kidding.
Nice. And then of course when Linda comes in and I'm like, wait, is he? I was kind of holding out hope that Bryce wasn't actually dead, but yeah, he did.
I really like the bit where Linda saves him, quote unquote, from Captain America.
Yes.
I think that's a really good moment where she's just like, he is your friend. Like really like talks down to Captain America.
Yeah, like how many times have you done things you guys aren't necessarily proud of or can't explain easily, and you can't trust him?
Yeah, no, that really worked.
And then and then of course she looks at Clint and she's like, "I just lied to you in front of Captain America. We're done." I was like, "Ooh."
Oh,
damn.
and apparently Bullseye puts Captain America in the hospital.
Hell yeah, dude, Bullseye has an adamantium skeleton, so like he could definitely F people up. There's a great moment. There's a West Coast Avengers reunion, which I'm a big fan of. You get US Agent again, who is showing up before that the TV show comes out. US Agent has a line where he's like, I sometimes almost miss working with you, and then Clint's like, funny, I never miss anything, and then shoots him in the back of the head to knock him out.
Yeah,
good shit. I love it.
D-Man is in this.
D-Man, he best friends with Lockjaw. Like maybe the most obscure Marvel character who keeps showing up and stuff. I love it.
He's the guy who looked like Ben. He's the guy who looked like Wolverine and Daredevil.
I was always like, who
Kingpin shows up.
That
guy? When Daredevil's there and he's pretty sure he's completely busted.
Yeah.
But
can he not see?
Oh, yeah. That's back when Daredevil was in his black suit again, which is a sick outfit. God, I love that outfit.
During this issue like dated itself. Well, not dated itself. That's poor choice of words. Like it put into context what was happening because I had read Charles Soule's Daredevil.
Yep.
So it's like, oh, Mayor Fisk. Oh, right. I know where I'm at.
Yeah, all that Mayor Fisk stuff is all culminating into Devil's Reign that just happened. So like,
even the second they said Mayor Fisk, I'm like, wait, Mayor Fisk? Oh, that's right. Kingpin becomes the mayor of New York City. Oh shit, there he is.
Let's see. Kingpin has been the mayor. J. Jonah Jameson has been the mayor. Has Norman Osborn been the mayor?
Jameson's been the
no, but he was the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. during Dark Reign. So like, he's basically leader of the free world.
When he walks into the hospital and he says, no, it's cool, I'm a superhero. Yeah, well, I don't know who the hell you are. I'm Cyclops from the X-Men.
Yeah, I got that page up right here. Yeah. A lot of like this is a really funny book, and like there's just a lot of lines that like we're gonna miss, but like truly like this is a really great book.
Why does S.H.I.E.L.D. know what your junk looks like? Nick Fury was real creepy.
When Hawkeye goes to rob the bank, and he's like, "I'm good." Rob
I've chosen you guys to get robbed,
but not you. Just one dude's money is in here.
Just give me one dude's money.
I love how specific he is. Like, hey, I'm here to take one dude's money, not yours. Everyone else in this fine. Just one dude who's got money in here. That's what I'm taking. And then he leaves.
Talking about the human bomb again. He's like, you're the worst Avenger. They sent the worst Avenger after me. And he's like, nobody sends anybody after you. You started robbing a bank, you dum-dum. Like, it's just
I was getting tacos.
I was getting taco across the street.
Yeah.
And then he also says, you're the worst Avenger. It's like, hey, I didn't think. Am I still the worst? No, Ronan was an Avenger. Am I still the worst? Yes.
Top 5 worst Avengers: Gilgamesh, Stingray, and Star Fox. His powers are being a super creep. All of them are getting introduced or being introduced already, so that's really funny. Man, Hawkeye's great. I'm enjoying this Hawkeye show, y'all. But there's just a part of me that's like, at least we have Kate Bishop, because that's the Hawkeye that I love. I love Hawkeye when he's silly and he's getting into shenanigans, when he's just all bruised up, cut up all the time because he's a normal guy. Linda's there. I love it. It's great. Fun fact: I was reading this on Marvel Unlimited. The L and the I made it look like a U, so I thought her name was Unda for the first for the first chapter I read. Like, what kind of name is Unda?
Underwear.
Underwear.
Oh God.
Yeah, I again, like I think the Hood is a really cool like B level villain that someone's to fight against. I think he'd be a great villain to show up in like a street level like a Netflix show or a Disney Plus show kind of thing.
Sure.
Yeah, this is good Hawkeye representation. Yeah.
I do like how he gets one over on Bullseye, and he's like, you know what's better than this? Trick arrows. Dumb shit. Like,
yeah.
God. I think that the culmination with him fighting Bullseye is really good. I like that he does finally get one over on Parker Robbins, but how much it costs him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the moment like Linda breaks up with Clint. That's awesome because like she thinks she's helping him, and he's like, listen, you didn't have to do that. You saved me and my sexy ass. He's like, I just lighted Captain America for you, Clint. Captain America. It's like, this is goodbye, my guy. Like, I just disrespected the flag, sir. Like, good great character
Not
stuff.
U.S. Agent, Captain America.
Yeah, the real one, not the fakey fake.
Or who said? Oh, it was the Skrull. I was like, did you just shoot Captain America in the back of the head?
Not the real one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Skrull dies.
You ratted me out, Spider-Man. I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to add, or?
No, yeah, this is a great. If you want Hawkeye and you don't want to commit to a full like 22 issue thing, this is a great, perfect encapsulation of like, yo, this is what this character is.
I think so too. I think that there's a lot of great interior monologuing, and it gives you a really wide swath of his relationship with people in the Marvel universe.
Yeah,
I really like it.
Oh, real quick again, Otto Schmidt, terrific artist. He's currently doing DC versus Vampires with Matthew Rosenberg. Funny enough, but he also worked with Benjamin Percy on Green Arrow Rebirth. He was the artist for Green Arrow. Excellent. It's funny. He's worked on 2 Archer books, and they both look terrific.
Yeah, it's very kinetic. His artwork works very well for archery.
Oh yeah, 100%.
All right, well, that'll do it.
Hell yeah,
Ben, it's your book club next week. You're the last book club of the year, sir.
Woo!
You know what it is. Last book club of the year, Ben. Make it good.
Actually, it's a question because I can't remember if we did or did not do this one.
Immortal.
There's a list for that.
Hmm?
There's a list for that. But ask anyway.
But the book in question is Superman: Peace on Earth.
I don't think we've done that one.
I don't think I've heard of that one.
I don't think
no, Grayson. It's not Mega Man. You.
Grayson, we have not done Peace on Earth.
No, it's not.
I'm going to say no.
Superman: Peace on Earth, which I'm pretty sure that's the title. I had to double check, but yes, Superman: Peace on Earth. That's why I pick.
All right then. It's not even a Christmas book. What are you doing, man? What are you doing?
It is a Christmas book.
Oh well, what are you doing, man?
Look at you, Mister.
Because I knew
Christmas, Mr. Christmas.
I mean, I know we did Spider-Man Blue already. Because otherwise,
I have not read this comic. It came out in 1998. It's written by Paul Dini, and the artist is Alex Ross.
It's not very long either. It's one of the it's a 64-page graphic novel. It's one of the big like treasury ones that they did.
Right. Got it. Okay. There you
money.
go. Stay tuned for that next week. As I said, next week will be our last Fake Nerd podcast show of the year. We're going to be finishing off our Spider-Man trilogy of episodes, Spider-Man No Way Home. That comes out in just 5 days.
And we're making bingo cards. Make your bingo cards, folks. Share them with us anywhere you want, because we are bingo carding it up.
Share your bingo card.
Bye, Spider-Man No Way Home.
Thanks,
Mag is in the chat saying, take care, gang. Be safe and catch you later. You too, bud. Be safe.
Good
Grayson,
night, Mag.
Be safe. I know Grayson brought it in the chat.
All right. So, guys, though, there's still going to be plenty of stuff from us. There's still plenty of, we just needed a break from the news. There's going to be plenty of.
We report the news.
We reported the news, actually.
Reported the news. I'm not a Sorkin fan.
All right. So, that'll do it. So Spider-Man No Way Home, watch that movie, check out our review. like this video, subscribe to this channel. You can get access to tons of cool stuff. Well, you have access, but we want you to subscribe to get it. Honor System people, you can check out Fake Nerds Watch, which is our show where we do like after shows of different shows. Star Trek Discovery and Hawkeye are episodes that are out right now. We're gonna do Boba Fett.
Boba Fett.
I want to say yeah.
Yeah,
Probably.
Well, let's stay tuned for Boba Fett.
Yeah.
And of course, Basement Arcade. New episode of Basement Arcade coming eventually.
Yeah.
Are you talking about
No.
Cosme or the regular
No.
Basement Arcade?
No. Regular.
No, Ben.
Shh. Nobody's talking about
We
your
have
show.
like fights and geese and so much shit.
That one, yeah, that one.
Yeah, okay. But Basement Arcade Pause Menu, Ben, has an episode out right now, and we'll have another episode this week, potentially. I don't want to promise anything because anything can happen between now and then.
Mm-hmm.
The latest episode is with Ron the Pharaoh.
Mm-hmm.
Figure Book Club and Animation Station are also shows you can find on this channel. Check out all those. Like this video, subscribe to this channel. You can check out our masks. Hey, what perfect Christmas gift than to give them a Fake Nerd Podcast mask, eh? How'd that work out? But a perfect Christmas gift actually is probably a shirt on our TeePublic, or maybe a mug, or maybe a sticker, or maybe a magnet. You can check out all sorts of things on our TeePublic.
A Ben magnet?
Yeah. There's a Ben Magnet shirt on the TeePublic. You can get that as a magnet. Get the Ben Magnet shirt as a magnet.
It's the one with me saying "Don't be a dick," right?
Yes, get that as a magnet.
I was going to say get that as a comment, like approach your boss.
But you're a magnet.
Yeah, I am.
Get the joke, Ben.
Yep, I am a magnet.
All right, and a Patreon. We have a Patreon, guys. Look, I'm not gonna lie. It's been a hard year, or hard 6 months. If you want to support us financially, we wouldn't say no. You can check out our website where you can find all these links, as well as down below. Our website is fakenerdpodcast.com. Everything is there. Thank you to everyone who listens. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who watched the live stream. We had a couple people in the live stream tonight. That was great. Thank you to everyone who watches the rewind. We appreciate all your support. Check out Jeremy Vellucci, who did all of our theme songs that you heard tonight and all of our theme songs for every single one of our shows. You can find him at Jeremy Vellucci Keyboards, as well as his podcast. You can find at facebook.com/Suburban Proctologist Official or Instagram at Subproc Podcast. Also on iTunes. That has a shirt. Mike Patola. You can find Mike Patola, who did our logos and who's collaborated with us many times. You can find him at Mike Patola on Instagram and TikTok. He doesn't have a shirt yet. You can find us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, all at Fake Nerd Podcast, fakenerdguys@gmail.com. If you'd like to get in touch with us personally, I'm at BT McClure on Instagram and Twitter. Ben.
You can find me saying all checks and magic at Hexside Hide. That's a Owl House reference for all those guys who don't know. At BenMaggot27 on Instagram and Twitter. And also, I write for OldSchoolGamerMagazine.com. Probably a new article should be going up before the holiday or before the year ends. It's just been busy, and I've been taking care of myself mentally. So, yeah, but new article coming out eventually.
Self-care is important. I definitely thought you had a stroke for a second. Ryan.
You can find me going like this on Thursday at DJ Tony Snark. That is both Spider-Man screaming and excitement about being Spider-Man.
Sparks.
You can find me whipping my way to the theater this week to see Ryan do that at SparksWitty on Instagram and Twitter, SPARKZWitty.
Woo!
We're seeing that on Thursday.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You guys are. I have to see it on Saturday.
Ben, I need you to do me a favor. Either delete Twitter for 2
Delete
days.
your Twitter account.
No, I'm serious. Or mute every single word relating to Spider-Man, because you will be spoiled Friday. I promise you, because people suck on the internet.
Oh no, I plan to.
Good. I don't want
that goes for everyone. That goes for everyone watching too.
Yeah, for real. People are awful. Like the day after Endgame, things were being ruined. Like people are out to get you. Avoid the spoilers. Enjoy the movies.
No, I have to see this movie on Saturday. I don't know when Fanny's going to be able to see it, so it's going to be alone. So
Ben, she's on her own for this one, buddy. You kick her out of the car.
She is on her. You are on your own, madam.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully, she doesn't have a Twitter account, so she's safe from that.
Yeah.
That why she doesn't follow us? That son of a bitch.
Hey,
It's
Oh,
a
wow.
handful. It's just a handful of days away.
no.
Subscribe to us on iTunes, Stitcher, Google Play, TuneIn, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Amazon Music and Podcasts, and Pandora. Rate and review wherever you get us. We greatly appreciate it. Like this video and subscribe to this channel. Until next time we see us, stay fake nerds.
Woo!